Purana Purusha Yogiraj Sri Shyama Charan Lahiri, a complete biography. Foreword. Purana Purusha is the Gita of Satya Yuga. This title is significant because of the profound loftiness of thought inherent within these pages. Initially, it may not be possible for mortals such as ourselves to decipher its intrinsic implications. However, if we delve deep and make a studious effort to glean the latent meaning, we shall surely succeed. One might ask, how can we be certain of comprehending such depth of thought? This is possible only through the grace of the Sadguru. And who is this Sadguru? Dear reader, I wish to impress upon you that the Sadguru is none other than God himself. Thus there is only one Sadguru. His grace is showered upon us only if we are sincere and diligent in our efforts. The Gita is universally regarded as a sacred scripture. It was narrated by Bhagavan Krishna and composed by Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasadeva. Vyasadeva was born in a black island, which refers to the Kutastha. Since Kutastha is Krishna, we can infer that Vyasadeva is none other than a partial manifestation of Bhagavan Krishna. When the Gita was composed at the end of Dvapara Yuga, how many understood its real significance then? Yet, as we note today, it has attained worldwide eminence. The incarnations or avatars of God are not always his full-fledged manifestations, but often partial ones. God makes his advent at the juncture of two yugas when humanity suffers a religious decadence. However, there may be an exception to this rule. According to his discretion, he may mark his re-advent within a short span. He manifests himself wholly in the form of a human being to enable us mortals to come closer to him, to allow us to divulge all our afflictions and joys, and to receive his teachings. If he appeared in any other form, it would never be possible for us to be so close to him. Being born as a mortal, he does not break his own laws. He abides by mortal afflictions and sorrows. This rigorous discipline on his part is intended for our upliftment and knowledge. We notice that at the end of Treta Yuga and the beginning of Dvapara Yuga, noting that in Satya Yuga his advent was not necessary because everyone was engaged in Kriya Yoga Brahma Sadhana. When 25% of people deviated from Yoga Sadhana, he made his advent as Bhagavan Ramachandra. Again, at the juncture of Dvapara Yuga and Kali Yuga, when the deviation had augmented to 50%, he appeared as Bhagavan Krishna. Finally, during the last phase of Kali Yuga, when almost every individual had deviated from the Sanatana path, God appeared as Sri Shyama Charan Lahiri and revived this Sanatana Kriya Yoga among the masses. Now we come to the crux of the matter. It has been stated that God arrives only at the transition of two yugas when there is a religious decline. However, in an extremely rare exception, he may reappear if the occasion necessitates his arrival. He referred to this in a subtle innuendo. Hum fir jagenge, I shall appear again. As we progress through this book, we will note that Shyama Charan Lahiri informed his wife, Kashimani Devi, of his departure 6 months in advance. He asked her to retain his mortal frame in the Padmasana posture or to place it beneath the ground of that same room after his passing, for he intended to mark his re-advent. For reasons known only to him, Kashimani Devi completely forgot this instruction, and thus his mortal frame was cremated. Why then did he decide to make his re-advent? The reasons are as follows. First, to compile all his sadhana realizations, recounted in his 26 confidential diaries, into the form of a revived scripture. When God made his advent at the end of Treta Yuga as Bhagavan Ramachandra, he did not compose the Ramayana himself. It was composed by Valmiki, another manifestation of him. Again, at the end of Dvapara Yuga, when God returned as Bhagavan Krishna, he did not compose the Mahabharata or the Gita. That task was accomplished by Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasadeva, his alternate manifestation. Likewise, when God made his re-advent at the end of Kali Yuga in the form of Shyama Charan, the scripture Purana Purusha manifested in the same manner. Second, the mammoth significance of this scripture for the current age was foreseen. His principal aim was to re-establish his own ideals and to provide the declining Kriya Yoga with a necessary impetus. In this manner, at the transition of each yuga, God establishes his ideals in accordance with the necessity of the time. Third, the world has already entered into Satya Yuga since his departure, though the influence of Kali Yuga still persists. The golden influence of Satya Yuga will attain its full bloom within a short period. He decided to usher humanity into the golden efflorescence of Satya Yuga before departing. From this point in time, a full-fledged advent of God is not necessary until the end of this era, which lasts for about 50,000 years. Finally, he comes to issue a summons to mankind. Arise, awake. You have enjoyed enough, suffered enough, and known enough. The goal of your human existence should be solely one, to seek salvation. Drown yourself totally in this Kriya Yoga sadhana, for if not in this birth, then within the successive few births you will inevitably attain salvation. He advises us to be childlike, just as a child is innocent, surrendering totally to the mother and diligently obeying her command, so too should we possess this childlike attribute. By surrendering ourselves wholly, we must obey the Sadguru's command. My Gurudeva has advised us to reorient our lives by constantly ruminating, contemplating, cogitating, communing, reminiscing, and discussing Yogiraj. In other words, we should make endeavors for our whole entity to be pervaded by Yogiraj, the Almighty. This is his only message to mankind. Nothing pains my Gurudeva more than the non-practice of Kriya on our part, for his mission is to emancipate us. He will be happy if his objective is fulfilled. No wealth, sycophancy, opulence, or murmuring pleasantries will ever appease him. Only the practice of Kriya Yoga sadhana on our part can propitiate him. Purana Purusha is a composite scriptural work by my revered Gurudeva, Yogacharya Dr. Ashoke Kumar Chatterjee, intended to be a biography. But in the course of time, as Kriya Yoga gradually spreads its tentacles throughout the world, it will bind man towards it and make him realize that this Kriya Yoga is the sole and exclusive religion, the Sanatana Dharma, that was, that is, and that will be. God is one. Therefore, it is imperative that religion also has to be one. This scripture is aimed at delineating the domestic life, the life of sadhana, the sadhana realizations, and the ideals and precepts of Yogiraj Sri Shyama Charan Lahiri. From this we can deduce that to enter the spiritual path we do not need to be a renunciate. We can simultaneously practice sadhana and maintain a domestic existence. We hereby observe that Yogiraj has beautifully juxtaposed his family life along with his life of sadhana. Sanatana Kriya Yoga has been revived by Yogiraj and is exclusively and absolutely based on science and rationality. There is no scope for emotion here. I repeat, no emotion at all. My revered Gurudeva has often stated that he has detailed all the facts about Yogiraj from the latter's 26 diaries. Apparently to all of us this seems to be the truth, but have we made assays regarding this? No. We have heard him mentioning this several times, but we have declined to ponder about the actual truth. Had any one of us been assigned this task of compiling the biography of Yogiraj with the help of 26 diaries, would we have been able to accomplish this mammoth feat? Never. The author has meticulously detailed each and every fact about the life of Yogiraj, the product being Purana Purusha, a scripture for the future generation. Why we would never be able to accomplish this noble feat is simple. Who else can write about the biography of Bhagavan Krishna Shyama Charan? Moreover, Kriya Yoga and Advaitabad, another book of his, is an annotation of 100 of the several quotations of Yogiraj, and his last and final book, Who is this Shama Charan, will reveal to the discerning reader the truth which has since long been concealed. Let us go back to where we began. Purana Purusha has been compared with the Gita. Should we not weigh the magnitude of such a comparison? We must pause and contemplate thus. Who else in this world can be the composer of this? Need I say more? I leave it for the reader to ascertain. The ennobling experience of translating this scripture has chastened me, my life having attained a wholly new significance. I bow at the lotus feet of my revered Gurudeva and am grateful for the blessings showered upon me. I pray to him to bless soul seekers so that in the future they can completely realize the total concept of Yogiraj from Purana Purusha, Kriya Yoga and Advaitabad, and who is this Shama Charan. I would prefer the reader to know that it is he only who has penned all my thoughts while translating the book. I am indebted to my Gurudeva, who has showered his infinite grace on me for the marvelous realizations I have experienced while working on the translation. These realizations have immensely assisted me in humbly assessing the subtle nuances of the scripture. Here I wish to note that apart from showering his infinite grace, he has been gracious and kind to be physically present from time to time, finding time off from his domestic, official and epistolary routine, counseling devotees and practicing sadhana, to guide me verbatim et literatim and with meticulous detail, so that no fact or theory is distorted, as it may prove harmful for the future generation. It is indeed a misfortune that today, due to religious groupism, sectarianism, unrest and bartering, the true Kriya Yoga, as revived by Yogiraj, is on the verge of extinction. Whatever is being imparted under the guise of Kriya Yoga from some corners is basically a sham. Since Kriya Yoga is absolutely scientific, this imposture has proved detrimental to quite a number of innocent and devout people who are actually unaware of its exactness, thereby being deprived. However, it can be vouched that this book will serve as a guide to the reader seeking the Kriya Yoga which has been revived by Yogiraj himself. Yogiraj and Kriya Yoga are inextricable. He is the embodiment of Kriya Yoga. Yogiraj and Kriya Yoga are eternal. He is complementary to Kriya Yoga. Kriya Yoga is the science of the path by which a human being can gradually and steadily progress towards attaining oneness, merging with Yogiraj and becoming Yogiraj himself. In other words, the attainment of salvation exclusively and wholly infers Yogiraj. Since he is the Absolute, he has conferred an exalted position to Kriyabans, those initiated into Kriya Yoga and practicing it, by terming them as yogis and devatas. Throughout this Shastra Purana Purusha, the reader will come across these appellations. Because Yogiraj is the fountainhead of Kriya Yoga, it is imperative that all sincere, austere, devout and industrious Kriyabans will finally merge in that fountainhead. Thus, Yogiraj has conferred the appellation yogis to them. But in actuality, what is the true concept of a yogi? A yogi is one, thus a yogi is absolute Brahman. A Kriyaban or Devata is an aspirant yogi on his path of sadhana. Devata infers one who dwells in the void. The root of the void is Brahman, so all deities merge in the absolute void, Brahman. An aspirant yogi can, at the most, attain merging, but after he has attained this, he becomes one and absolute, thereby losing his entity and merging with Brahman. After he has attained this state of mergence, he can neither express this state of merging nor express the fact that he, having merged with the Absolute, has become a yogi or God himself. His realization ends at the precise moment he attains the state of godhood or until he himself metamorphoses into a yogi. Only Yogiraj, having the divine prerogative to attain the post-attainment state of merging, has recounted this and thus declared the omnific words, "I am God," in his diary, which the reader will glean from chapter 9. Dear reader, I fervently pray to him for enlightenment to dawn upon you, that Shyama Charan is indefinable, unquestionable, non-answerable, incomparable, non-debatable, unconfinable, and indivisible. He can be defined as questionable only to, answerable only to, compared only with, debated for and against, confined within, and divided by none other than Shyama Charan himself. He is unquestionable, for he is univocal. He is the only and eternal truth. This was, is, and will be the absolute knowledge, so no matter how hard various factions try to establish their credentials in Shyama Charan's name, they will die a natural death, for pretentiousness in the name of the primordial and absolute cannot exist for long. Atman and Yogiraj are inextricable, therefore Yogiraj and the soul are omnipresent. Thus this omnipresence exists within all of us. In this regard, a pithy saying of my Gurudeva may be recalled that this book will be beneficial for soul lovers in whose lives the influence of Satya Yuga has commenced. I wish to present 6 pertinent points to the reader. The first is that it is absolutely imperative to keep in mind that this book is not a run-of-the-mill biography. The spiritual and philosophical connotations offered here are unique. They have been harmoniously represented and blended. In this context, I would request the foreign reader to note that since English is an ever-growing language, new words have been coined in this book to accommodate intrinsic philosophical concepts that may be unfamiliar. As this work is based on yoga realizations, a certain repetitiveness in style is inevitable. The second point is that it has been extremely difficult to translate the exact connotations expounded in the original Bengali book, first published in July 1981, into English. The principal reason for this is that Indian languages are inherently afferent, especially regarding yoga concepts. However, we have remained absolutely faithful to the source, establishing a close harmony with the original so that the reader may lose himself in the spiritual nuances of the Yogiraj. Certain Indian words pertaining to yoga have been retained, for which a glossary has been provided, so they do not lose their essence and significance. The pedantic style adopted at times should be excused, for it is used to explain the profound concepts of the Yogiraj. The discerning reader will surely realize that since the Yogiraj is God himself, and not merely a Mahapurusha or Avatara, it is not proper to ascribe common phrases or words to him, whether in noun, verb, adjectival, or adverbial forms. Therefore, it follows that the absolute must be explained in a language coined to be rigorously absolute. Paying due attention to the foreign reader's desire to pronounce these words in the Indian way, we have scrupulously followed the accents found in Monier Williams's Sanskrit-English dictionary. The third point is that terms like visualization, realization, envisage, envision, perceive, and realize, when used to delineate Shyama Charan's progress on the path of sadhana or that of a yogi, are not sensory. They are suprasensory and should be regarded as transcendental. Fourthly, the name Shyama Charan Lahiri has been spelled in accordance with the signature he used in several places. Fifthly, Shyama Charan is God Almighty. While Shyama Charan has been referred to by the pronouns he, him, and his, it is the inevitable truth that God cannot be fully described by any pronoun. To avoid erroneous grammatical monotony and ensure lucidity for the reader, these pronouns have been used. God cannot be specified by any particular gender, as God is omnigender and omnineutral. All genders evolve from him, and thus he is free from them. Finally, it has taken 10 years of laborious endeavor to translate this book. The English version is replete with subtle, copious details to help the foreign reader grasp the essence of yoga, details that were not necessary in the Bengali original. Therefore, this volume is larger than the Bengali edition and is invaluable. All inclusions in the translation were made in the author's presence and with his approval. As Shyama Charan is the absolute and almighty, We cannot describe him as merely ambidextrous. In this regard, Shama Charan declared, "I have no hands and feet. I only am the orbed indivisible infinity. My effulgence pervades the whole creation." In Sanatana Dharma, the word ambidextrous has been applied to Arjuna, but not to God. I conclude here by humbly bowing at the lotus feet of my Gurudeva, praying that he may bless all translations of this book, so that future generations may revere it universally as scripture and find it to be the be-all and end-all of their lives. Joyati Kapoor, Note on Purana Purusha and Yogiraj. The intrinsic significance of Purana Purusha is expatiated in Chapter 9. Regarding the term Yogiraj, unison with God through yoga bears an equivalence with the term Yogisvara. First, let us consider what is designated as yoga. The Rishi Patanjali stated, Nishintya yoga uchyate, the thought-free state is yoga. When does the mind attain freedom from thoughts? It occurs when prana ceases, in other words, upon the cessation of prana dynamism, when confluence with the still prana is effected. This state is designated as yoga. In this state, mind and thoughts are absent. In short, the still state is yoga. Conversely, the union of the two is also termed yoga. This is an analogous statement describing the mergence of dynamic prana with still prana. Dynamic prana originates from still prana, as does the total creation. When vibratory prana attains confluence with prana in status, nothingness prevails. This state of nothingness is yoga. Now let us consider what the appellation Isvara infers. I represents the power of observation latent in the eyes. SVA represents the breathing motion. Ra represents the heat essence latent in the navel. The action of inhalation and exhalation is controlled by the heat essence. By continually executing the breath-like arrow or pranayama, the sole power that emanates is Isvara alone. When the incessant breathing motion, which continues externally through the medium of the heat essence, is oriented internally with fortitude, the state of Isvara evolves. Only a yogi can achieve this still state. The one who perpetually exists in the sublimely static Brahma is Yogesvara. For this reason, Mahadeva and Krishna are termed Yogesvara. Shyamacharan likewise would abide in perpetuity in that same state, Niskalam Brahma Uchyate. The eternal static state is assigned as Brahma. Shyamacharan himself is static. Thus he made the emphatic solemn assertion, I only am amorphous Brahma. Being himself amorphous, static Brahma, he is Yogesvara or Yogiraj. Raj denotes that which is principal, pivotal, and supreme. Thus, the term Yogiraj signifies one who is supreme among yogis, the origin, the fountainhead, and the ultimate destination. This implies that when yogis practice yoga sadhana austerely and attain mergence with the sublime status, that Brahma is Yogiraj himself. Thus, Yogesvara and Yogiraj are inseparable. Introduction. The late Gopinath Kaviraj, a most eminent scholar and many other illustrious persons, expressed their desire that I should write a full-length biography of my departed grandfather, Yogiraj Shyama Charan Lahiri Mahasaya. The reason they were so eager for me to undertake this task lies in the fact that I possess 26 diaries written by my grandfather, and that I remained constantly with my father as his affectionate son, thereby having access to relevant information regarding the Yogiraj. Most of the saints and sages who adorned the mythological period were family men. In the midst of their worldly preoccupations, they practiced sadhana, and the direct realizations they attained are of a kind rarely seen in thousands of years. But though the great Lahiri Mahasaya passed his whole life as a family man serving the government, drawing a pension, and eventually engaging himself as a private tutor, he practiced sadhana. Through the medium of self-realization, introspection and divine sound, he made a quest for the spiritual world which, it is doubtful, has ever been achieved by anyone else in this age. It is certain that in the path of yoga, after the great soul Kabirdas, the only sadhaka with direct self-realization is none other than the great Lahiri Mahasaya. Many, especially the devotees of the great Lahiri Mahasaya, were under the notion that the great Kabirdas himself was born again in this world in a noble Brahmin family as Shyama Charan Lahiri. Though there has not been any direct proof of this re-advent, a comparison of the sayings of Kabirdas with those of the sublime Lahiri Mahasaya, obtained from his direct realizations in his own diaries, justifies the strength and fairness of such a belief. The great Kabirdas was a householder until he breathed his last, and the great Lahiri Mahasaya was the same. Kabirdas used to chant, Rimi Jimi Kadaria Bini Re. Let me weave my sheets in harmony with the melodious rhythmical sound of a weaving shuttle. Having been reared in a family of weavers, he took up weaving as his profession, but he always remained in sadhana's parabastha, a state of being totally merged in the absolute, which is achieved only by a yogi through constant yoga practice. Lahiri Mahasaya also remained in this same state. By perpetually abiding in this condition, he too performed his daily tasks with ease. This was a remarkably wonderful state. Keeping that state in view, Bhagavan Krishna says, Tasmad sarveshu kaleshu yoga yukta bhavajuna yukta asit madpara. For that reason and for all times, O Arjuna, be at one with yoga, be united with me accordingly. From amongst those who were fortunate to be associated with Shyama Charan and find shelter at his holy feet, I have heard that he achieved this similar state. Though I am his grandson, being born directly into his sacred family lineage, I was unfortunate not to see him, for I was born 9 years after his sublime departure. It is not known to me whether there was any relationship with him in any of my previous births, but I do presume that a spiritual relationship existed. Why I felt such intense love, reverence and devotion toward him, whom I have not seen, or ever enjoyed the company of, or had any direct acquaintance with, is known to the omniscient only. All have been repeatedly reminding me to write a full biography of the great Lahiri Mahasaya. But it is a pity that, not being a litterateur, I do not know how to write it. Many have written his biography before, appearing in monthly magazines from time to time, but they are almost like hearsay. I depend wholly on his lotus feet. The world is adoring thee, yet this is the voice of my say. Adoration to thee remains absent. If homage to thee I do not pay, thou art my God, O my Master. I am thy humble servant only. Worship to thee remains due, if I do not offer it solely. If I do not chant the Gita every day before his holy image, it seems he is displeased with me. Through his grace, such has been the relationship between us that he is as dear to me as I am to him. Thus, discussing him will not entail an unauthorized move on my part, and I find it necessary to speak. I believe that he will excuse his dear grandson. I realize that it would be impossible for me to write a full biography of my grandfather, firstly because I'm not in the habit of writing, and secondly, I do not have any time at all. A few hours are spent practicing sadhana. 3 hours in the evening are spent in the recitation and explanation of religious scriptures, and in the singing of devotional songs such as bhajans and kirtans. Each day I must reply to letters. Besides these duties, I must attend to the visitors frequenting my place, holding conversations and discourses with them. After the publication of his short biography in the books Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahamsa Yogananda and Parata Sadhaka by Sri Shankar Nath Roy, people from all over the world visit me and engage in various types of discussions. With the intention of writing a biography of my grandfather, I came to Calcutta in November 1979 and spent 18 days living incognito at Ashoka Kumar Chatterjee's residence, Santinir at Baranagar. I brought with me 26 diaries written by my grandfather in Kashi along with other essential records and books in my custody, and asked Ashoki to author the biography. Toiling day and night in this old age, I briefed Ashoki on those diaries and records, as well as further facts and figures I knew about my grandfather. Moreover, whatever I had learned from verbal communications with my father, mother, grandmother, and my 2 aunts, and as much as could be remembered from many of the old disciples of my grandfather, I made him jot down. Ashok has arranged these facts sequentially and laboriously written them in the form of a biography. Thereafter, Dr. Shibnarayan Ghoshal Sastry, professor of Visva Bharati University, looked into the grammatical aspects of the book. Both of them are very near and dear to me, and it is my firm belief that they have succeeded in performing their respective assignments quite faithfully and diligently. The yoga sadhana grandfather acquired from his guru is truly invaluable. In accordance with his command, what my grandfather imparted to mankind is based on direct realizations and not on conjecture. There is no scope for mere erudition here. Even if one is deaf or dumb, he can undoubtedly enter the spiritual realm and, through the medium of direct realization, perceive, hear, and comprehend the God essence. The path of sadhana, which our sages showed thousands of years ago, has, in the course of time, become almost obsolescent. A few techniques of sadhana have been retained in the form of mystic syllables, but due to the onslaught of time, the technique of Kriya became extinct, and only the mystic syllables remained. The actions of sadhana being extinct, those syllables became almost lifeless and ineffective, but none paid heed to this. At present, the so-called gurus whisper these ineffective mystic syllables into the ears of their disciples, considering initiation to be complete. The action and reaction of those syllables are unfamiliar to the gurus and do not produce any benefit either to the guru or to the disciples. A knowledge of those mystic syllables enables one to carry on the profession of a guru from generation to generation or adorn the post of Mohanta, because simple people can easily be befooled. Noticing this unscrupulous and businesslike attitude toward religion in our country, the great soul Kabir expressed with intense grief. The guru who whispers in the ear is one, but the guru of the infinite is another. When the guru of the infinite is found, he leads the soul to the ultimate abode. The essence of the sacred verse may be understood as follows. The gurus who merely whisper spells into the ear are of one kind, but the boundless gurus are of another. He who attains a boundless guru is led to his true destination. This destination is Dharma, which in its deepest sense signifies the ultimate abode. It is this Dharma of which Bhagavan himself speaks in the Gita. Yad gatva na nivortante tadama paramam mama. This implies a supreme state where once entered there is no return. Except for a perfectly self-realized sadhaka, who else could interpret the profound significance of words like mama, mine, or dharma, abode, in the sublime manner of Lahiri Mahasaya? The battle in the Mahabharata concluded on the 18th day, but the internal conflict between materialistic desires and their cessation continues infinitely, spanning many births to come. What then is the means to settle this eternal conflict? Through the path of sadhana or karma yoga, the union with Supreme Brahman through a specified course of action, this inner strife may be stilled. This was the science Lahiri Mahasaya learned from his guru and imparted to the world. This tension between material attachment and detachment persists within every soul. If attachment triumphs, this precious human life is rendered fruitless. If detachment prevails, life becomes truly fruitful. Material desires demand much, but their cessation brings contentment with the barest minimum. We see this in the Mahabharata. Duryodhana would not part with a needle tip of land, while Yudhishthira was content with only 5 small villages for his brothers. This illustrates a heart replete with attachment versus one entirely devoid of it. Until one is free from such attachments in all respects, success in sadhana remains elusive. One may claim to be detached, but mere words do not make it so. How then does one achieve true detachment? First, we must understand the origin of attachment itself. In every living being, prana exists in a state of stillness. When this still prana becomes dynamic, the mind originates. This is known as the restless mind. Most beings mistake this kinetic mind for their true self, and from it arises the propensity for material attachment. To be free, one must transform the restless mind into a state of mindlessness. The techniques to achieve this essence of mindlessness are stipulated in the Gita and the yoga philosophy of Patanjali. Yet in this age, one who can truly delineate these techniques is rare. Many scholars and theologians offer annotations, but their scholastic explanations lack the weight of direct realization. Perhaps the great yogis and Mahapurushas of the past remained silent on the inner spiritual significance of these texts because they knew that direct self-realization cannot be comprehended through speech or writing alone. Just as one cannot know the taste of sugar by description without tasting it, this scientific technique of sadhana eventually faced extinction. Lahiri Mahasaya's Gurudeva, whom he addressed simply as Babaji in his private diaries, yogically called him to Raniket and initiated him into Kriya Yoga. This event reveals a relationship of guru and disciple that must have endured from previous births. After his initiation, while Lahiri Mahasaya resided in Kashi, a spiritual communication prevailed with his guru, as evidenced by his personal records. This scientifically oriented technique, once on the verge of vanishing, was restored to the world by Lahiri Mahasaya after receiving it from Babaji. It is often observed that many practice Hatha Yoga, believing that performing asanas alone constitutes the whole of yoga. While Hatha Yoga provides physical benefits, it does not reveal the soul within, nor still the mind. Without a still mind, one cannot enter the spiritual realm. For this, the practice of Raja Yoga is essential. Until self-realization occurs, the permanent settlement and visualization of Kutastha consciousness, human life remains incomplete. Bhruvurmadhye pranama vesya samyak, satamparam purushamupaiti divyam. If the mind and prana are placed perfectly between the eyebrows, the Supreme Being is realized and the Supreme State attained. To achieve this, an assemblage of Raja Yoga, Hatha Yoga, and Laya Yoga is required. Raja Yoga allows the mind to become still. Laya Yoga enables self-realization, and Hatha Yoga is necessary to eliminate the physical exhaustion of prolonged practice, activating the body after long sessions in a single asana. We search for God in the heavens, in the sacred seas, in pilgrimages, temples and mosques, yet we remain unaware that He is constantly present within our own bodies, between the eyebrows. The sages have clearly shown how to perceive the consecrated one through specific sadhana, yet this path became obsolescent because it demands great patience and austerity. In this modern age, many gurus claim that a mere touch of the head brings samadhi or stillness. Who then is willing to endure the labor of true practice? But let us contemplate, can the one for whom all earthly pleasures must be renounced be attained so easily? It must be recognized that God exists as the soul within the temple of the body, between the eyebrows. Instead of seeking this truth within, we run frantically outward. We hear of the holy triad, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, but the one who controls them from behind remains hidden. Yet the quest for that hidden truth is the only source of life's true happiness. We who follow the Vedic faith pay homage to the triad, while others in the world may not know these names. Yet none can disregard the forces of creation, preservation, and dissolution, nor the three universal attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas, for these qualities exist everywhere. The respective functions of the three attributes have been explained as idols in accordance with their philosophical essence. These forms can be visualized if the mind is made still. However, such a state of stillness, while providing certain hints, is ultimately illusory. If these images were real and eternal, then any person from any country or religion could visualize them simply by stilling the mind. But this is not the case. One visualizes only those concepts of which they are already conscious. Yet, if the mind is made still at the point between the eyebrows, the soul, or Kutastha Brahma, can be visualized. This vision is possible for every sadhaka in the world, without exception. Here, there is no difference. While the infinite soul remains beyond our reach, the soul, as Kutastha Brahma, is well within our grasp. Since he is prevalent in every living being, why do we fail to find this supreme truth? Why does the mind remain in constant motion? It is because of the vibration of prana that the mind becomes restless. Indeed, this very dynamism of prana is what we call the mind. If prana is made still, the mind becomes still. Conversely, if the mind is made still, prana becomes non-vibratory. Vibratory prana is slightly grosser than the mind. While we can arrest the prana for a moment through will, it is far more difficult to arrest the mind directly. Therefore, pranayama is the most effective way to render the prana passive. Just as the Ganges is the most sacred of all rivers, Gayatri the greatest of all mantras, Pranava the highest of mystic syllables, and Kashi the holiest of pilgrimages, so too is pranayama the supreme technique among all methods of sadhana approved by the scriptures. There are various kinds of pranayamas, but the greatest among them is the sushumna-oriented pranayama. In the form of vital air, prana communes within the body. Located at 5 different points, these vital breaths are named prana, apana, samana, udana, and vyana. When these 5 airs maintain equilibrium, the mind remains still. However, any aberration in this balance causes restlessness. Likewise, if wind, bile, and phlegm are balanced, there is no disease. Should an imbalance occur, such as exposure to cold giving rise to phlegm, illness follows. The technique by which these 5 airs can be equipoised through sadhana was imparted to us by Lahiri Mahasaya. Pranayama stills the apana and prana airs, Nabhikriya stills the samana air, and Mahamudra stills the udana and vyana airs. When these 5 are stilled, the mind achieves a tranquility that enables self-realization. Yoni Mudra then produces soul realization. The gateways of sensory perception must be closed forcefully, the mind withdrawn from all material aspects and placed between the eyebrows. Following the path of sadhana as instructed by the Guru, the incognizable soul is visualized and the sadhaka attains success. As it is said, Rathika Vamanam Drishta Punarjanma na Vidyate. By beholding Vamanadeva, the incarnation of Vishnu, within the chariot of the body, a yogi fulfills the purpose of his birth. One who visualizes this Purusha, the Supreme Being, never undergoes rebirth and gains eternal release. He is that Purusha described in the Purushottama Yoga chapter of the Gita, whose realization fulfills a seeker's life. The Saint Kabirdas expressed this immaculately. Marte marte jagmara, marna na jana koye, aisa marna koi na mara, jo phir na marna hoye. Marna haye duye bhantika, jo marna jana koye, ramaduare jo mare phir na marna hoye. The verse implies that while the flow of death is continuous, few undergo a death that need not be repeated. There are 2 kinds of death in this world. One is the common death occurring constantly. The other is the uncommon death that occurs at Ramadwar, or Rama's door. While common people might mistake this for the facade of a temple, Lahiri Mahasaya explained the actuality of Ramadwar. It is the station between the eyebrows, the Kutastha. He who fixes his prana and mind there, departing from this earthly abode while visualizing the Supreme Being, is never reborn. This is an extremely practical sadhana, not a mere incidental remark. Such a transition is possible only for one who maintains this practice throughout their life. This is the ultimate aim and result of Kriya Yoga sadhana. I assert this truth with firmness because I witnessed such an uncommon death myself, that of my father. It was not hearsay, but something observed with my own eyes. Others noticed it as well. What a unique departure. He magnetized his entire prana completely between the eyebrows, placed his mind there, and departed. At that moment, the space between his eyebrows quivered intensely in a way that was indescribable. It seemed as though a marble were forcing its way out from within. At the moment of his passing, my father bore a placid countenance and a calm body. It seemed as though his entire form assumed the reddish hue of a fresh rose. Prayana kale manasakalena bhaktya yukto yoga balena kaiba. Bhrubormadye pranamavisya samyak satamparam purusham upaiti divyam. In other words, if at the time of death the mind and prana are placed upon the kutastha between the eyebrows through the power of yoga and devotion, the Supreme Being is realized and the divine state attained. It was a wonderful sight, as though Mahadeva himself were lying there. While the kutastha was quivering, Bansidhar Kshetri, a disciple of my grandfather, told me, "Look, Satya Babu, compare it with the 8th chapter of the Gita. This is the Ramaduar. This is the permanent settlement of Brahma. Such a state cannot be achieved with the effort of a few days. To attain this permanence, an entire life of yoga sadhana is required. Thus the Gita says, Svadharma Nidanam Shreya Paradharma Bhayavaha. Sivadharma refers to the religion of the soul. By practicing this soul religion of Kriya Yoga, even death is preferable to living in Paradharma, the disposition of the senses, which is terrifying because it makes the cycle of birth and death inevitable. In recent times, none other than Lahiri Mahasaya has shown the manner by which one can truly enter the spiritual kingdom. Many have invented fanciful stories about his guru, Babaji Maharaja, perhaps to increase their own dignity. During my grandfather's lifetime, some expressed a keen desire to see Babaji Maharaja, including Taraknath Sanyal, the son of Lahiri Mahasaya's brother-in-law. I heard from Taraknath Babu that Lahiri Mahasaya had stated Babaji Maharaja would not appear, though he would try. He did try, but Babaji Maharaja did not manifest then. Taraknath Babu was a devout and advanced Kriyaban, one who practices Kriya Yoga. Rampadarath was another devoted and progressive Kriyaban. I heard from him that after my father completed 14 hours of Kriya Yoga sadhana in a single sitting, Babaji Maharaja granted him a holy vision. At that time, my grandfather was still alive. He was astonished to find Babaji Maharaja present in his subtle body and asked, "Why have you appeared so suddenly?" Babaji Maharaja replied, "Tinkari was sincerely remembering me." After this incident, my grandfather forbade my father from troubling Babaji in such a manner. When I heard these accounts from Rampadarath, my father was still alive, and I asked him whether these events were true. When asked if these claims were true, he simply replied, "Who said so?" After I mentioned Rampadarath's name to him, he avoided answering my question directly, appearing disappointed. My father was grave and reserved by nature, possessing an incomparable ability to conceal his true depth. At present, I am aware of 4 Babajis. Beyond them, I cannot say how many more exist. Many claim I am just returning after meeting Babaji, yet it is these same individuals who express an eagerness to obtain Kriya Yoga sadhana from me. I tell them, when you have personally met Babaji Maharaja, why have you come to me instead of obtaining Kriya Yoga sadhana from him? In this manner, a few people, seeking to establish their own importance, are belittling the name of the Krishna-like Mahapurusha, Babaji Maharaja. The immortal, scientific and facile yoga sadhana that Lahiri Mahasaya has imparted to us will bring immense welfare to anyone who practices it with even a little conscientiousness. God has made a similar statement in the Gita, Svalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayad. It brings deliverance from mental, physical and financial distress. The most significant aspect of Lahiri Mahasaya's life was that after attaining this marvelous sadhana, he was not the only one to be graced by it. Many others were touched by his propitiousness, deriving eternal peace and emancipation. This I have seen with my own eyes. Devoid of all selfishness, Lahiri Mahasaya imparted this glorious yoga sadhana to all of mankind. It is beyond doubt or comparison that the scientifically oriented Kriya Yoga sadhana, which he gave to the world, comprises both knowledge and science. Being beyond ego, he imparted to us everything he practiced in sadhana, the direct realization, the intra-visualization and the intra-audition, which in the language of Kabir Das is Likha likhi ka bat nahi, dekha dekhi ki baat, dulha dulhin mil gaye, fiki pari barat. The literal meaning of this verse is that realization is not a matter to be penned down, but one of direct experience. The marriage procession is used as an example. It consists of the groom's party, music and lights. But when the groom and bride finally meet, the others in the party return to their respective homes. Similarly, when a sadhaka is capable of being united with the primordial female energy and primordial male energy, with the individual soul or the infinite soul, only then does he arrive at the transcendental state of Kriya. The departure of the marriage party after the union of the bride and groom is akin to the insignificance of the process once mergence is attained. This is a state realized by the self alone. Many explanations have been rendered for the Gita, yet they are largely scholastic, intellectual or philosophical. A truly self-realized explanation has been conferred only by Lahiri Mahasaya or by his devoted sadhakas. He is at the very root of this. Sri Bhagavanubacha, as interpreted by him, means that realization occurs through kutastha. This is indeed an excellent explanation. Bhagavan Krishna personally advised Arjuna on the chariot during the battle of Mahabharata, which ended on the 18th day. However, the conflict within the body chariot between material attachment and detachment will not end even in 18 births. Krishna has left his mortal frame, but the Krishna within the Krishna is omnipresent in every body chariot and will eternally remain so, for he is imperishable. Since he is present, we can realize everything. He imparts his advice while seated within the body chariot. Bhagavan has said, "Dear Arjuna, I will not remain, neither will you." What then shall remain? Isvara sarvabhutanam hridasya Arjuna tishtati. Addressing Arjuna, he addressed all of humanity. Dear humanity, take recourse to that God in whose propitiousness you will attain eternal peace and an immortal abode. Lahiri Mahasaya has shown us the scientifically oriented sadhana by which we can take shelter in the God within us and the manner by which the mind can be prepared. This is Lahiri Mahasaya's bestowal to the world. Maintaining a complete family existence as a true householder, the ideal he set by arriving at the pinnacle of sadhana has not been found in thousands of years. Countless religious mendicants, sannyasins, self-renouncers and householders were most blessed to have found shelter in him. I have heard from those who saw him that if any unknown person met him, he would immediately bow in regard. This one sloka is enough to cause discernment regarding his esse. Brahmanandam paramasukhadam kevalam janana mirtim dvandatitam gagana sadrisam tattvamasyadi laksham ekam nityam vimalamakalam sarvadi sakshibhutam bhavatitam trigunarahitam sadgurum tam namami. The English rendition of the sloka is as follows. You are the bliss of Brahman, divine joy, the image of knowledge, beyond conflicts, sky-semblant, perceptible beyond all essences. You are one, eternal, pure, and static. You alone are present in all elements as a witness, beyond all thoughts and emotions, beyond the three attributes. You are the real Guru. I pay my obeisance to you. This sloka mirrors the vividness and glory of his essa. The essence of his advice was, practice Kriya and remain in Kriya's transcendental state. He was not in favor of altering one's normal attire, nor of ostentatious displays, nor the formation of factions and groups. He used to remark that hyacinths breed in an unused pond. We find that with the creation of the universe, God created innumerable creatures, all of whom are born with the gift of swimming. If any animal falls into water, it can easily reach the shore by swimming. God was compassionate toward them, yet appeared unfavorable toward man, his highest creation. For man was not gifted with the innate art of swimming. Why is this so? There must surely be an objective. He intended for mankind to learn the art of swimming through conscience and intelligence. For instance, a mother laboriously cooks for her child and sets the table. If the child cannot eat, she may even feed him, but the child must swallow the food himself. This function cannot be performed by any other person. It must be performed by the self. Just as one's appetite is not appeased when another consumes rice, so too must pranayama sadhana be practiced by the self alone, and not by anyone else in one's stead. A book of this stature cannot be written merely with a command of language or the faculty of writing. It requires realization derived from sadhana. Although Ashoke Kumar Chatterjee is not a professional writer, I asked him to write this book because, as an advanced Kriyaban, he can delve deeply into the subject matter. Eventually, I was satisfied while reviewing the entire work. The aged Kriyaban Subodh Chandra Mukhopadhyay and another Kriyaban, Prabir Kumar Dutta, rendered financial assistance at the time of the Bengali first edition, and Ashoke Kumar Sen provided active assistance in many ways. I tender my heartiest blessings to all these Kriyabans. It would not have been possible for me to accomplish this noble task at the age of 77 if he had not showered his grace. Sri Satya Charan Lahiri, 1905–1987. Preface. The hallowed womb of Mother India is the producer of many gems. Innumerable exalted yogis born upon her soil have sanctified the motherland and gratified countless souls by revealing the path of righteousness. The life notes of those great souls resonate even today. Their immensely precious biographies have enriched the literature and the storehouse of knowledge of this land. Great souls existed in the past, exist in the present, and will exist in the future. As society proceeds, these luminous beings show the path of light to mankind. To introduce the right path for the right age, Yogiraj Shama Charan Lahiri Mahasaya descended. Despite the many biographies written of great saints, one might ask, is it necessary to compose a biography of this sublime soul? This soul, living as a common man, maintained an unostentatious family life. By existing as a complete householder, meticulously performing all worldly responsibilities while simultaneously mounting the highest pinnacle of spiritual life, he has set an illustrious example for which humanity is ever grateful and indebted. It is true that others have previously composed short biographies of this sublime yogi, but until now none have completed his full life story. Therefore, in accordance with the command of revered Satya Charan Lahiri Mahasaya, the youngest grandson of this sublime household yogi, I have been encouraged to write the biography of this apogean essay. He has repeatedly cautioned me to sequentially arrange true facts and essences, never including erroneous information or the imaginary baseless tales often found in previous works. For a long time, many scholars and Kriyabans requested the revered Satya Charan Lahiri Mahasaya to compose a factual biography of Yogiraj during his own lifetime, fearing that in his absence the correct facts might become extinct. However, due to advanced age and lack of time, he could not accomplish this. Therefore, he advised me, who was like a son to him, to compose this biography. I humbly appealed to him. How would it be possible for me to write the life of such a sublime yogi? It was a high hope indeed. Just as a small blade of grass cannot assess the gigantic banyan tree, I felt that in writing the biography of this noble yogi, I might lose its exactness and authenticity. The Venerable Sri Satya Charan Lahiri Mahasaya, assuring me, made a remarkable statement. He said, Why do you worry? Commence the task, for he himself, whose biography it is, will compose it. Forsake the attitude of "I am doing," and you will notice that he himself will complete the task. Thus I derived mental strength by remembering his message of assurance and engaged myself in the work, my only hope being the lotus feet of the sublime yogi. Just as a cripple, by the grace of Sri Madhava, is capable of climbing a high mountain, so by the grace of this great yogi, I have been able to venture into discussing his life. Many times I sat with pen in hand, words failing me, but as I meditated upon him through Kriya, the pen began to write. In this manner, day after day and month after month, 14 months elapsed. It is comparatively easier to compose the biographies of politicians, socialists, poets, and authors because their lives bear external manifestations. But in the spiritual world, the lives of yogis are exactly the reverse. External manifestations are almost absent. While the lives of intellectuals are dependent on facts, the biographies of noble yogis are dependent on essences beyond the senses. Therefore, it is very difficult to compose them. When necessary, yogis exhibit miracles. However, the ideals they establish and the path of sadhana they introduce for the attainment of salvation are more secret than secretive. This path, if followed, enables a person to arrive at their ultimate and highest objective, and this facet is the most vital part of their biography. Even after their departure, their established ideals in the path of sadhana continue for many centuries. Therefore, in this book, I have attempted to the best of my ability to elucidate the scientific essence of sadhana and its ideals, as revived by the Yogi Raj. The common conception is that the more a yogi exhibits magnificent miracles, the greater he is. But our understanding is that all yogis are capable of miracles. Judging them by this yardstick is belittling. It is not the appropriate way to understand conversant yogis. Instead, the yogi who, without renouncing the world, has mounted the highest peak of sadhana in a short time by practicing the simple yoga sadhana is regarded as the ideal. His example is extremely accessible to humanity. Man is bound by social norms, and material attachment is dear to him. From a spiritual viewpoint, the domestic existence among the fourfold stages of life has been regarded as the greatest. Thus, man desires to practice sadhana while remaining within the orbit of the family. This path is natural and inherent. The Mahatmas who maintain a family existence like householders enlighten others through the currents and cross-currents of daily life. Their ideals serve as a beacon. From this aspect, the ideals of this sublime yogi are undoubtedly lovable and acceptable to householders. These same ideals were followed by the ancient sages long ago. The revered Sri Satya Charan Lahiri Mahasaya has enriched this book by presenting facts from the 26 handwritten diaries of the Yogi Raj, imparting many familiar details and exact incidents. Without his active assistance, it would have been impossible to obtain accurate information. I remember him with deep reverence for this contribution. In order to present accurate facts, ideals, and essences of sadhana, I have used the explanations of the sastras made by the Yogiraj a century ago. His 26 diaries have been discussed and used as a primary basis. Letters written by him to various devotees have been secured, and information from widely dispersed followers pertaining to his life, counsel, and sadhana has been assembled. I acknowledge my gratitude to all those past sadhakas and to those who furnished the correspondence that provided such relevant material. I also extend my gratefulness to Dr. Shibnarayan Ghoshal Shastri, Subodh Chandra Mukherjee, Prabir Dutta, Ashok Kumar Sen, and all the magnanimous men who rendered assistance. I offer my prayer to the holy feet of the great yogi for the material and spiritual welfare of these benevolent and devout men. The essences from the handwritten diaries of the Yogiraj and the facts from his letters to his devotees have been directly incorporated without any amendment or alteration. These accounts have been retained exactly in bold letters, and his realizations are included so that these facts do not lose their significance and the statements are not distorted in any manner in the future. The direct statements of almost all great yogis are rarely available to future sadhakas because, due to the onslaught of time, they often assume a distorted shape. I hope that through this preservation, future devoted sadhakas will derive great benefit. Incidentally, all the maxims from different sastras in this book and the various explanations which have been conferred are all rendered by the Yogiraj or are in accordance with his ideals. Many a time, certain words have been repeated to better elucidate the realizations and the sadhana essences of great yogis. There was no alternative other than this. Guru Kripahi Kevalam. The Guru's grace is absolute. Dr. Ashoke Kumar Chatterjee. Chapter 1. The Sublime Advent. Shyama Charan, come here. The voice echoed through the mountains and reverberated in the ears of Shyama Charan. He was amazed. Who could possibly call him by name in this remote mountainous region, enveloped by dense forests? How was it possible for the summoner to know his name? Shyama Charan cast his glance upon a placid Samnyasin standing upon the mountain summit, beckoning him. Was it a coincidence? Spellbound and vacillating with doubt, Shyama Charan proceeded. Having arrived at the peak, he saw the Samnyasin welcoming him with a gentle smile and a fatherly affection in his eyes. The elated Samnyasin accorded him a warm welcome, possessing the same spirit of happiness a father feels when his son returns home from a long sojourn. How strange, Shyama Charan, can you not recognize me? Can you recollect having come here before? Can you not recognize this tiger skin or this ascetic's bowl? Have you forgotten everything? Shyama Charan failed to remember any of it and replied, I have never come here before. Listen, Shyama Charan, all these are the play of illusion. It is this illusion which has made you forget. Saying this, the Samnyasin lightly touched Shyama Charan. In that moment, the entire universe evanesced from his vision, and he succeeded in recollecting the events of his previous birth. With tearful eyes, Shyama Charan prostrated at the feet of the Samnyasin, for he had finally retrieved the one nearest to him through all his births and rebirths. Since ages past, vexed householders have prayed to their respective deities, saying, O God, show us a path that will enable us to practice sadhana while remaining within the family. Barring family life, we cannot practice. O Bhagavan, send us a guide who, being a family man himself, can show the true path to householders. Before this time, humanity had gained much experience. They observed that those who came to introduce the path were either those who had renounced their families or those who, while maintaining a family existence, were dependent on others for their subsistence. In this age, there was a dearth of a guide who remained in domesticity without abandoning his responsibilities. Perhaps, after such a long time, God finally heard their prayers. Therefore, today, householders are ecstatic. The women of the village produced an ululatory sound of joy, and the men chanted Vedic mantras befitting the auspicious moment, invoking that sublime effulgence from heaven. This divine child descended to this earthly abode in the village of Gurney, beside the town of Krishnagar in the Nadia district of West Bengal, India. Taking a solemn oath, that divine child stated, I will remain amidst you. I will remain like you. I will not be like those who willingly abandon the domestic existence yet show you the path. Just as you exist by bearing all the miseries, pains, poverty and afflictions, I shall do the same. God has bestowed hands, feet and intellect to all. With these, just as you earn your own living and execute your life, I will do the same. By remaining exactly like you in this earthly ambit, I will show you the path by which you can practice sadhana. At the hour of 7 Danda 30 Pal, precisely 8:27:47 a.m. on the morning of Tuesday, the 7th day of the dark fortnight, the 16th of Aswin in the Bengali year 1235, September 30th, 1828 AD, this divine child made his descent. His parents were Gurmohan Lahiri and Muktakeshi Devi, the second wife of Gurmohan. By his first wife, who had passed away during a pilgrimage, Gurmohan had two sons, Chandrakanta and Saradaprasad, and a daughter, Swarnamoyi. 5 years after the advent of Shama Charan, Muktakeshi Devi gave birth to a daughter named Sulakshana. Thus, Gurmohan had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The town of Shantipur and the district of Nadia were already being immersed in the influx of sadhana. Nadia, being drowned in this spiritual flood, influenced all others to follow. Into this sacred soil of India arrived the divine child, who would portray the path of sadhana to men tormented by the pangs of earthly existence. The district of Nadia, benefited by the dust of the feet of many great souls and blessed by the memories of innumerable panditas, now gave shelter in her lap to this sublime soul. The air of Nadia carried the spirit of festivity. The dust rising from the earth, the swaying trees, the birds singing their dulcet notes, and the bees flitting from flower to flower were all felicitating the divine child. Neighbouring housewives assembled in the Lahiri house to catch a glimpse of the fair-complexioned, handsome infant. It was a time of great celebration in the village of Gurni. Gurmohan treated everyone to sweets and, for the well-being of the new arrival, implored the blessings of all. Gurmohan was a virtuous, devout and religious man. He engaged himself in performing puja, reading the sastras and discussing spiritual truths. He was also an earnest devotee of yoga sadhana and held sincere regard for all gods and goddesses. Muktakeshi Devi, too, daily worshipped the household deity, Siva, with sincere devotion. She would not even accept breakfast before her worship was complete. Whenever a beggar arrived, she would part with whatever she had. She was extremely compassionate, charitable, and good-natured, commanding respect from all who knew her. A divine child is born only to such parents, as God has declared in the Gita. Gita 6:41-42. A person who has not been able to complete his yoga sadhana due to an untimely demise is born again in a holy and noble household or in the family of realized yogis. Such births are rare indeed. Certain moments arrive when a country becomes replete with knowledge, glory, and cultural heritage. The 19th century was such a moment for India. The effulgent sun of India was at its zenith. During this period, just as many great souls were born to the spiritual path, India flourished likewise in the spheres of politics and sociology. In those days, people earned their livelihood without sacrificing the principles of Dharma, a virtue that has become rare in the present age. People in those times would abide by Dharma and its sacred precepts. However, a long period of Mughal rule followed by British dominance partially disrupted India's Sanatana Dharma. Regardless of whether they were wealthy or poor, many belonging to the Sanatana faith were weaned away through temptation or forcibly converted to Islam and Christianity. At this critical juncture, it became necessary for great souls to manifest in every sphere. Thus, during the 19th century, India produced extraordinary men in the realms of religion, politics, and sociology. In the domain of spirituality, the contributions of Nadia and Kashi remain immensely significant. The dear child of Muktakeshi Devi grew up gradually, affectionately named Shama Charan by all. In those days, it was a general practice to name children after gods and goddesses, serving the dual purpose of addressing the child while remembering the divine. Sometimes Muktakeshi Devi would lull the child to sleep, and at other times she would take him to the Shiva temple, placing him beside her as she worshipped Shiva with rapt attention. The child would also sit with his eyes closed, as still as Shiva himself. Occasionally, she would accomplish her tasks by letting the child sit on the sandy banks of the river. There, the child would smear sand over his body and, assuming the posture of Shiva, sit in silent meditation. Childish impudence was rarely found in this divine child. Instead, he could be seen wandering stoically in the realm of deep thought, as though he sought to establish a union with the infinite. Observing the attitude and behavior of this child, many sensed that he was no ordinary being. Shiva was the household deity of the Lahiri family, and his temple stood adjacent to their house. One day, while Muktakeshi Devi was absorbed in deep meditation with the child seated beside her, the child sat with closed eyes, emulating his mother's stillness. Suddenly, a handsome, large-built sannyasin with matted hair appeared before the temple and addressed Muktakeshi Devi as Mother. Startled, she became unnerved and lifted the child onto her lap. The sannyasin spoke, "Mother, do not be afraid. I am a sannyasin. There is nothing to fear from me." Still, Muktakeshi Devi stood overwhelmed with awe and apprehension. The sannyasin then stated, "This son of yours is no ordinary human child. It is I who have sent him to this earth to reveal the esoteric path of sadhana to countless people distressed by the worries and woes of worldly life. This child will himself maintain the life of a householder while attracting others to the practice of yoga sadhana. Mother, you have nothing to fear. I shall constantly watch over him like a shadow." Having said this, the sannyasin departed with gentle steps. Chapter 2. Education and Family Life. Gurmahan's forefathers were all deeply religious and frequently undertook pilgrimages. In those days, such journeys were far more difficult than they are today. Since railways had not yet been introduced in India, one had to travel by foot or by boat, constantly facing the threat of robbers. It is said that Gurmahan's father travelled to Kashi several times, making the city very familiar to Gurmahan. His financial position was stable. Although he was the zamindar of Gurni, he eventually decided to settle in Kashi with his family. While the exact reason for this move remains unknown, several factors likely played a part. First, when Shamacharan was only 5 years old, his mother, Muktakeshi Devi, passed away. This loss perhaps sparked an apathy toward worldly life in Gurmohan. It is not precisely known whether she died in Gurni or Kashi, but his strong religious inclinations and his familiarity with the holy city drew him there. A third reason may have been a reversal of the family's fortunes. Their house, situated on the banks of the river Kari, was destroyed by a devastating flood, along with a significant portion of their landed property. While some suggest Gurmohan moved to Kashi in quest of a new fortune, this seems unlikely. Typically, such misfortunes do not drive a man to desert his ancestral lands, especially when he still possesses real estate. Therefore, it is more probable that his grief or his religious devotion, intensified by his familiarity with Kashi, led him to relocate. Whatever the primary cause, he journeyed to Kashi with his sons and daughters via a long water route. His eldest son, Chandrakanta, had purchased a house in advance at Simon Chauhata in the Madanpura area, where the family began their new life. During the Great Flood, the family's ancestral temple had dissolved into the riverbed. Around 1840, a local devotee retrieved the idol of the reigning deity, Shiva, from the river and reinstated it in a newly built temple. Because the idol had been recovered from the water, it was named Jalesvara. This area is known today as Shibtala of Gurni. Due to Gurmohan's prolonged stay in Kashi, a lack of supervision eventually resulted in the loss of control over his remaining estate. When Shyamacharan turned 5, Gurmohan began to consider his son's education. As a scholar himself, he deeply valued learning. At the time, many Orthodox families devoted to Sanatana Dharma disapproved of an English education, viewing it as a language of the untouchables. However, Gurmohan likely realized that, given the decline of their estate, an income-oriented education would be most practical. Since English speakers easily acquired positions, he set aside conservatism. To keep pace with the spirit of the age, he admitted his son to the Joinarayan English School in the Garureswar locality, established by Raja Joinarayan Gosal. At the age of 12, Shyama Charan was admitted to an English medium school that functioned as a branch of the government Sanskrit college. This institution later became a college, where he studied for 8 years until 1848. By then, he was 20 years old. While the precise details of his full academic tenure are not recorded, it is clear he received a profound education, as he later took on the responsibility of teaching many students. In addition to English, Bengali, Hindi and Urdu, he mastered Persian. He also studied Sanskrit, the Vedas and the Upanishads under a Maharashtrian Pandita named Nagvata, who was well versed in the scriptures. In 1846, at the age of 18, and while still a college student, Shyama Charan married. Among the Bengalis who had settled in Kashi was Pandita Vakaspati Devnarayan Sanyal of Belur, a devout Brahmin who was highly renowned in the erudite circles of the holy city. He maintained a cordial relationship with Gurmohan. It is said that the great Tailanga Swami would accept alms only from the house of Devnarayan. Vakaspati Mahasaya lived in the ward of Kalishpura, near Gurmohan's residence, and for this reason he would occasionally visit to discuss the sastras. Vakaspati Mahasaya was a widower who reared his 3 sons and his only daughter, Kashimani, on his own. Kashimani used to visit Gurmohan's residence with her father to play. The women of the household would jokingly ask her, "Whom will you marry?" The child would then point at the handsome Shyama Charan. Eventually, Gurmohan arranged the marriage of his son, Shyama Charan, to the 9-year-old Kashimani. Shyama Charan possessed robust health. He practiced physical exercises and was an expert swimmer. Industrious and grave by nature, he never wasted time gossiping with those of his own age. He never committed an unjust action and maintained a keen sense of judgment in all respects. If food was not served to him, he would never ask for it. In 1851, at nearly 23 years of age, he was appointed as a clerk in the Public Works Department of the Military Engineering Works at Ghazipur. At that time, the department's function was to dispatch provisions to the army and construct roads. Later, he worked at various locations on transfer, including Mirzapur, Buxar, Katua, Gorakhpur, Danapur, Raniket, and Kashi. By the end of his service, he was promoted to the post of barrack master. During his service at Ghazipur, his salary was modest. To supplement it, he earned extra income by teaching Hindi and Urdu to British Army officers. He retained this small income for his personal expenditures and sent his primary salary to Kashi for the household. In 1852, when the Ghazipur office shifted to Kashi, he arrived there on transfer. On the 31st of May that year, his father departed for his heavenly abode. Following his father's demise, a family dispute ensued among the brothers. The peace-loving and religious Shyama Charan always avoided discord. He had descended to this earth to impart a particular path to humanity, and while that mission was not yet to be effected, his natural propensity pulled him toward peace. The soul whose mission was to bestow a message of peace could never remain in a non-peaceful environment, yet he was destined to establish the ideals of a householder in every aspect. To educate the masses, he followed the illustrious maxim, "Practice what you preach." Therefore, the family strifes common to ordinary households touched him as well. This was necessary because he had vowed to maintain a meticulous family existence before conferring his precepts to humanity. After a short period amidst this family discord, he rented a portion of a 2-story house in Simon Chowhatta and resided there with his family. Their subsistence depended upon his inadequate salary and the small income from private tuitions. This, too, was an aspect of educating the masses. He demonstrated that despite financial stringency, one can gradually construct a life and advance toward sadhana. Such an example is uncommon in the life of a mortal. What ordinary men cannot perform, this sublime soul initiated within his own being first. For why else should the common man accept his ideals? Bhagavan Krishna advised Arjuna in the Gita, "Whatever a great man performs, common people follow. Whatever standards he sets by his exemplary acts, all the world pursues." In the year 1863, several years after his marriage, his eldest son, Tinkari Lahiri Mahasaya, was born in this rented house on the holy bathing day of Bhagavan Jagannath. Kashimani Devi was an extremely quiet, compassionate and accomplished housewife. Despite acute financial hardship, she managed the household with supreme patience. Through her judicious management, she saved enough from her husband's petty income for the Yogiraj to purchase a house at Garureswar in 1864. The family moved there, and on the day of the car festival in 1865, their youngest son, Dukari Lahiri Mahasaya, was born. In this very house, their daughters Harimati, Harikamini and Harimohini were born in 1868, 1870 and 1873 respectively. Shyamacharan lived out his mortal existence in this home. Kashimani Devi never spent her time idly. Early each morning she would personally grant alms to any beggar who approached. She believed that beggars did not visit the houses of the unfortunate. Thus her anxiety grew if they arrived late. She performed all household chores herself due to their limited income. Even as guests and newcomers frequented the house, she would cook and serve everyone to their total satisfaction. In those days, a false notion persisted that women who pursued education would become fallen in their next birth. Consequently, Kashimani Devi was initially averse to learning. However, Shyamacharan had a great love for education and taught his wife himself. In later years, it was noted that Kashimani Devi could read all the sastras. This pious lady achieved great longevity through the practice of yoga sadhana, into which she was initiated by her husband. She reached the AQUI of sadhana and consciously departed for her heavenly abode in 1930 at the age of 94. Shyamacharan was consistently assiduous. He inspired social welfare, and through his endeavors and the cooperation of notable figures in Kashi, such as Ramkali Chaudhuri and Girish Chandra Day, the Bengali Tola High School was established. Despite working all day at the office, serving as a private tutor, and fulfilling household responsibilities, he remained engaged in various forms of service. His industrious nature and firm determination ensured that the austere practice of yoga sadhana never tired him. By living within the family precinct, he set an example that sadhana coupled with strong determination results in spiritual attainment. As the Upanishads state, Nayamatma balahinena labhya, the realization of the soul can be attained only by the spirited. After the Bengali Tola High School was founded, Shyamacharan served as its founder secretary for the remainder of his life. He desired that everyone receive an education to become well established. He was ever observant, ensuring students received proper instruction and that school property was maintained. He often paid surprise visits late at night to ensure the staff discharged their duties perfectly. On one such occasion, finding the night guard asleep, he fined him 1 anna as a necessary discipline. In those days, female education was not in vogue, yet he advocated for its necessity. With the assistance of several eminent persons, he established a school for girls. However, as guardians abstained from sending their daughters, the school was eventually forced to close. On March 24, 1864, His Highness the Maharaja of Nepal appointed him as the tutor for the 4th Prince, Narendra Krishna Shah, also known as Kala. Her Highness, the Queen of Nepal, reappointed him to the same position on March 4, 1866. From these records, it is evident that he was engaged as a private tutor within the royal family of Nepal for a significant period. Furthermore, on April 5, 1867, he was appointed as a private tutor for the son of Harashankar Prasad Singh, a prominent businessman of Kashi, at a monthly fee of 5 rupees. Ramohan Dey, the renowned lawyer of Kashi, was among the most devoted to Lahiri Mahasaya. Ramohan was one of 5 brothers and a sister, Manmohini, who had lost their father at a tender age. Shyama Charan Lahiri Mahasaya bestowed many favours upon them, guiding their education and their path of progress. Later in life, Ramohan earned great success in the legal profession. The grace of a sublime soul indeed carries a far-reaching effect. Ramohan's son, Tara Mohan, also became a reputed lawyer in Kashi. His son-in-law, Dr. S.C. Dev, served as the head of the English department at Allahabad University and was a distinguished litterateur and philosopher. All the siblings were eventually initiated into Kriya Yoga by Shyama Charan. They were known to remark, "The love and affection we have received from the Guru cannot be obtained even from our own parents." Initiation and sadhana. Many supernatural events occur beyond the reach of human knowledge. Few can truly keep an account of them. The decree of fate is directed in various ways. While man's attention is often fixed on the results of his efforts, the blessed are those who taste the divine consequences of their actions. Like a smouldering fire that, after emitting smoke, finally finds the opportunity to burn brightly, the soul prepared for its destiny. One must ask, which is primary, acceptance or relinquishment? Without acceptance, relinquishment is impossible. To impart something to another, the imparter must first accept the gift themselves. Shyama Charan descended to this earth with a noble vow. He had pledged to householders that he would reveal a marvelous, skillful and facile path of yoga. Thus, the path for the emancipation of innumerable souls had first to be realized by him. Whatever action Providence ordains for a man must be performed. None have the capacity to violate the divine will. Now, Providence pulled Shyama Charan toward the path he was destined to take. On November 23, 1868, Shyama Charan received orders for his transfer to Ranikhet. He was promoted to the post of head clerk, receiving a modest increase in salary. Leaving behind his wife, sons and daughters in Kashi and relinquishing his domestic comforts, he set out for distant Ranikhet on November 27, 1868. In those days, as there was no rail service, he travelled by ekka, a small one-horse carriage, and other contemporary means of transport. He reached Ranikhet a few days later and resumed his duties. Situated in the Himalayas of northern India, at an elevation of 5,080 feet, Ranikhet was then a secluded place, 50 miles from Kathgodam. Surrounded by dense forests and devoid of habitation, it sat beneath snow-laden mountain peaks that stood majestically, penetrating the sky. Ranikhet, characterized by its natural splendor, reminds one of Mahadeva engrossed in deep meditation. Even an irreligious person arriving here feels inclined toward the spiritual. The beauty of the landscape possesses an infinite strangeness. Hermitages are tucked away in hidden corners, serving as the wandering grounds for Shiva-like hermits. In this solitude, they remain absorbed in the meditation of the infinite soul. Since time immemorial, Indians have paid intrinsic homage to the sacred Himalayas, a region renowned throughout the world. It is the firm belief of devotees that Mahadeva, the reigning deity of all gods, abides here. The mountains themselves resemble the image of a trance-engrossed sage. A new office was established there to facilitate the construction of roads, the supply of provisions, and the building of barracks for the army. As there were no permanent structures at the time, Shyama Charan lived in a tent. His official duties were light, consisting mainly of supervision and correspondence. Consequently, he had ample time to savor the natural beauty of the region. One day, while proceeding along a solitary mountain path accompanied by armed guards and orderlies to transport official funds, Shyama Charan suddenly heard someone calling his name. He looked toward the mountain top and saw a Samnyasin beckoning him. The Samnyasin hastily descended and stood before Shyama Charan. He possessed a robust build, long arms reaching down to his knees, a calm and placid gaze, and a gentle smile. Initially, Shyamacharan suspected the sannyasin might be the leader of a gang of robbers with men hiding nearby, and he and his guards became cautious. The sannyasin said, "Shyamacharan, do not be afraid. I knew that you would come by this path. I have been awaiting you. Complete your office tasks quickly and come to my hermitage. I shall wait for you." Pointing toward his abode on the hill, the sannyasin departed. Shyamacharan completed his work as quickly as possible and returned to his tent. He pondered whether he should visit the stranger, wondering how the sannyasin could have known his name. He was aware that many holy saints resided in these solitary regions of the Himalayas. Naturally, his religious inclination grew into an intense desire to meet the man, and so he set out. Walking the steep inclines and declines of a mountain path easily exhausts one accustomed to the plains. Shyamacharan took the narrow trail alone, leading toward the peak. In this celestially beautiful region, the hermitage of the trance-engrossed Shiva, great yogis remain absorbed in deep meditation. Since ancient times, seekers have frequented these heights with the hope of catching a holy glimpse of such masters. Having travelled a long distance, Shyamacharan became exhausted and questioned whether he should proceed. If he did not return to his tent before evening, he would face the danger of wild animals. As the sun began its descent behind the mountains, Shyamacharan seated himself on a rock to rest. He was entirely alone. Winter had just set in, and the jungle path was thick with forest. Doubts began to plague his mind, fearing he had taken the wrong path. Ahead lay the majestic, expansive splendor of the Himalayas, the mountains undulating until they mingled with the horizon. It seemed as though the very gods resided within these woods, for the Himalayas are the true realm for the sadhana of great souls. Below, a slender stream flowed between the mountain rows, washing the feet of the range. It appeared as though the heavens had brought down the very water used to wash the feet of Shiva. The waterfalls rushed toward the lap of the river Ganges below, plunging into her depths. The incessant warbling of the water resonated through the air, as though a dryad were imperceptibly playing a celestial instrument. In the path of the river's current, innumerable rocks held their heads high, listening to the melody in stunned silence. The pines and cheer trees stood like sentinels with bayonets raised, commanding the entire mountain range. Amidst this sylvan azure, the steep, mountainous path beckoned the spiritually inclined traveller, Shyamacharan, toward an unknown domain. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice calling to him, "Shyamacharan, come here." He noticed the same sannyasin standing upon the mountain peak, beckoning him. Driven by an inexplicable attachment, Shyamacharan reached the pinnacle, breathless and with a vacillating, doubtful mind. He observed the sannyasin watching him with a mild smile. It appeared as though a son had returned home from a long sojourn to stand before a father whose placid eyes were drenched with affection. With a steadfast, stunned gaze, Shyamacharan looked at the sannyasin, bowed down, and offered his obeisance. The sannyasin asked, "Shyamacharan, can you not recognize me? Can you recollect having come here before?" Pointing toward a tiger skin and an ascetic's bowl within the cave, the sannyasin spoke again. "Can you not recognize these also?" Shyamacharan replied, "I have never come here before. I cannot recognize them. They must belong to someone else." The sannyasin stated, "Listen, Shyamacharan, all these are the play of illusion. She has caused you to forget everything." The sannyasin touched Shyamacharan gently. An electric current traversed his entire body, causing him to suddenly recollect his previous life of sadhana. He understood then that this great sannyasin had been his guru in his previous birth. The sannyasin continued, "You practiced sadhana here in your previous birth. This tiger skin and ascetic's bowl all belonged to you. I have preserved them with utmost care. Your life ended here while practicing sadhana, and after that you were born as Gurmahan's son in the village of Gurni. Since then, I have been observing every aspect of your life. I arranged for your transfer to this hilly region to impart initiation into yoga to you. I have been waiting for you here for the last 40 years. Residing in Kashi, the city of great pilgrimages, Shyama Charan had observed many sages since childhood and possessed immense practical knowledge of them. Furthermore, by virtue of his sharp intellect, power of judgment and scholasticism, his emotional impulses were well controlled. Thus, so long as he could not dispel his doubts regarding the practicality of the sannyasin's statements, Shyama Charan would not yet agree to take initiation. Eventually, the great sannyasin initiated him into Kriya Yoga. Shyama Charan attained the state of non-dynamism and became engrossed in samadhi. By this time, the sun had set behind the mountains. Gradually, the evening stars silently adorned the infinite expanse like a platter of worship. A sublime tranquility pervaded the universe. Nature herself became a motionless yogini, absorbed in deep meditation alongside Shyama Charan. The surrounding mountains, bathed in moonlight, assumed the effulgent form of Shiva. It appeared as though the moon god worshipped the dhyana-wrapped, placid beauty of the divine. Endless manifestations of the ever-beauteous Shiva illumined the entire surface of the earth. Gradually the faint light of dawn appeared. The stars still shone, weary from their wakeful night, while the moon concealed herself behind the western hills. A mist, as white as vapor, extended to the horizon. As the silent veil of thin mist slowly vanished, the dim luster of dawn appeared in the east. The stars disappeared with a reverence mingled with awe and submission, and the lotus resplendence of morning blossomed. This was the majestic splendor of the Supreme Being's creation. The chorus of sannyasins chanting the glory of Shiva arose, the sound reverberating through the hills and resounding within the innermost recesses of Shyama Charan, producing a gladdening resonance within him. Shiva, the reigning deity of the gods, emerged from his dhyana. Shyama Charan stood up. The sky assumed a splendid blue hue as the cool caress of the breeze was felt everywhere and melodious chirping echoed from the branches. Shyama Charan proceeded to return to his tent, his mind replete with the spiritual ecstasy of a supreme gain. His place of initiation was 15 miles away from Raniket, in the Dunagiri hills of the Dwarahat mountain range. A golden era of yoga culture in India commenced the very moment Shyama Charan's initiation occurred. This initiation roused his latent spiritual faculties and powers. This recognition of yogic wealth paved the way not only for his own salvation, but for that of millions. Along with his initiation, the fate of future mankind was brightened. It was destined that innumerable souls would receive initiation in this path of sadhana, that many seekers would take shelter in him, that the knowledge of the Gita would be preached in every Indian household, and that the ancient yoga practices of the sages would be easily acquired by humanity. All these future possibilities germinated with his initiation. Therefore, this day opened the doors of sadhana to the world. From then onwards, Shyama Charan would complete his official duties early each day to visit his guru and engage in the austere practice of sadhana. After a few days of practice, the yogic wealth of previous births, many unsavored spiritual ecstasies, and the abstruse essence of reality manifested in his divine vision. He became thoroughly wrapped in sadhana and developed an ardent devotion for his guru. The entity who had been unknown to him only days before had now unraveled a new world for Shyama Charan, becoming his very own. It seemed as if the selfless love and pure affection of a kindred soul gushed forth. Babaji had now become Shyama Charan's exclusive own. Shyama Charan addressed his guru as Babaji. This is why, at a later date, his innumerable devotees and disciples referred to his guru as Babaji. Intense absorption in sadhana made the self-oblivious Shyama Charan grow apathetical toward his earthly existence, including his wife and children. This engrossment was so profound that he was no longer willing to leave his guru's proximity. In his previous advent, Shyama Charan had practiced austere sadhana in this very cave. As a result, in his present life, by practicing intense sadhana for only a few days, he reached the highest pinnacle of that realm, developing a stoicism toward his home and family. At that time, Babaji informed him that he would have to leave the cave within a few days and go elsewhere, as the habitat was becoming crowded and unfit for sadhana-oriented habitation, especially since the task for which Babaji had inhabited the cave was now accomplished. Babaji explained to Shyama Charan the means adopted to bring him there. Another clerk was supposed to have been transferred to this mountainous region, but through the influence of Babaji's power, Shyama Charan was placed in his stead. Babaji further stated, "The task for which you were brought here is over. Now you must return to the place where you belong. There you have many activities to perform." But Shyama Charan did not return to his place. As predestined, he had again acquired his beloved Guru Deva. Therefore he remarked that by remaining in close proximity to his Guru, he would pass the rest of his life in austere yoga sadhana. Babaji replied, "That cannot be, Shyama Charan. You will have to remain in the family ambit as a complete householder and practice austere sadhana, by which you can establish an illustrious ideal. Many are awaiting you. You will have to show the path of salvation to all those honest householders. You cannot forget that you have made a vow to them. Family men desire to practice sadhana while remaining within the family, but they are plagued by problems and possess little time. Therefore, you will have to show them this yoga sadhana, which is facile, simple, unostentatious, and effective. It is because of this that you have descended to this earthly abode. You cannot forget this." Shyama Charan offered a humble prayer to Babaji, questioning how he would engage himself in austere sadhana amidst the vortex of life's activities. This seemed impossible for him, as he feared he would find no time. Babaji spoke again. "That is not correct. Return to your family life, and you will find that there is enough time. In due course, you will be transferred to Kashi, and there cooked meals will be served to you. You yourself, by maintaining a family existence, will attain spiritual fulfillment, for only then will your ideals be acceptable to family men. Also, bear in mind that the material world cannot be renounced. None has ever been able to do so. Wherever man resides, the material world stays with him. Besides this, it is the men belonging to the family precincts who have made this world so beautiful and endowed it with so much wealth and prosperity. The world would not have been so beautiful without the contribution of these men. If there had been no family existence, the creation of the Absolute would have waned. Everybody is born into this family existence. Sadhana is not for renouncers only. As an example, the container from which I drink water is also a contribution of the non-renouncer." Babaji continued sympathetically, "Family men today are not finding any means to make the quest for God. By remaining within the family ambit, you will show them the true path. You have nothing to be perturbed about. Return to your family life. You can meet me from time to time, and whenever you desire, you can see me. Let a sadhana-oriented householder be established in this manner." After this, Babaji pointed out a few men present there and said, "You will have to initiate them. I have kept them waiting for you so long." Shyama Charan replied, "You being present, why should they take initiation from me?" Babaji answered, "They are not indebted to me. This relationship exists with you, and therefore you must initiate them." Babaji then taught Shyama Charan the manner of imparting initiation. After this, those awaiting received initiation. Then Babaji sent Shyama Charan back into the family realm, for at a later date Shyama Charan would have to perform all these duties to educate the masses and show them the path of salvation. Winter had set in at Raniket. In accordance with the instructions of his guru Babaji, Shyama Charan applied for a transfer from Raniket on December 17, 1868, citing to the authorities that his health was failing due to the perpetually cold climate of the mountainous region. He attached a medical certificate along with his application for transfer, which was granted within a few days. Just as a river bearing an abundant source of water descends the plains from the mountains, similarly, Shyama Charan entered the family existence by fully realizing all the essences of Kriya Yoga sadhana. On the eve of departure from his guru, many extraordinary, spiritually fulfilled sadhakas met him and bade farewell. Just as an old father adorns his young son in military attire and inspires him before sending him to the battlefield, similarly Babaji Maharaja adorned Shyama Charan with the esoteric essence of yoga sadhana before sending him to the field of worldly action, where the superficial aspect of the material world could not affect him in the least. In due course, the transfer order of Shyama Charan arrived. This time, he had to resume his duties at the Mirzapur office in Uttar Pradesh. Well equipped with yogic resources, Shyama Charan departed from his guru with tearful eyes for Mirzapur on January 15, 1869. On the eve of his departure, the omniphile Shyama Charan humbly offered a prayer to his guru that he be able to preach this sadhana to all, irrespective of caste and creed. Babaji gave his consent to this. On his way to Mirzapur, Shyama Charan stayed at Moradabad for a few days. A strange incident occurred there at that time. One day, a discussion on religion was in progress with his friends. One of them remarked, "Nowadays, no such sadhu invested with extra mundane power exists." None of them were aware of the spiritual domain Shyama Charan had entered. Shyama Charan remarked, "This is not correct. Such a Mahapurusha does exist. If you are eager to see such a Mahapurusha, I can bring him here through yoga power." The curiosity of his friends increased. They repeatedly kept requesting Shyama Charan. In order to pay due respect to the Mahapurusha, Shyama Charan agreed, "Well, give me a solitary room and close all its doors and windows." Shyama Charan recalled the assurance of his guru and, having full faith in it, entered the room and sat in a yogic posture, offering a fervent prayer at his guru's feet. In a short while, a brilliant, cumulative effulgence emanated, slowly assuming the form of Babaji Maharaja. Babaji's seat had been placed beforehand. Seating himself there, Babaji stated in a grave tone, "Shyama Charan, I was promise bound to you to answer your call. Therefore, I have come. But it has been improper of you to call me for mere fun." Being reproached, Shyama Charan kept silent and understood that this had been unjust behavior on his part. In a firm voice, Babaji continued, "In the future, whenever you remember me, you will not be able to meet me. Whenever you have the necessity, I shall come of my own accord." Begging apology, Shyama Charan said, "My objective was to instill faith in the minds of the unfaithful." With bowed head, he appealed, "Since you have kindly appeared, I pray to you to gratify all by showing your presence." Babaji accorded his prayer and asked Shyama Charan to open the door. The friends who had been waiting outside entered the room, viewed him, paid him obeisance, and were blessed. Chapter 4. In the Path of Sadhana. After being transferred to a few places, Shyama Charan was posted at the Danapur office. While staying here, he engrossed himself in austere sadhana. At this time, he maintained such secrecy that none knew of his practice. Guru-imparted yoga sadhana became his mainstay. By the grace of Babaji Maharaja, he entered the domain of spirituality, through which he easily ascended the gradual steps of yoga sadhana. After completing his daily official tasks, he engaged himself in deep sadhana in seclusion. During this period, he made exemplary progress. The taciturn yet affable Shyama Charan was industrious. He would never advocate idleness. It is for this reason the austere practice of yoga sadhana could not deter him. From this period onwards, Shamacharan would constantly remain absorbed in self-introspection, and a stoical attitude toward all aspects of life could be noticed. Because of this, his boss would affectionately call this Bengali gentleman Pagla Babu, the self-absorbed gentleman. One day, Shamacharan found his superior deeply depressed. Upon asking the reason for his distress, he learned that the official's wife was suffering from an illness so grave that her life was endangered. The man was extremely anxious, having received no news for several days. Compassion was aroused in the mind of the omniphile Shamacharan, and his benevolence brought forth its outpourings. He assured his superior that he would bring news of the wife in a short while. Although the official had resided in India for a long time and had heard many tales of the supernatural powers of Indian yogis, credence did not come easily to his incredulous mind. He could only gaze helplessly at Shamacharan. Shamacharan entered a solitary room in the office and absorbed himself in dhyana. After some time, he emerged and informed his boss that his wife's condition was improving and that a letter was already on its way. He further apprised him of the specific contents of the letter. The cynical official found it difficult to have faith, yet after a few days the letter duly arrived. Noting the exact similarity in the contents as stated by Shamacharan, he was astounded. A few months later, the wife arrived at Danapur from England. As it was common for English women to frequent their husbands' places of work, she came to the office one day. Upon seeing Shamacharan, she recognized him instantly and was amazed. She told her husband that during the height of her illness, this sublime soul had appeared by her bedside, and it was by his grace alone that she was freed from her afflictions. Hearing of the extra-mundane powers of Pagla Babu, the official was profoundly elated. A few days later, Shamacharan was transferred to Kashi, where he began residing with his wife, sons and daughters at his Garurezwar residence. Previously, Shamacharan had been away from home due to his distant postings, returning only occasionally to be with his family. His impeccable wife, Kashimani Devi, managed all household affairs herself. Though her husband now lived with them, he remained apathetical toward worldly family matters. He would hand the entire amount of his salary to Kashimani Devi, who, as a dedicated wife, never troubled her husband with domestic demands. She cooked, sent her sons to school, managed all payments, and oversaw every household detail. Shamacharan remained stoical in every respect, executing his official duties and subsequently engaging himself in the austere practice of yoga. Devoted Kashimani Devi never created any opposition to his sadhana. Instead, she kept a strict vigil to ensure he faced no difficulties in his spiritual pursuits. By mounting the gradual steps of abstruse yoga sadhana, Shamacharan caused immense spiritual and yogic wealth to be showered upon himself. From this time, he commenced imparting initiation to society. A florist who sold flowers at the entrance of the Kedareswar temple became the first disciple in society to receive initiation from Shamacharan. Just as bees swarm in search of honey when flowers bloom, people seeking salvation gradually flocked to him. Though he preferred to remain unobtrusive, his renown as a yogic preceptor gradually effloresced. The immense progress of her husband's yoga sadhana remained unknown to Kashimani Devi for some time. However, one midnight, upon awaking from her sleep, she could not find her husband. She lit a lamp to search for him and found him seated in Padmasana, levitating in a corner of the room. Observing this extra-mundane yogic wealth, tears streamed down Kashimani Devi's face. She begged pardon with folded hands, realizing that she had often, unknowingly, been wrongful toward him. When Shamacharan eventually reverted from his transcendental state, Kashimani Devi apologized and prayed for yogic initiation. The following day, she was initiated into yoga. Being the daughter of a renowned pandita, she had practiced the habit of worshipping idols since childhood. After her initiation, she practiced yoga sadhana as well. Shyama Charan himself never practiced idol worship. Instead, he asked people to abide by their respective faiths, imparting afflatus to them and advising them to practice yoga sadhana. He often remarked that the basis of religion is yoga. Self-realization is not possible without yoga sadhana, he would say. And without self-realization, soul consciousness is not possible. Without soul consciousness, salvation cannot be attained. Gradually, the number of his devotees increased. From the cobbler Bhagawan Das, the tanner Giridhari, and the constable Vinda Haluai, to hawkers, eminent personalities, and kings, many obtained his grace. Preferring to remain unobtrusive, he never delivered speeches to congregations. If a devotee appealed for such a thing, he would remark, "Is it necessary to inform people when the sun rises by beating drums? He who has vision can definitely perceive." Similarly, the propagation of soul religion is unnecessary. When one feels it is necessary, or when one has a strong yearning, he will make the endeavor of his own accord. Propagation is only necessary where there is an absence of the real essence. He never established any mathas, missions, asramas, or religious establishments, and he attached more importance to householders than to renouncers. There are few sadhakas in whom such extraordinariness can be noticed in their way of life and their path of sadhana. They do not simply flow with the tide of life. Those Mahatmas who are a class apart are designated as Mahapurushas. This uniqueness in the path of yoga, long concealed, was brought to the fore by Shyama Charan. Vachaspati Devnarayan Mahasaya, the aged father-in-law of Shyama Charan, was himself a devout and renowned Pandita. Attracted by the remarkable yogic attainments of Shyama Charan, he also sought and obtained initiation from him. From that day forward, he never addressed him as son-in-law, but affectionately called him Yogi Raj. Over time, Shyama Charan gradually became known to all by this title. Panchanan Bhattacharya Mahasaya, a renowned devotee from Deogar, used to address him as Kashi Baba, while today the followers of the Yogi Raj address him as Bara Baba. When Vachaspati Devnarayan reached the end of his life as a centenarian, Kashimani Devi had a strong desire that the Yogiraj visit her father's deathbed to pay obeisance to him. She expressed this wish, but the Yogiraj remained silent and merely smiled. Before his passing, the Yogiraj met his father-in-law, but the fact that he did not pay traditional obeisance to him initially hurt Kashimani Devi. The Yogiraj retired from service in September 1880. His monthly pension was fixed at 29 rupees, 4 annas and 6 pies. Finding it difficult to maintain his family on such a paltry sum, he engaged himself as a private tutor to teach the scriptures to Prabhu Narayan Singh, the son of Iswari Narayan Singh, the king of Kashi. His tuition fee was set at 30 rupees per month. Every day the king's boat would arrive to take the Yogiraj to the Ramnagar palace on the opposite side of the Ganges. During the monsoons, when the Ganges would swell, arrangements were made for his stay at the palace. The king was extremely pleased with Shyama Charan, finding him well versed in all scriptures, especially Vedanta philosophy, and was eager to learn more about him. However, the Yogiraj always maintained a strict privacy regarding his true nature. Girish Chandra Day, a classmate and friend of the Yogiraj, held a top-ranking official position in the royal estate of Kashi and was intimate with the king. One day during a conversation, Girish Babu remarked to the king, "Shyama Charan is not an ordinary man, he is a yogi in all repleteness." The king replied, "By having a darshana of him and hearing of his scriptural knowledge, I had guessed as much. Now, I truly believe what you have said." Following this encounter, both the king and the prince were blessed to be initiated by Yogiraj as their guru. Shyama Charan had 3 daughters, Harimati, Harikamini, and Harimohini. As the eldest daughter, Harimati, reached the age of marriage, Kashimani Devi grew increasingly anxious. Although the wedding had been arranged, the family lacked the necessary funds. When Kashimani Devi brought this concern to her husband's attention, Yogiraj replied calmly, "There is no point in worrying. Let him think who thinks for all. In due time, Angada will bring everything." After a few days, the king of Kashi sent a messenger to Yogiraj with a beautiful pouch woven of golden thread. It contained gold coins intended for his daughter's marriage. Through this, the authenticity of God's infallible declaration was proven. Ananya sintayanto mamye jana paryupasate, tisham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshamam bahamyaham. This verse from the Gita signifies, "I undertake all earthly and unearthly responsibilities for one who prays to me, the Atman, the soul, in a thought-free state." The eldest daughter, Harimati, was married to Ramcharan Maitra of Latakola. Later, the second daughter, Harikamini, was married to Gangadas Chowdhury of Varanga, and the youngest, Harimohini, was married to Ramamoy Bhattacharjee of Kadakuli. Yogiraj was the possessor of exceptional health and was rarely affected by illness. Once, during a summer, he suffered from a brief bout of piles, but the condition disappeared after minor treatment. In his daily life, Yogiraj attired himself in a dhoti, waistcoat and Punjabi. He wore canvas shoes outdoors and wooden sandals at home, relics which are still preserved in his house at Kashi. He never partook of breakfast. Instead, he would take a small morning tiffin of ghee and sugar. For lunch, he was a strict vegetarian, eating rice with vegetables and drinking great quantities of milk. Every evening after dinner, he would enjoy his hookah while amusing his family members with his company. Physically, he stood 5 feet and 4 inches tall. His arms were remarkably long, reaching down to his knees. His complexion was unique. His lower body was milk white, his torso rosy, and his upper body a shade of peaches and cream. His presence was so magnetic that even strangers would instinctively bow their heads in respect and make room for him to pass. In the primary stages of his sadhana, he would practice throughout the night. In later years, he practiced in the early morning, followed by a holy dip in the Ganges. He generally remained in seclusion during the morning hours. Matru, a humble devotee who owned a small tailoring shop in Kashi, would visit almost every evening to listen to Yogiraj's sermons. Though poor and unable to offer much, Matru had a deep desire to serve his guru. He took a vow to bring 2 rolls of betel for Yogiraj every day, a gesture Yogiraj enjoyed after lunch and dinner. Matru remained faithful to this vow long after the departure of Yogiraj. Until his final days, he would bring 2 betel rolls, place them upon the sandals of his master, and offer prayers with folded hands, tears rolling down his cheeks in a state of self-absorption. Chapter 5. Wrapped in Yoga. Yogiraj visualized the immanence of Narayana in all living beings and elements. When devotees came for darshana to offer their homage, he would reciprocate their kindness, though he generally discouraged the practice of touching his feet. While it is rare for those who have attained salvation to record their daily internal experiences, Yogiraj left behind 26 diaries. Written in Hindi using the Bengali script, these journals document his gradual progress and his ascent to the pinnacle of sadhana. In one entry, he recounted, "I am nothing, that Atmasurya, the soul sun, is everything and the absolute. Nothing exists except that Atmasurya." Below this, he delineated a human form, inscribing upon the forehead, "I only am the Atmasurya Shyama Charan." In another passage, he wrote, "The effulgent Atmasurya is Mahapurusha Brahma. Now there is an intense ecstasy. The breath is wholly internally oriented. This type of ecstasy cannot be derived from anything else. This is Chidananda, the Supreme Being, as the source of spiritual bliss. This is Brahma. After a long period today, my descent has been fulfilled." This signifies that through the practice of pranakarma, when the breath is totally arrested and becomes sushumna-oriented, this supreme state is gained. By attaining permanence in this eternal bliss, he expressed that his earthly descent had reached its divine purpose. He further noted, "I visualized Narayana akin to me. I saw Mahadeva and goddess Parvati in human form. She gave me a motherly kiss." Established in the state of non-duality, he realized that he and Narayana were inseparable. From these private records, it is clear that he had reached the highest peaks of spiritual realization. Commenting on one of his devotees, a constable named Binda Haluai, Yogiraj remarked, "Binda Haluai is floating on the sea of eternal bliss." Following his retirement, the expansive role of this great preceptor truly began. Though he possessed unlimited yogic wealth by the grace of his guru, this great yogi maintained the life of a householder, preaching Kriya Yoga primarily to those with domestic responsibilities. All people, regardless of caste, from Brahmins to Sudras, and regardless of faith, including Muslims and Christians, from kings to beggars, received his boundless grace. Balananda Brahmachari of Deogar, Bhaskarananda Saraswati of Kashi, and Saidas Baba, a follower of Nanak, along with many sannyasins, were blessed by coming into close proximity with him. Iswari Narayan Singh, the king of Kashi, would sometimes visit Tailanga Swami and Bhaskarananda Saraswati. Once, having eulogized this noble household yogi to Bhaskarananda, the latter expressed a desire to meet him. Being a sannyasin, he opined that it would be improper to visit a householder. Therefore, he asked the king to request this household yogi to come to him. At first, Yogiraj did not agree to this. Eventually, however, Yogiraj agreed after repeated entreaties, and the king of Kashi brought him to Bhaskarananda in his own chariot. A rendezvous ensued between two noble souls. Bhaskarananda learned a great deal about the sadhana technique of Yogiraj and requested him to impart his sadhana technique to him. Gopal Chandra Bandopadhyaya, an eminent homeopath of Kashi, along with one of his friends, would visit Mahatma Tailanga Swami. Bandopadhyaya Mahasaya was the disciple of Yogiraj. One day, both friends requested Yogiraj to meet Tailanga Swamiji. In Kashi at that time, Swamiji held a wide renown, having earned the reputation of a living Shiva. The silent Swamiji would sit at his asrama at Panchaganga Ghat, surrounded by devotees. Seeing the Doti Punjabi-clad Shyama Charan, along with Bandopadhyaya Mahasaya, Swamiji stood up, proceeded quickly towards him, and accorded him a warm embrace. After they paid homage to each other, they stood in silence for several minutes. On observing the union of these two noble souls, tears of devotion rolled down Bandopadhyaya Mahasaya's face. After this, they left for their respective destinations. The devotees present were not familiar with Yogiraj. They had never seen Swamiji tender such a loving embrace. When asked out of curiosity, the silent Swamiji wrote his reply on a slate. For attaining that one, the ascetics have to abandon even their loincloth. But this Mahatma, by remaining within the family precincts, has attained that one. One of the devotees present came the next day to pay darsana to Yogiraj out of curiosity and mentioned Swamiji's written remarks to Gopal Babu. Through this perception of Mahatma Tailanga Swamiji, Shyama Charan, one of India's greatest household yogis, became highly renowned within a short while. Surpassing the limits of Kashi, the abode of Shiva, the supreme spiritual activities of Yogiraj started spreading from one part of India to the other. Irrespective of caste, religion, or sect, people from all strata of life started arriving in teeming numbers. As a redeemer, he delivered grace to all generously. He desired that everyone should progress on the spiritual path while maintaining a family existence. If anyone expressed a desire to take sannyas, he would refrain them from doing so, send them back home, and remark, "The life of a sannyasi is austere. If any error is committed by a householder, he can be forgiven, but a sannyasi has no reprieve." The garb of a sannyasi is the external manifestation of spirituality. but non-desirous of self-revelation, the quiet household sadhaka's unostentatious sadhana has no external manifestation. Nevertheless, many of his disciples were anchorites as well. Since he would impart Sanatana Dharma's intensely esoteric Kriya Yoga initiation to men of all castes, various criticisms were raised. With a gentle smile, he would reply to his critics, "I see ignobility in nobility, and again nobility in ignobility. Fortunately, I have entered the true path. When I see humanity within a human, and if he wishes to be enlightened, then it is my responsibility to enlighten him." The great Yogi Sai Baba of Shirdi, Maharashtra, appeared probably after 1850 AD and departed on the 18th of October 1919. From his biography, it can be noted that he was a follower of Kabir, though the fact of whether he had come to Kashi is not known. However, it was recorded in Lahiri Mahasaya's diary that he had initiated Sai Das Baba, a follower of Nanak, into Kriya Yoga. It is known that Sai Baba of Shirdi would never disclose the name of his guru, but would refer to him by the pseudonym Venkush. Hindus, Muslims, Christians, and people belonging to all classes of society took shelter in him. Many similarities can be noticed between them in the principles of religion and techniques of sadhana. While it cannot be ascertained whether Sai Das Baba of Shirdi was truly a follower of Kabir, his name is mentioned during Lahiri Mahasaya's lifetime, and not that of any other Sai Baba. The place from which Shirdi's Sai Baba hailed is also not exactly known. He suddenly appeared in the village of Shirdi, probably in 1872 AD. It has been noted in his biography that he belonged to the Kabir sect, but how far this is true cannot be definitely stated, as Sai Baba kept everything secret. Perhaps for this reason, Shirdi's Sai Das Baba might have obtained Kriya Yoga initiation from Lahiri Mahasaya and belonged to the Nanak sect instead of the Kabir sect. Kashi's famous monotheist, Swami Bisudananda Saraswati, who used to bear a staff and was previously a householder Maharashtrian Brahmin, was also blessed by the grace of Yogiraj. He stayed in the Bishudananda Mata near Ahalyabai Ghat in Kashi. Before his demise, Bishudanandaji suffered from various physical ailments. Because of his indisposition, Tinkari Lahiri Mahasaya, the son of Yogiraj, would visit him often. At that time, the Swami was being neglectfully looked after. Therefore, one day he lamented to Tinkari Lahiri Mahasaya, "Now I find that domestic existence is better." In this manner, Bisudanandaji placed domestic existence on a high pedestal. Sir Gurudas Banerjee and Kalikrishna Tagore, along with Surendranath Ganguly, a distinguished lawyer of Chinsura court and a devotee of Yogiraj, came to Kashi and stayed at the Kakina estate Thakurbari of Rangpur. It was later learned through Surendranath Ganguly that both Banerjee and Tagore obtained Kriya Yoga initiation from Yogiraj at that time. Both the brother of the king of Udaipur and a patient suffering from leukoderma from that region also obtained initiation from him. At a later date, it was observed that this patient was cured of the disease and attained a high state in sadhana. Another Shyama Charan Lahiri of Sarampur in the Hooghly district was an eminent person who was initiated by Yogiraj on the 15th of October 1888. During the lifetime of Yogiraj, this other Shyama Charan Lahiri passed away. When this was published in the newspapers, many devotees mistook the incident for the passing of Yogiraj and sent inquiring letters to his abode. Bibi, Chapter 6, Resemblance to Indian Sages. In Indian culture, where culture signifies not merely a traditional concept, but the spiritual upliftment resulting in a state of equilibrium in both the mundane and extra-mundane, a marvelous union between scriptural injunctions and yogic codes has taken place. In accordance with the 4 stages of life, Indians, by maintaining an existence as directed by the sastras, achieved yogic attainment and were thus able to conquer death. When the body became decrepit, they easily discarded it like worn-out clothes and assumed a new frame through yogic technique. This sequence can be observed until the time of the great poet Kalidasa, and that information can be derived from his comment Yoganante Tanutyajam, meaning changing the body by the yogic process. Yogiraj has rendered spiritual and yogic interpretations of the Vedanta, the Upanishads, the Gita, and various other religious texts. These interpretations are a rare asset. These truths are incomprehensible to the ordinary man, yet they are specifically intended for the sadhakas. It is not known whether this form of esoteric and spiritual yogic interpretation, particularly of the Gita, had ever been rendered before. Previously, the Gita was typically discussed only within the closed circles of panditas, and such discourses were not prevalent among the common people. Yogiraj, however, advised all of mankind to accept the Gita as a definitive guide to the spiritual path. It was his firm conviction that, for India, the Gita is equivalent to prana, the very life breath. To this end, he printed more than 1,000 copies of the Gita and distributed them among his devotees. Every day he would explain its verses, ensuring they understood their deeper meaning. Attracted by his remarkable explanations, many devotees flocked to him. In the past, many Mahatmas interpreted the Gita through various lenses, some through the doctrine of dualism, some through non-dualism, and others through a synthesis of the two. Some emphasized the importance of consciousness, others devotion, and some the necessity of action. Yet very few scholars realize that the Gita is a complete yoga sastra. All 18 chapters pertain to yoga, for instance, Vishada Yoga, Samkhya Yoga, Karma Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga. Furthermore, at the end of each chapter it is written, Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Sastre Sri Krishna Arjuna Sambade, signifying that the Gita is a yoga sastra, the science of Brahma knowledge. Just as the paths of action, devotion, and knowledge are essential for attaining salvation, the path of yoga is an equally vital way. In ancient times, this path was held in the highest regard by the sages. Throughout the Gita, the facts of yoga are expounded, and its essence is scientifically discussed. It is not merely a scripture for debate. It designates the actual practice of sadhana and the techniques of the spiritual path. God advised Arjuna to be a yogi, for none but a yogi can truly realize the Gita. It is a sastra of sadhana and realization. Therefore, whatever path one practices, be it karma, bhakti, or jnana, all are fundamentally yoga. Sadhana cannot be practiced without it. Yoga means union, the union of the individual soul with the infinite soul. All sadhakas share this same orientation, to bring about this divine union. Along with the Gita, several other scriptural interpretations by Yogiraj have been preserved. When he provided spiritual commentaries on various texts, his devotees, Panchanan Bhattacharya, Prasadas Goswami, and Mahendranath Sanyal, would record his words. Later, they published these scriptures under their own names, as Yogiraj forbade the publication of works in his own name. Within his private diaries, one finds a remarkable interpretation of Vaiseshika Darsanam in perfect accordance with the yogic scriptures. In total, Yogiraj rendered yogic interpretations for 26 scriptures, including the Vedanta Darsanam, Ashtabakra Samhita, Patanjala Yoga Sutra, and various Upanishads such as the Teja Bindu, Dhyana Bindu, and Amrita Bindu. His explanation of the Gita was uniquely profound. For example, where the text mentions Sri Bhagavan Ubak, others have translated it simply as God said. But Yogiraj conferred a deeper spiritual connotation. Realization occurs through kutastha. This was a completely new and perceptive annotation. To him, kutastha is everything, for as God remarked, two types of primordial energy are reputed to exist in this world. One is perishable, the other imperishable. Between these two, all elements are perishable, and the kutastha consciousness is termed as imperishable. Before him, none had described the true nature of Kutastha. It is, by its very nature, indescribable. It is made comprehensible only through realization derived from sadhana. Only the yogis are aware of it. The word kut refers to the anvil, the iron block upon which a smith hammers gold or iron into shape. While the metal takes on various forms, the anvil remains unchanged and unaffected. Similarly, the entire universe exists by taking recourse to Kutastha. Everything undergoes change, but Kutastha remains without metamorphosis, forever imperishable. Thus, what we call the third eye, the vision that occurs when one is in communion with the infinite, is Kutastha. This is the eye of wisdom. Upon attaining permanence in Kutastha, the whole universe becomes known to the yogi. Everything becomes manifest and realization dawns. It is the origin of all things and the place where the spiritual world manifests. By achieving steadiness here, a yogi may ask questions of his own self and receive the answers directly. All questions arise and are solved automatically. Just as a binocular is used to locate distant objects, so too can the whole universe be visualized through permanence in Kutastha. Arjuna represents the heat essence. It is through this essence that questions arise in the inner realm of a yogi, and the answers evolve through the medium of Kutastha. Since it is realized exclusively by yogis, the Gita is truly a scripture of realization. By becoming an adept in pranayama, a yogi, through yoni mudra, can perceive in the ajna chakra an encompassing golden luster. At its center is a black hue, and within that blackness, a dot resembling a star. Later, by assuming the effulgence of 1,000,000 suns, it causes the yogi to lose his individual entity. This is the Sudarsana chakra. By visualizing this, all accumulated sins are severed and seized. Therefore, he is Hari, the one who seizes all sin. Sudarsana signifies beauty. Since its center is black, he is Krishna, and within this remains a static star, which is truth and reality. He alone is Taraknath. By attaining permanence in Kutastha, a yogi acquires true knowledge. Since it is like the vast sky, it is known as the cavern of union with the absolute void. If a yogi achieves permanence in this cavern, he becomes conversant with all the essences of religion. Addressing Kutastha, Yudhishthira noted, Dharmasya tattvam nihitam guhayam. The essence of Dharma is hidden in the cavern. This Kutastha alone is the indestructible primordial energy. Through the visualization of the Sudarsana chakra, the negative propensities of the yogi are annihilated, enabling him to proceed upon the path of renunciation. Observing this, Tulsidasa wrote, You are the seer of this world spectacle. You make even Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva dance, yet none knows your secret. Only he whom you grace can truly know you. The sacred verse implies that the world is visible, and you are the viewer. You are the controller of the three deities, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesvara. When even they are not aware of your inner significance, how is it possible for others to know you? Tulsidasa observes that this world is perceivable, and you are the perceiver. You control Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesvara, who represent the three attributes of sattva, the quality of virtuousness and reality, rajas, the quality of activity and spirit, and tamas, the quality of ignorance and inertia. Brahma, the creator, symbolizes rajas. Mahesvara, the destroyer, personifies tamas, and Vishnu, the controller, embodies sattva. You alone are the controller of these three attributes because they are located within the body and are governed by prana energy. If prana is absent, these three attributes vanish. Their very existence depends upon the life force. Therefore, Tulsidasa states that Kutastha controls these three qualities. Thus, O Atmarama, the one delighted in soul knowledge, you prevail amidst these deities in the form of Kutastha consciousness. If they cannot know you wholly, how can the senses ever perceive you? You are prevalent as the Atmarama or Kutastha consciousness in all beings. As the Yogiraj remarked, Nija Rupa Bindi Sabhonse Haye, implying the self-like dot is existent in everyone. Observing Kutastha, Mahatma Kabir stated, "The world dies and dies again, but none know how to die. Let no one die a death that leads to dying once more. Death is of two kinds for those who truly understand. One who dies at Ramadvar shall never die again." This verse signifies that while the people of the world keep dying, they do not know how to die in the true spiritual manner. None die the death that ends the cycle. Death is of two types, ordinary death and supernal death. One who dies at Ramadvar, the door of Rama, does not have to die again, for where there is no birth, death is no longer inevitable. What is Ramadvar? Was Mahatma Kabir asking man to die at the gates of a physical temple? If one were to die at such a gate, would rebirth truly cease? This is not what the Mahatma intended. The dot in the middle of Kutastha is termed the cavern of the union with the absolute void. Those who have progressed along the path of sadhana can perceive this. This dot is Atmarama or Ramadvar. He is the sole Narayana, the destroyer of all sorrows and the annihilator of all adversities. The one who leaves this earthly abode while visualizing that dot-like Ramadvar is a Mahatma, and such a soul is never reborn. Mahatma Kabir noted with grief how few are able to die while visualizing the Kutastha. The one who dies in this state is freed from the cycle of births and rebirths. As Yogiraj stated, everyone speaks of leaving, but none know what leaving truly is. Departure takes place only from that state where there is no return. Only he, by whose grace I live, knows that secret home. In accordance with this, the Lord has cited in the Gita, "At the time of departure, one who, with a still mind, united with devotion, places prana between the eyebrows through the power of yoga and remembers me, attains the divine, infinite, primordial energy. By controlling all the avenues of the senses, stilling the mind within the heart, and practicing the Omkara Kriya of the imperishable one, he who departs while recalling me, the Kutastha, attains eternal salvation." Yogiraj confirmed this, saying, "Marne waktyo jaisa bhave soy voisa hoye, apsad sittananda haye, aprupa haye," signifying that whatever occupies the mind at the moment of death determines the next birth. In reality, you are truth, blissful consciousness, and the intrinsic true form. The Rig Veda further describes this. Kutastha Brahman possesses 3 chakras. The first is the effulgent chakra, the second is the dark chakra, and within these lies the star-like chakra. By remaining within these 3, one abides in Brahman in an excellent manner. Mounting this 3-layered chariot is the way to dwell in the infinite. After visualizing the Atma Surya, the sun of the soul, millions of suns seem to evolve until everything is pervaded by Brahman. This denotes that by attaining permanence in the star-like cave within Kutastha, a yogi gains the capacity to speak of supernatural truths and constantly views the effulgence of Brahman as a star. This is Taraknath. The effulgence of the star-like dot within the imperishable Kutastha is the essence of Brahman, and it is imperative that constant oblation be offered to him alone. Merging with Narayana, the Supreme Master within the extensive sun, is the ultimate esoteric mystery. Yogiraj quoted Kriya Dvarai Kakshu Unmilan Haye, implying that through Kriya practice, the third eye is opened. This third eye is the Guru to whom all obeisance is paid. In all living beings, a spiritually perceived anu, or an atom replete with consciousness, is prevalent. It is the subtlest of the subtle. The manifestation of the effulgent sphere from that conscious atom is Kutastha. Yogiraj recorded his daily realizations in his diary. Describing Kutastha, he wrote, "Bhulona bhulona tare se gana srishti samhare, sarvada ache sanmukhe dekhona tare, sada smarana kara omkarer tare." This means never forget Kutastha, who is present in all states from creation to destruction in the form of a deep, dark hue. He is constantly present. observe him, and perpetually remember him through Omkara Kriya. Therefore, Yogiraj would remark that if you desire to know the Gita, you must enter your own body, the true temple. The Gita cannot be comprehended outside the body. In the very first verse of the Gita, the Lord mentions two fields, Dharmakshetra and Kurukshetra, the field of spirituality and the field of action. Although two are mentioned, in actuality there is only one, the field of the body. It is through this body that both spirituality and actions are executed. Apart from the body, no sadhana can be accomplished. The testimony of this truth lies in the Lord's own words. Idam sariram kaunteya kshetramityabhidiyate. This body, O son of Kunti, is called the field. This implies, O Kaunteya, this body is termed a field. Therefore, in order to completely understand the Gita, one must enter the inner realm of the body temple. Only then can the underlying significance of the Gita be discerned. For Indians, the Gita is prana. Thus, it is worshipped as God. The Gita is entirely a yoga sastra and a spiritual text. If the Gita is understood in this manner, the true acme of human life can be attained. What benefit can be derived through reading by rote? Knowledge of the Gita depends upon the sadhana of pranakarma. Kuru signifies material attachment, the faculty which induces one to perform bondage-oriented actions. Pandava signifies material detachment, the faculty which weans one from such actions. The conflict between these two forces continues infinitely within every human being. Therefore, the battle cited in the Gita is also an eternal one. The Saint Mahatma Ramprasad observed the same. Pravriti nivriti jaya, nivritire sanganibi, vivek nametari biata, tattva katha tare sunabi. He speaks here of two facets of a wife, where wife implies the female primordial energy. One facet is material attachment and the other is material detachment. It is advisable to make material detachment one's lifelong companion. Spiritual essence should be delivered to the conscience, which is the product of material detachment. It is written in the Kasikanda of the Skanda Purana that one who leaves this world at Kashi, the supreme place of pilgrimage and the abode of Siva, does not undergo rebirth. Having faith in this belief, a highly educated devotee who had earned much wealth in his life retired to Kashi in his old age. He lived alone in a rented house and came often to listen to the interpretations of the Gita given by Yogiraj. Though he was quite older than Yogiraj, one day, after the explanations were finished, he rose and paid obeisance to the master. Yogiraj told him, "You are older than me. Do not pay obeisance to me." The old man replied, "Until today I have heard and read many interpretations of the Gita, but I have never heard an interpretation of this nature. My eyes have been opened. From today I am your devotee." On another occasion, Yogiraj sat encircled by devotees while a reputed Pandita was explaining the Kasikanda. As the Pandita discussed the belief that rebirth does not occur for those who die in Kashi, he used certain skeptical words. The old devotee arose and, with folded hands, entreated him, "Do not make such remarks. I am counting the days of my departure in this abode of Siva. If you speak such things, I will lose my faith." As time passed, the old devotee became very ill and could no longer move about. The landlady of his house, an elderly woman, came to Yogiraj and complained, "If that gentleman defecates and urinates in his bed, who will tend to him?" She was facing great difficulties because the old man remained in her house. Yogiraj rejoined, "What can I do? He does not stay with me." The lady replied, "He used to come regularly to you to listen to your interpretations. Therefore, it is you who should make some arrangements." Yogiraj stated with some displeasure, "You do not have to bother. He will look after whose responsibility it is." Soon news arrived that the devotee was in critical condition. He desired to have the darsana of Yogiraj before his death. When Yogiraj arrived at his bedside, the old devotee said, kindly place your feet on my head." Yogiraj, with a gentle smile, observed, "How can you say this? Instead, you should bless me before you die." The old man wholeheartedly blessed Yogiraj with raised hands. Shortly thereafter, he expired, passing away in full consciousness. Though Yogiraj was replete with Brahma consciousness himself, he always paid respect to his elders in this manner, executing the social responsibilities of a householder. Yogiraj used to say that it is imperative for everyone to still the mind. If the mind cannot be stilled, sadhana cannot be practiced, and even worldly actions cannot be accomplished in an immaculate manner. A person becomes inhuman because prana is dynamic and the mind is kinetic. Since the breathing motion is external, the mind is externally oriented. When the breathing motion becomes internal through yoga action, the mind becomes internally oriented and still. Through the still mind, the subtlest eternal existence of God can be ascertained. Therefore, he advised everyone to practice the sahaja karma of Raja Yoga found in the Gita. He especially urged the young to practice this action, so that their lives would become fulfilled. He would endear them toward Kriya Yoga, remarking that if this yoga action is acquired at a young age, a long period for sadhana is obtained and ultimate spiritual success can be achieved in this very life. He would say, whether you practice sadhana or not, it is absolutely imperative to keep the mind under control rather than be controlled by the mind. Everything pivots around the mind, and without yoga action, the mind cannot be kept under self-control. Even if one does not yet possess the urge to practice sadhana, this action should be practiced by all because it brings the mind under mastery. In ancient times, the sages practiced this action. Yogiraj revived that path for the benefit of the family man. What is this sahaja karma? Regarding this, the Lord in the Gita remarked, Sahajam karma kaunteya sadoshmapi natyajed, Gita 18:48, meaning, O Kaunteya, do not abandon this sahaja karma, even if it is fraught with faults. Generally, in India, sahaja means easy, but that is not the implication here. Sahaja implies that which is innate or derived from birth, that for which no external effort was required. Immediately after birth, a living being's inhalation and exhalation commence through both nostrils, known as Ida and Pingala. A being remains alive only as long as breathing continues. This breathing is a lifelong companion. Addressing this, Mirabai stated, Mere janam maranke sati, Tanuhena bisro din rati. This signifies that man should never forget the breath, which is his companion from birth to death. Mirabai forbids one to abandon this breathing motion of sahaja karma, pranakarma, soul action, or pranayama. If this pranakarma has faults initially due to a lack of practice, it should still not be abandoned. By constant practice, these faults will be eliminated. That is what God has stated. Yogiraj never advised anyone to abandon family life. Instead, he asked them to practice yoga sadhana while remaining within the family precincts. He stipulated that it is through the medium of this scripturally approved yoga sadhana that the concentration of the chitta, the deeper consciousness, is achieved. By this, the mind becomes gradually purified. In this purified mind, love, affection, peace, and devotion toward God arrive. Then, by becoming one with universal consciousness, malice and envy cease, and an ordinary man is transformed into a great man. Prana is everything. He is supreme. Only by uniting with the Supreme does man attain greatness. By leading a domestic existence uninterruptedly while practicing austere yoga sadhana, Yogiraj expounded the necessity of Kriya Yoga. He sowed the seeds of spiritual practice by instilling inspiration for Kriya Yoga sadhana amidst ordinary people. Taraknath Sanyal, the son of Rajchandra Sanyal and nephew of Yogiraj, was a highly educated youth. At one time he was afflicted by a chronic stomach infection. Even after prolonged treatment, when his affliction was not allayed, he eventually left for Kanpur seeking a change in climate, residing at the house of an intimate friend of his father. While staying in Kanpur, a local resident told Taraknath, "Medicines cannot cure you of this disease. If you can obtain the grace of a Mahatma, then your affliction will be immediately alleviated." He further continued, "Such a Mahatma exists in Gorakhpur. Go there immediately and try to obtain his grace." While Taraknath was making arrangements to travel to Gorakhpur, his father's friend, having heard everything, replied, "A Mahatma exists within your own family, and yet you are going elsewhere in search of one." Taraknath inquired, "Where is the Mahatma in my family? I have not heard of any Mahatma." His father's friend answered, "Don't you know your uncle, Shyama Charan Lahiri Mahasaya? He alone is the Mahatma. Try to obtain his grace, for this will be beneficial for you." Taraknath returned to Kashi and visited his uncle along with his father. When Yogiraj heard the details, he administered a herbal medicine to Taraknath. By using this medicine, he was completely cured. Afterward, he was initiated into Kriya Yoga and became absorbed in sadhana. However, since he stopped making endeavors to earn a living, his uncle commanded him to decrease his sadhana. He said, "Sadhana must be practiced, but at the same time, you have to earn your livelihood. It is improper to depend upon someone else for your subsistence. You should maintain your family yourself." Later, this Taraknath became the head of the Department of English. Yet despite his worldly responsibilities, he was able to arrive at the highest state of sadhana. From this incident, it can be deduced how secretive Yogiraj remained regarding his own nature. Iswari Narayan Singh, the king of Kashi, had become old. He was taken ill due to his advanced age and was awaiting death. The royal palace was located on the opposite side of the Ganges in Ramnagar. It is a local belief that one who expires on this opposite side of Kashi, in Vyaskashi, is born as a donkey in his next birth. Due to this dread, the royal family had built a palace in Kashi proper. Thus, when any member of the royalty was about to face death, he would be brought to the palace at Kashi. Similarly, Iswari Narayan was brought there to tide over the gnawing fear of the ancient belief. One day, through a messenger, he informed his guru that before death he was desirous of seeing him, praying that he might be clement enough to grant this final request. Hearing everything, Yogiraj replied, "I do not go out much anywhere these days. Let us see." The king passed away. A few days later, Taraknath Sanyal asked him, "The king was highly desirous of having your darsana, but you did not grant it to him." With a gentle smile, Yogiraj replied, "I no longer visit any place in this body. The king has obtained my darsana. You need not worry." Hearing this, those present looked at each other in surprise. Dr. Govardhan Dutta, one of the devotees of Yogiraj, was employed as a doctor in the navy. His work required him to travel to many countries by sea. Whenever his ship returned to the Calcutta port, he would travel to Kashi to have a darsana of his Gurudeva. Once, having come to Kashi in this manner, he paid obeisance to Yogiraj and sat down beside him. Yogiraj affectionately told him, "Why do you take the trouble of coming from so far? This involves both labor and expenditure." In a humble tone, Govardhan replied, "I work in the navy and thus travel to many places by sea. When the ship arrives at Calcutta port, I hasten to have a darsana of you. Since I stay on the ship, I cannot maintain sanctity or practice sadhana regularly. Kindly bless this base mortal so that, upon remembering you, I may receive your darsana." Yogiraj nodded, smiling gently. It was later heard from Govardhan that while on board the ship, whenever he recalled his Gurudeva, he would appear before him. Towards the end of his life, Govardhan became a resident of Kashi and was able to reach the highest state of sadhana. A short distance away from the house of Yogiraj lived Bhairav. He would shave Yogiraj regularly and perform other household chores. Since he was slightly demented, no one else would allow him to shave them or cut their hair, as everyone was afraid to do so, but Yogiraj never abandoned him. One day, Yogiraj was going upstairs for lunch after leaving the downstairs parlour. At that time, Bhairav was also going up ahead of Yogiraj, carrying a pitcher of water. Seeing Yogiraj, he stood to one side, and when Yogiraj came near him, he chanted, "Hara, Hara, Mahadeva," and poured the water over his head. Yogiraj did not utter a word. He simply smiled gently, went upstairs, and changed his clothes. Amarananda Brahmachari, a devotee of Yogiraj who resided at his home, was extremely angered by this, but did not express it at the time. As was his custom, Yogiraj later went for a promenade on the banks of the Ganges. In his absence, Amarananda bound Bhairav to a pillar and beat him. The latter started crying aloud. Hearing his cries, Kashimani Devi rushed out and reprimanded the brahmachari, saying, "The one on whose head the water was poured did not utter a word. Why are you binding and beating him? He is not sane. He has not done anything knowingly." Ramohan Dey, while appearing for his law examination, had vowed that if he succeeded, he would bathe the Mahadeva of Garureswar and Yogiraj with milk. Having passed the examination, he bathed the Mahadeva of Garureswar with milk, and, arriving at the house of Yogiraj, said, "I shall bathe you with milk during your bath." Yogiraj asked him the reason for this, and Ramohan mentioned his vow. Yogiraj remarked, "You have bathed the Mahadeva of Garureswar. That will suffice. There is no need to bathe me." Ramohan prayed again in supplication, "I have made a vow. Please fulfill my wish. I shall later bathe you with water." Eventually, Yogiraj fulfilled his prayer. Yogiraj would often practice Kriya Sadhana throughout the night and go for a holy dip in the Ganges at Ranamahal Ghat in the morning. His great devotee, Krishna Ram, would accompany him. While Yogiraj walked toward the river, he would be in a thoroughly rapt state, tottering like a drunkard. On the roadside, there was a betel leaf shop. Seeing Yogiraj in this drunken state, the shopkeeper would make fun of him, commenting, "Today he is drunk again. Look at this Bengali gentleman. He is intoxicated, having drunk such a lot so early in the morning." It was noticed at a later date that the shopkeeper who sold betel leaves became his ardent devotee and advanced a great deal on the path of sadhana. Yogiraj would never worship idols or visit the temples of gods and goddesses. He remained perpetually engrossed in the soul. Only on Sundays would he visit Batuk Bhairava of Kashi. One day, a devotee inquired, "You are replete with Brahma consciousness. Why do you pay a visit to Batuk Bhairava?" Yogiraj replied in a grave tone, "Why will you go if I do not?" While surrounded by devotees and imparting advice, one seeker asked him, "What is Sastra?" "Listen," Yogiraj began, "Sastras are infinite. Generally, Sastras signify the Vedas, and in accordance with the Vedas, the Smriti Puranas are also known as Sastras. For that which is unknown, the Sastras make it known. Again, for what exists yet remains hidden, the Sastras alone can apprise us. To learn about those unknown facts, there are certain scriptural injunctions, in other words, sadhana. The Vedas contain chapters on both action and knowledge. In accordance with the rules of the chapter on action, people attain heavenliness through practice. But the chapter on knowledge is different. Through it, a living being achieves salvation. However, entry into the chapter on knowledge is not possible without first passing through the chapter on action. Therefore, the Vedas are the guide for all paths. Without Vedic knowledge, which is true knowledge, a living being cannot attain salvation. Those who do not perform good actions or who violate the rules of the Sastras even while performing them cannot achieve happiness, divine grace, or salvation. But the Sastras are endless, and their prescripts are equally without end. Therefore, where is the certainty that everyone will abide by all the Sastras? There are innumerable rules and taboos within them, often so much in opposition with each other that it is impossible for everyone to follow them all. Furthermore, not all rules are applicable to all people. A profound knowledge of the sastras is required to outline the apt prescripts for each individual. Yet a mere knowledge of the sastras will not suffice. A great deal of memory is necessary to understand which rule is proper for which person. Not all possess this. Conceptual knowledge and memory should be such that the essential element of all sastras, Brahman, can be known. This can only be derived through a sadhaka's austere sadhana. He must be soul-wrapped. Thus, by reading the sastras only externally, no fruits are attained. For this reason, the mere discussion of various sastras has been forbidden. One who is well versed in the texts, but does not involve himself in soul engrossment or soul realization, one who is not soul-illumined, finds his reading and explanation of the sastras to be an unworthy labor. Conversely, for one who is inexperienced in the sastras yet is soul-illumined, his labor is fruitful. There are innumerable sastras, and the facts worth knowing are also endless, but a single lifespan is short. Therefore, the substance of all sastras must be accepted. Sastras refer to the Vedas, and the Vedas mean knowledge. Knowledge is eternally pure. Just as a cloud is a temporary shade for the shining sun, ignorance is the temporary shade for knowledge. Just as the sun becomes perceptible when the cloud disappears, when ignorance is removed, knowledge reveals itself. Thus, there is no deviation from the truth. Though we may be unaware of it, the soul, which is the truth, does not deviate from its normal state. It remains constantly the same. But why does the visualization of this unchanging soul not occur? As the cloud shades the sun, ignorance shades true knowledge. When the cloud disappears, the sun becomes visible. Similarly, when ignorance is removed, the soul, an embodiment of true knowledge, manifests itself. Therefore, it is true that before we knew the soul, it existed like the shining sun. Endeavors merely assist in the removal of the shade of ignorance. To attain that knowledge, it is imperative to practice sadhana as prescribed by the sastras. What is that sastra? Sastra implies that which controls or commands. Who controls or commands this body? Vayurdata saririnam, the senses, mind and intelligence all function through the power of air. Among the airs, prana air is the principal one. Therefore, prana air is the controller of the body. It is the true sastra. The word sastra needs to be understood in two syllables, sa and astra. Sa means breath, and astra means weapon. Sastra is the breathing weapon. One who, by wielding this breathing weapon, has attained dexterity or become proficient in pranayama, is considered to be well versed in the sastras. The Vedas, Puranas and Upanishads are also known as sastras because the rishis, who became sastra conversant by wielding the breathing weapon, recounted their realizations within them. These are acknowledged as the Vedas, Puranas and Upanishads. Therefore they are authentic. By taking shelter in this breathing sastra, the entire dynamism of life comes under its control. Then, becoming aware of the male and female primordial energy, diversity is eliminated and the cycle of birth and death is ceased. If this prana oblation sastra practice is executed, soul attainment occurs, and the long-sought prayer through the continuum of births, the return to the ultimate destination, is granted. Because of this it is written, Rajavidya Rajagujyam Pavitramidamuttamam Pratyaksha Bhagamam Dharmyam Susukam Kartum Vyayam. Gita 9-2. This soul knowledge is the greatest compared to all other knowledge, immensely esoteric and purer than pure. There is nothing else more sacred. This soul knowledge is directly and distinctly comprehensible and is approved by the sastras. Being scientific, it can be practiced blissfully and in comfort. For this reason, it is indestructible. In other words, this sadhana never perishes. Prana air, being dynamic, makes the mind restless, and material enjoyment occurs with the help of that mind. When the air becomes still, the mind merges into prana and becomes one. Only then is Brahman visualized. When the air becomes still through pranayama, a direct perception occurs. The sadhana of this prana air is the only thing worth knowing. Since this air is the controller of everything, the rules and regulations pertaining to its kriya are the true scriptural injunctions. The kriya of this prana air is known as the knowledge of Brahman. Through the medium of this kriya, moving from the Muladhara chakra to the Sahasrara chakra, when universal consciousness is achieved, Vedic knowledge arises. Sequentially, Ida, Pingala and Sushumna are the three Vedas. When Vedic knowledge is complete, knowledge beyond the Vedas is attained, and settlement is derived in the Sahasrara. Therefore, God directed Arjuna, Traigunya Vishaya Veda Nistraigunyo Vabarjuna, Gita 2:45. The Vedas represent the three attributes, but you should be free from all attributes. Through this Vedic injunction, that is through this soul knowledge kriya of prana air, an attributeless state or passive state is achieved. This Vedic injunction is the kriya of the 6 chakras. Just as what is worth knowing is learned through the sadhana of prana air, once this knowledge is attained, further study is no longer required. So also, by practicing pranayama kriya through the 6 chakras, a special type of settlement is achieved. This is the attributeless state where sattva, rajas and tamas, or Ida, Pingala and Sushumna, or Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwara are all absent. Then no further kriya is necessary because the one who would perform the action no longer exists. This is known as the state beyond action. A yogi must arrive at this state. Practicing kriya is karma yoga, the true study of the Vedas. While practicing this action, soul visualization is attained. The subsequent attraction or pull of the sadhaka toward the soul is bhakti yoga. Finally, settling in the transcendental state of kriya, or the state beyond action, is jnana yoga. In other words, this being the end of knowledge or the Vedas, it is Vedanta. Karma yoga, bhakti yoga and jnana yoga are not independent paths. They are a yogi's gradual progress in yoga sadhana. Devotion does not dawn without the exact action. Without devotion, knowledge cannot be achieved, and without knowledge, salvation cannot be attained. Therefore, these are inextricably linked. Neither of them are independent yogas, though the common man opines karma yoga, bhakti yoga, and jnana yoga to be separate paths. If the mind is placed on material objects instead of within the 6 chakras, it is a violation of the scriptural injunction. For this reason, it is forbidden to violate such injunctions from the very beginning. Ya sastrabidhi mudsrijya bhartate kamakarata, na sasidimbapnoti na sukham na paramgatim, Gita 16-23. This implies that the person who forsakes scriptural injunctions and is inclined towards self-desired actions cannot attain success, peace, or salvation. From whom, then, can the substance of the sastras be obtained? Mahitva katuro vedan sarva sastrani kaibahi. Sarastu yogibi pitasta kramasnati pandit. Jnana sankayini tantra. By churning the 4 Vedas and all the sastras, the yogis have devoured their substance. The remaining unsubstantial part has been drunk by the so-called popular panditas. Therefore, Yogiraj has quoted, "General people drink milk and consume its condensed form, but the milk scrapings are consumed by children or sadhakas." In this context, sadhakas are considered to be children. If prana achieves settlement in the Sahasrara, kriya or action ends there. It is for this reason that the kriya of the 6 chakras is the chapter on action in the Vedas, and settlement in the Sahasrara is the chapter on knowledge. In knowledge, only the final conclusion remains. But in the end, neither knowledge nor ignorance is present, because where there is knowledge, there is also ignorance. Just as where there is day, there is night, or where there is happiness, there is misery. Upon the completion of action, action ceases. Then, the self being absent, knowledge and ignorance are also absent. When the one who would know is no longer present, who then will derive that knowledge? In this state there is neither happiness nor unhappiness, neither emancipation nor bondage. By constantly remaining in Brahman, the seeker becomes apathetic toward the world, or is as good as dead to it. In the state beyond action, the entire universe becomes pervaded by Brahman, and this is the non-dual state. The present mind has originated from the dynamic state of prana, but there is no vibration in the still prana. Thus, Yogi Raj has remarked, if breath is constantly shuffled, there is a cessation of breathing and stillness occurs. This stillness is called yoga. A living being is habitually restless. Thus, there is no alternative other than the still state. This stillness is achieved by pranayama. A hand fan moves when pulled. If the mind desires, it is pulled, but if the mind does not desire it, there is no inclination to pull. When the mind becomes still, unnecessary desires cease to exist. Not performing unnecessary actions is known as the cessation of desires. When the dynamism of prana is removed, when one enters the state beyond actions, the kinetic mind merges into the still prana, and everything becomes Brahman. Since mind, intellect, and knowledge are all absent, an attributeless state is achieved. This type of Brahman-conversant yogi merges into the non-dual Supreme Being. Scriptural and material knowledge lose their significance for him, and he exists only in Brahman. Such a Brahman-replete yogi can no longer be regarded as merely Brahman-conversant, for by attaining confluence in Brahman, he becomes Brahman himself. To call him conversant with it would no longer be rational. If anyone states he has attained salvation, it would infer that he has not, because he still possesses hunger, thirst, body consciousness, and knowledge. For one who has truly attained salvation, hunger, thirst, body consciousness, and knowledge are all absent. His anger, envy, and attachment are exterminated. He is neither knowledgeable nor ignorant. Even the consciousness required to know whether he has achieved salvation or not is non-existent. He becomes intensely rapt. It is a marvelous state where all existence dissolves. Whoever believes through intellectual knowledge that he has achieved salvation has not truly done so, because whatever is known remains within the ambit of duality. Yogi Raj directs, the one who is emancipated in Kriya's transcendental state is also emancipated in its pre-transcendental state, because he never returns to duality. He sees Brahman in everything and remains united in Brahman effortlessly. If this were not so, it would be a failure of man's pursuit for spiritual attainment. After this special settlement is attained, the vibrations of prana and mind disappear, and the seeker, becoming tranquil, is engrossed in the soul. This action must first be practiced in the Ida and Pingala, where it is perceptible. Later, the action takes place in the Sushumna, and the pure sattva attribute emerges. Yogis pull air through pranayama and draw their attention toward kutastha, for it is then that they can comprehend what should be performed. Ye tvakharam nirdesyam vyaktam paryupasate, sarvatragama chintyanka kutasthamakalam dhrubam, samniyam yendriyagramam sarvatra samabudhaya, te prapnubanti ma meba sarvabhutahi terata. Gita 12.3-4. This implies that those who possess equability and intelligence, who control all the senses completely and worship the inexplicable, amorphous, all-pervasive, inconceivable, and constant kutastha, or those who worship the omnipresent, imperishable kutastha above the Ajna Chakra, can attain me by becoming the benefactor of all created beings. A yogi must positively release 3 obstructions: the obstruction of the tongue, the obstruction of the Anahata Chakra, and that of the Muladhara Chakra. These represent the knots of Brahma, Vishnu, and Rudra, respectively. He who has succeeded in releasing these 3 obstructions is Tribhanga Murari, an appellation of Krishna, standing cross-legged as he pipes his flute. This is a state of being. The state of a yogi has been allegorically described through the image of Krishna piping his flute while standing. As the Sastras note, Vidyate hridaya granthis chidyante sarvasam saya, kyante kasya karmani tasmin drishte parabare. Mundakopanishad 2.2.8 and Srimad Bhagavata 1.2.21. This denotes that when the obstruction of the Anahata chakra is released through the medium of Omkara Kriya, all doubts are severed. With the attainment of true knowledge being wrapped solely in soul visualization, all types of actions are eliminated. It is here, by achieving the state beyond actions or Kriya's transcendental state, that a yogi perceives only the soul, Narayana. Since everything becomes one, it is a self-existent state where there is neither bondage nor salvation, for there is no one left to express the state of salvation. This is the fearless state. In the absence of duality, fear is non-existent. By merging there, the cycle of birth and rebirth is arrested. This state is the place of origin. An allegorical representation of the Kriya that releases the obstruction of the Anahata chakra is the slaying of the demon by the goddess Durga, as depicted in the idols worshipped during the Durga Puja festival. Yogiraj would further express that as long as bestial proclivities are controlled, man cannot discover the supernatural power within prana, mind, and intellect. The means by which this supernatural power can be manifested has been discussed by the ancient sages throughout the Sastras. Through the medium of various idols and illustrations, if the prana, mind, and intellect are directed toward providence, then faith, devotion, and knowledge are attained. The more these faculties attain excellence through yoga, devotion, and the cultivation of knowledge, the more one becomes oriented toward the divine. If this prana power is not driven toward providential wealth, it becomes the greatest impediment to uniting with God. Bandhuratmatmanastasya yenatmai batmana jita, anatmanastu satrutve bhartetatmaiva satrubad. Gita 6-6. This implies that for one who has controlled the mind, stilling it in the Ajna chakra at the occiput through Atma karma, the soul is an intimate companion. The person capable of stilling the dynamic prana in the Ajna chakra is truly content, an urdhvarita. In the Janana Sankalini Tantra, Reta signifies semen, described as Sukradaturva bed prana. Semen is the gross representation of the energy of prana. One who stills the vibratory motion of prana through pranakama and fixes it in the Ajna chakra is a truly continent person. Mere physical abstinence from copulation or the restraint of sensual appetites does not constitute true continence if the kinetic mind remains unchecked. One who is unable to keep the prana elevated in this manner remains incapable of controlling the senses. Thus, the dynamic prana and the kinetic mind act as enemies, instigating evil actions. The power of dynamic prana is vibration. It is because of this vibration that the senses exist and the mind remains perpetually oriented toward material things. Just as the motion of prana is incessant, the material attachment of the senses is equally relentless. Therefore, the first endeavor of a yogi should be to prevent prana from vibrating. In Tantra Yoga Sastra, the philosophy of vibration is a specialized branch of study, offering scientific and yogic explanations of its forms and actions. The dexterity by which prana is prevented from vibrating and instead oriented toward providence is what the sages call yoga knowledge. Tasmad yogaya yujasva yoga karma sukausalam, Gita 250, implies, be appointed in the action of yoga, for it is extremely skillful. This dexterity of pranakriya is yoga because samatvam yoga ukate, Gita 248. Equability itself is termed yoga. Its main facet is pranayama, or pranakama, the action of the soul, or passive action. As the Sastras state, asanga sastrena drirena chitva, Gita 15-3. It is only pranakama that remains free from the influence of the senses. Its practice is the true study of the Sastras. If exercised firmly, all sensory attachments are severed. Having acquired this human body, the field of action, Prana karma should never be neglected. Karmanyabadi karastema phaleshu katakana, Gita 2-47. You have the authority over this passive action, but not over its consequences. Therefore God has stated, Tasmadutishta Kaunteya Yudaya Kritaniskaya, Gita 2-37. O Kaunteya, arise confident of success and wage the battle of sadhana. Because svalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayad, Gita 2-40. Even a little practice of this passive action of yoga provides release from the greatest fear. In every living being the fear of death is imperative, yet prana karma emancipates man from death. Regarding this, the Yogiraj recorded spiritual counsel in his diary. Kevala richaka o puraka aur baraoye siddhi de, lage aur samadhi. Richaka puraka bina jaise bandhakup. प्राणावायु को बल ले अवे मनास निष्कल होए जाए और बरावे रुगा ना रहे पप जलावे निर्मल खारे जनाना होए तिमिर ना से. This signifies that in pranayama the three actions of rikaka, puraka and kumbhaka are prevalent. Yogiraj directs us to increase the actions of rikaka, exhalation, and puraka, inhalation. For then prana will become still, the state of samadhi will arrive, and salvation will be achieved. There is no necessity for practicing kumbhaka, retention, separately. Pranayama performed without the proper flow of internal inhalation and exhalation is as fruitless as an empty well. If the prana air can be moved internally with vigor, the mind becomes static. Increase this action, and diseases will vanish. The accumulated sins of all births will be burnt away, and purity and knowledge will exterminate ignorance. He recorded his direct realization of this state. Swasa ekdam se band huya, baramaja, ab ki maja ki but kuch kaha na jaye, implying that after the breath completely stopped, there was an immense ecstasy. This ecstasy is indescribable. There are no words to convey it, for it is entirely self-realizable. Surendranath Bandopadhyaya of Serampore, a devotee of Yogiraj, worked in Rawalpindi. While returning home, he halted his journey at Kashi, possessing a strong desire for the darsana of his Gurudeva. He looked visibly exhausted from the long journey when he presented himself before Yogiraj and paid obeisance with devotion. In a grave tone, Yogiraj inquired, "Why have you come here? Go home immediately." Surendranath was deeply hurt. He could not understand his offense or why Yogiraj seemed so merciless. Tears welled in his eyes. In an affectionate tone, Yogiraj then said, "Go, Suren, have your bath and eat whatever has been cooked for lunch. After this, hurry home on the first available train." Suren did not have the courage to ask why. Spellbound, he executed these commands. Yogiraj called Matru and instructed him, "Go with Suren and see him off at the station." When Suren arrived at the Serampore railway station, his younger brother was already there, awaiting him. "You have come so late, brother. I sent a telegram 2 days ago and have been meeting every train." "Why? What has happened? I received no telegram." "Mother's condition is serious." Suren hastened home. His affectionate mother raised her hands toward him. "Suren, have you come? I was waiting for you, my son. The time has arrived." He embraced her, and gradually the lamp of her life was extinguished. As tears streamed down his cheeks, Suren finally understood why his Gurudeva had been so urgent and seemingly merciless. In another instance, Haripada Bandopadhyaya of Dadimukha was travelling to an adjacent village for work. It was a short journey of 3 or 4 miles, so he took a narrow path through a dense forest of sal, teak and mahua trees. There was no sign of human habitation, only the fragrance of wild flowers and the chirping of birds. Haripada proceeded, wrapped in godly thoughts, untouched by fear. Suddenly he startled. Before him stood the messenger of death, a man-eating tiger, wagging its tail and advancing slowly. The predator moved without haste, certain of its prey. Haripada realized death was inevitable. There was no one to save him but his compassionate Gurudeva. From deep within his soul, a voice cried out, "Gurudeva, please save me! Gurudeva, please save me!" Haripada and his slayer were facing each other now. Suddenly Haripada could hear a sound as if someone were driving the beast away. After this, the man-eater disappeared into the dense forest, wagging its tail. Tears of love flowed down Haripada's cheeks. A few days after this incident, Haripada came to Kashi. Lying prostrate in obeisance at the lotus feet of Yogiraj, he said, "You have saved my life in this instance." "Because you were extremely scared," Yogiraj replied with a gentle smile. The devotees present their exchange glances, not understanding the incident. Later, all of them heard the full account from Haripada Babu. Yogiraj, the Salvator, being all-pervasive, would save his devotees in distress in this manner. The innumerable ways he rendered welfare to all cannot be accounted for. On that day, as was his custom, Yogiraj was imparting advice to many listening devotees. The discourse centered on how man could be kind to all beings. He explained, "There is everything within this body. This body is composed of 5 elements. The 5 elements that exist within the body are the same as the 5 external elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space. The location of the 5 elements within the body are as follows: the essence of earth in the Muladhara chakra, the essence of water in the Svadhisthana chakra, the essence of fire in the Manipura chakra, the essence of air in the Anahata chakra, and the essence of space in the Vishuddha chakra. Above these, one moves beyond the essences. By knowing these 5 elements within the body, the external extensive 5 elements can be comprehended. If attempts are made to learn about the external elements first, it will not be possible, for then that person will lose himself. Thus, by knowing all 5 elements within the body, the internal and external fuse into one. Duality is non-existent then. Prana God, prevalent in the 5 elements, can then be realized, and settlement in Kutastha occurs. Just as distant objects can be brought near with the help of binoculars, so also through the medium of the Kutastha binocular, the yogi becomes conscious of the extra-intra-facet of the entire universe. Everyone can attain this through endeavor. Since prana is dynamic, settlement in Kutastha does not naturally occur. When prana becomes still through prana karma, that is, journeying through the path of the 6 chakras, settlement in Kutastha is achieved. Then everything becomes lucid to a yogi. An inner sky within the eye of Kutastha can be observed. It is not a visible sky. It is the sky within the sky, which is the infinite void. It is so crystalline that no impediment exists there. Since it lacks impediments, the relationship of distance is absent. Everything from the smallest to the biggest can be perceived. A mustard seed at hand looks the same even if it is thousands of miles away. There is no light and darkness, yet everything is perceived. It is self-manifested. Objects on the opposite side of a lofty mountain, along with the smallest object millions of miles away, can be noticed easily, as if through a telescope. By visualizing that infinite void, a yogi derives knowledge regarding the past and present. That crystalline, imperishable, absolute void, Brahman, is constantly static and present inextricably in all the elements. If he is absent, everything else is absent. This whole creation has originated from him and merges back into him. Therefore, on the 3rd of June, Yogiraj detailed the facts of his sadhana-derived experience. सुनिया के भीतर यो सुनिया है सो अलग है, सोई बिंदी सोई सूर्या। सुनिया के भीतर यो सुनिया है उसका अड़ी नहीं, लेकिन उहा सुनिया से इहा सुनिया का भेद है। सबुज सुनिया अनंता ओही ब्रह्मा, सूरज उसी में लया हो जाता है। अब बड़ा मजा भीतर से उठता है, भीतर जाता है। अब अगम स्थान में गए यानी स्थिर, अभी बहुत दूरा गगन पंथ में जाना है। अंक बंद करके बाहर का चीजा मालूम होता है. This implies that the void within the present void, or the void from which the present void has originated, is imperceptible. It is the dot and the Atma Surya. The void within the void, the infinite void, has no beginning and thus no end. This crystalline infinite void is different from the present void, the physical sky, because the relationship of distance exists in the physical sky, which is the last of the 5 elements. That infinite void, however, lacks the concepts of distance, time, and the 5 elements. It is beyond the essences. The existence of the physical void depends upon the existence of the infinite void. That crystalline void is evergreen and infinite. That is Brahman. The Atma Surya also merges into that infinite void, because the source of origin and merging for everything is that infinite, amorphous, ageless, and immortal void. Now I am feeling extremely ecstatic, Yogiraj noted, and this ecstasy is arising and traveling within. I have reached that inaccessible place where none but a yogi can reach. I have arrived at the sublime still state. Now I have to travel a long distance in the path of that infinite void, meaning I have to attain the state of total merging. Even if I close my eyes now, I can visualize and realize all that is external. The superficial representation of this state is the black geode, worshipped as the symbol of Narayana. Just as gigantic rocks under the water remain static even amidst a torrential current, similarly, the perishable names and forms of God are like the current, but their root, the void, Kutastha, Brahman, remains static and unchangeable. If the perishable form and name are unheeded, only then can the conversance with the infinite, eternal, omniscient, and ever-blissful state be achieved. Just as the soul cannot be apprehended as having a form, name and form cannot be apprehended as part of that crystalline void. Therefore, Yogiraj advised everyone, "Ei sarire ye kutastha achintanha ke ye guru rupade se na dekhe se andha. Ye man kabutarer palak utte utte aste aste ghurte ghurte pade temni vayu kramasa rukte rukte sukshma haye abaseshe sunyar madhye diya anek dinar par gamanagaman karite pare." This infers that one who fails to visualize Kutastha, which is within this body, in accordance with the Guru's advice, is blind. Just as a pigeon's feather flutters in the air and gradually, steadily falls in a winding manner because of its lightness, so also the prana air, by being gradually arrested, becomes subtle and light. Eventually, traveling within the void becomes possible after many days of practice. Yogiraj had unlimited mercy for the devotees who had surrendered to him. He would be perpetually alert to save them. Abhaya, the wife of a famous lawyer in Calcutta, was a devotee of Yogiraj. This couple had lost several children one after the other, and because of this, they were intensely aggrieved. One day, Abhaya prayed at the lotus feet of Yogiraj, her guru, to bless her with a child who would remain alive and in sound health. The great yogi, with a placid countenance, was seated, his mind wandering in the higher realms of thought. He seemed freed from all bondages, like a soaring bird. He did not keep track of who came and went, nor of the various conversations around him. Abhaya thought that perhaps Gurudeva could not hear what she said. She offered a fervent prayer again. Gradually, the great yogi returned to his normal senses. Abhaya repeated her prayer at his lotus feet, stating her wholehearted desire for a child who would survive. In a pacific tone, Yogiraj stated, "Listen, Abhaya, you will have a daughter, and she will remain alive. But can you follow an instruction? See that there is no mistake." A faint ray of hope arose in Abhaya's mind. She believed that if her Brahma-conversant guru was merciful, then even the impossible would be made possible. Overwhelmed with emotion, Abhaya said, "I shall do whatever you instruct." Yogiraj, who was ever affectionate towards the devoted, replied, "The daughter will be born in the early hours of the night. Keep a lamp burning in the room where you will give birth sometime before sunrise, but you must be careful that the lamp remains aflame." In due time, Abhaya gave birth to a daughter. The lamp was kept burning in accordance with the instructions of the Guru. However, in the latter part of the night, both the fatigued mother and the midwife fell asleep. The oil was nearly exhausted, and the flame flickered on the verge of extinction. At that moment, a miracle occurred in the birth chamber. Suddenly, the door opened with a start. The sleeping mother awoke and, with an amazed gaze, saw her compassionate Gurudeva, the Salvator, the be-all and end-all to his devotees, the incarnate of mercy and sublime yogi, Shyama Charan, standing at the door. Casting a benign look, he pointed at the dying flame and instructed, "Look, Abhaya, the lamp is about to burn out. Pour oil immediately." The weakened Abhaya arose and replenished the lamp. By the time she finished, the compassionate countenance of her Gurudeva had disappeared. Remembering the grace of her Guru, tears of love rolled down Abhaya's cheeks. Later, when she informed her Gurudeva of this visitation, Yogiraj smiled gently and replied, "The habit of all of you is to neglect your responsibility. Never be remiss." That Yogiraj arranged for the birth of children to many childless couples in this manner is evidenced by his diary. Regarding this matter, on the 8th of February, he wrote, "Shyamlalko putra honika, upai batlaya." I have stipulated the means by which Shyamlal can have a son. Yogiraj had two sage-like sons, Tinkari Lahiri and Dukari Lahiri, and three daughters, Harimati, Harikamini, and Harimohini. Harikamini, his 16-year-old married second daughter, had come to her father's house when she was suddenly afflicted with an attack of Asiatic cholera. Kashimani Devi requested Yogiraj to make arrangements to save their daughter, for with him present, how could she be allowed to die? Yogiraj remained unperturbed, as though nothing had happened. Kashimani Devi repeatedly entreated him to save the girl by any means. Without speaking a word, the great yogi produced the root of apamag and 2½ peppercorns, instructing, "Grind these together and feed her." Kashimani Devi, however, hesitated. She thought that since her daughter was married, it would be better to administer medicine according to a doctor's advice. Otherwise, if something untoward happened, they would be reprimanded by the in-laws. Therefore, instead of following Yogiraj's instructions, she administered the physician's medicine. The daughter expired the next day. On that evening, as was his custom, Yogiraj was explaining the Gita, while his most worthy devotee, Pandita Panchanan Bhattacharya Mahasaya, read the slokas. Many devotees sat listening when, suddenly, loud wails from the room above pierced the air. The assembly was deeply perturbed. When asked the reason for the disturbance, Yogiraj replied calmly, "The second daughter has expired. Therefore, everyone is crying. Perhaps the relatives and neighbors who will take her to the burning gut have arrived." Bhattacharya Mahasaya closed the Gita and said, "Let the explanation be stopped for today." Yogiraj solemnly expressed, "Let them do their task. You perform your task." The devotees present insisted, "The steadiness of mind required for listening to the interpretations of the Gita is not there. Let it be discontinued for today." Yogiraj remained nonchalant, as though nothing had occurred. In a calm tone, he said, "All right. Stop reading then. Hurry." The following day, Rajchandra Sanyal Mahasaya, the brother-in-law of Yogiraj, came to him and asked, "Does the misery that occurs to an ordinary person with the loss of a dear one occur to you?" Yogiraj, smiling gently, replied, "Everyone feels the misery, but there is a slight difference in the case of a knowledgeable person. If a marble is struck upon firm ground, it leaps up and retreats, but if struck upon soft, clayey ground, the marble becomes embedded. Similarly, misery cannot render lasting blows to a man of knowledge. Blows may afflict him, but they cannot create an impact. An ignorant person laments when afflicted. By maintaining a family existence like a lotus leaf, which remains undrenched though surrounded by water, this noble household yogi remained unaffected by all sorrows and afflictions. This is exactly what the Lord in the Gita expressed. Yam hina bhyatayante te purusham purusharshava samaduksha sukham diram suamritatvaya kalpate. Gita 2:15. This implies that the person who considers happiness and misery to be equal is sedate. He is not pained by sorrows and can achieve immortality and eternal bliss. Yogiraj would go daily for a promenade in the evening at Rana Mahal Ghat on the banks of the Ganges. His devotee Krishnaram lived there. After strolling for a while, Yogiraj would sit on Krishnaram's veranda and engage in discussions on the Gita. He would return home before dusk to his parlour to impart advice to his devotees. At 9 in the evening, the devotees would depart. While he sat in the parlour giving counsel, it was often noticed that he would occasionally accept an invisible obeisance by placing his folded hands to his forehead. Why he returned these salutations, and to whom, baffled those present. None had the courage to ask, yet curiosity grew. One day, as he suddenly acknowledged an unseen greeting, a devotee rushed outside and saw another disciple lying prostrate in obeisance on the veranda. This could not be seen from inside the room. Thus, whenever anyone paid obeisance to him from outside or from afar, Yogiraj would return it. The near and the distant, the internal and the external, were all lucid to him. He saw oneness amidst everything. Both Priyanath Karar and his intimate friend Ram were favourite disciples of Yogiraj. The two friends had come to Kashi to regularly pay darshana to their guru and listen to his advice, spending their days happily. Suddenly one day Ram was attacked by a bout of Asiatic cholera. Being in a strange city, Priyanath became extremely anxious. Unable to decide what to do, he rushed to his Guru Deva. Hearing the news, Yogiraj replied in accordance with social norms, "Get him treated by a good doctor." Priyanath brought 2 specialists, but the affliction only increased. Eventually, the specialists lost hope, stating that the patient's end was near and there was no way he could be saved. Helpless, Priyanath again rushed to his Gurudeva. He informed Yogiraj of his friend's terminal state, fearing that by now he had already expired. Tears streamed down the eyes of the grief-stricken Priyanath. The tranquil, devotee-loving and sublime yogi rose from his seat. Taking a bottle, he poured into it some castor oil from the lamp and commanded, "Go and immediately make the patient drink this." Priyanath pondered to whom this should be administered. Perhaps Ram had expired by then. Yet he reminded himself that his guru was Brahma conversant. His words could never be untrue. Priyanath reached the patient in haste, only to see that the man showed no sign of life. Still, taking recourse to his faith, he slightly opened Ram's mouth and poured a few drops of castor oil within. A miraculous episode occurred in the presence of all those gathered there. Gradually, the lifeless body stirred and breathing resumed. The patient revived. This Priyanath Karar Mahasaya would, at a later date, attain fame as Swami Yukteswar Giri. On the 19th of August 1883, he received initiation from the Yogiraj, an event duly noted in the master's diary. This noble yogi would constantly dwell in the extrasensory realm. A Himalayan serenity and tranquility would perpetually prevail in him. He disliked futile religious discussions with those who did not practice sadhana. Rather, he assigned a greater importance to the esoteric 8 steps of action stipulated in the scriptures: yama, control; niyam, rule; asana, posture; pranayama, prana, action; pratyahara, withdrawal of senses; dharana, realization; dhyana, soul engrossment; and samadhi, trance. His direct yogic realization was marvelous. Depending upon these realizations, he would impart religious advice and offer interpretations of the spiritual texts. None of his expressions were clouded by mere emotion. The counsel given to his devotees was born of direct yogic experience. Therefore, his advice created a profound impression on the minds of men. His descriptions were lifelike. He would ask man to derive direct realization through Kriya and gradually become one with the infinite soul, for this is the highest wealth in a man's life. Without dhyana, realization and samadhi, one cannot enter the domain of the spiritual kingdom's subtlest essence. This was his fundamental statement. Prana is the origin of all power. By practicing prana sadhana, all sadhanas can be performed. He taught that this prana has three states. In the beginning and end, he is still. In the middle, he is dynamic. Thus, prana basically possesses two states, the still and the dynamic. As the Gita states, abhyaktadini bhutani bhyaktamadhyani bharata. This implies that all elements are initially inexpressible, becoming expressible in the middle when they attain shape, and finally becoming inexpressible again after merging into the source. Dynamic prana is the primordial energy. The vibratory prana is a living being's present existence. The entire universe has manifested itself from this dynamic prana. All actions emanate from this vibratory state, yet the still prana remains the place of origin. The passive prana performs nothing, nor does he actuate any action. He is a constant spectator. Yet prana actuates when he becomes dynamic. Dynamic prana is the female primordial energy, while still prana is the male primordial energy. This dynamism is the living being, and the stillness is Siva. This dynamism is bondage, and stillness is emancipation. Thus, the motion towards prana's vibratory state is bondage, and the motion towards stillness is salvation. The Sastras have similarly noted Niskalam Brahma Uchyate, the static or still state is Brahma. That is the state of immortality, for in this sublimely still state there is neither birth nor death. It is eternal and all-pervasive. This is the state of Buddha, since it is beyond the reach of ordinary knowledge. It is ever emancipated. This is the state beyond action, the transcendental state of Kriya, where the extermination of dynamism leaves no room for worldly action. The contracted state of prana is Siva, and the expansive state is the living being. Therefore, it is imperative for a sadhaka to cease dynamism through sadhana and attain stillness. When a living being terminates dynamism and achieves the sublimely still absolute prana, he becomes Siva himself. Everyone is an ambrosial son. None is base or noble. Though Yogiraj himself was seated in the exalted rank of preceptor, he would always disregard this position and advise all to think likewise. He stipulated that the requisites for yoga sadhana were a healthy human body, immense mental strength, and a noble intention. One who possesses this wealth can easily practice. No impediment can act as a deterrent. None is sinful or sinless. Everyone is equal. Since everyone is a child of God, everyone has the right to practice sadhana, irrespective of sex or class. Yogiraj would state that by placing the mind on kutastha, sin is absent. Failing to do so constitutes sin. Kutastha is God. He is the supreme Brahman. Whether you maintain a domestic existence or renounce the world, prana exists within your body. God is within you. If he were absent, you would be non-existent. What is the necessity for renouncing the world when you must search for him within your own body? Rather, the domestic existence is a favorable domain for sadhana. The one who maintains a family life while practicing the sadhana of the prana God within is a heroic sadhaka. To practice this sadhana, it is necessary for prana to exist in the body. Prana himself is required for the attainment of prana. Barring prana, prana cannot be attained. Prana should be worshipped and tended with the help of prana. It is not possible to nurse prana with material objects. Whatever exists is prana replete. There is nothing except prana. He is Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesa. He is the embodiment of the goddesses Durga, Kali, and Jagaddatri. Therefore, the sages have given a clarion call. Pranohi Bhagavanisa. Prayo Vishnu Pitamaha, Pranena Daryate Loka Sarvam Prandmayam Jagad. This denotes that prana is the father, mother, son, and intimate one. As the Upanishads note, Pita ha by prana, Mata ha by prana, Putra ha by prana, Akarya ha by prana. Prana originates from prana and settles in prana. Prana is dharma, because everything is held by prana. Prana is action, for without prana, no action can be accomplished. Prana is the living being, for it is through the vibration of prana that a being remains alive. Prana is Siva, the destroyer. Prana is Vishnu, the protector. Prana is Durga, for by dwelling in this body fort, he annihilates all adversities. Prana is the primordial energy, dwelling in the body abode, all-pervasive within and without. He is omnipercipient. Therefore, from man to insects, from winged creatures to the inanimate, prana is the only worship and the only religion. All gods and goddesses worship this prana. From Muslims, Hindus, and Christians to every manner of creature, all beings worship this prana without discrimination. If prana is non-existent within the body, then nothing remains. The senses, the organs, the mind, intellect, and ego all exist solely upon the existence of prana. Therefore, all should love the universal prana. Through this, love towards all living beings will naturally emanate. He is the origin of love, the master of all, and the controller of the universe. Thus, love him. All should nourish prana by practicing pranakama, the incessant breath-like action of prana. It is in the present moment that prana can be attained. You are prana. That prana has confined your present you, yet it is he who will ultimately release your present you. It is beyond the power of anyone other than prana to cause salvation. Prana is both the master of bondage and the emancipator. Therefore, Yogiraj would emphasize that prana exists within this body, yet how few truly make the quest for him. According to Buddhist philosophy, this is the attainment of sublime stillness, nirvana. Dharma has originated from the Sanskrit root dhari, which means to hold. Vishnu is he who exists by permeating all substances, to be thoroughly wrapped, or to possess absolute self-existence. By restraining the externally oriented breathing motion, which constitutes external pranayama, and practicing internal pranayama in substantial depth, all desires are eliminated. In this state, knowledge is attained and the cycle of rebirth is broken. If one departs the body in this state, he becomes free from rebirth, for he has attained the state of salvation. Pranaya namo yasya sarvamidam, besayobhuto sarvashesvaro yasmin sarvam pratishthitam. Namaste pranakrandaya, namaste stanayitnabe. Vidyute barshate aushadhi yad pranarita basate abhikranda byoshadhe. Prano mrityu pranam deva upasate pranohi satyabadin suttam loka adabad. Prano biraf, prano deshtri pranam sarva upasate pranoha suryaskandrama. Pranamaha prajapatim pranapanobrihi yabanatvana prana uchyate, yabad prana ahita panobrihi rucyate, apanati pranati purusho garve, antara yadatvam prana jinvasate sajayate punam pranamaha matarisvanam batoha prana uchyate, pranoha bhutam bhavanka prane sarvam pratishtitam. Pranamasad paryavrito namadanyo vabishyasi, apam gavamiva jivase pranavadnamit vamayi. This verse from the Atharva Veda signifies that obeisance is paid to the prana air within the body. It is the act of offering reverence to him through his own medium via Omkara Kriya. The whole of creation is under the control of prana. If he is non-existent, everything else ceases to be. Through prana, all external and internal actions are accomplished. It is imperative to nurse prana, the ruler of the universe, by practicing kriya. Prana is God manifest. To serve this prana God, there is nothing other than prana himself. The deceleration of the rhythm of prana, which increases inherent stillness, is referred to as pranayama. Therefore, all sensible people should regularly serve prana through the practice of kriya. Everything is stationed in prana, and this body contains him. By having faith in the precepts of the Guru, it is imperative for everyone to practice prana-karma, which is a supremely infallible remedy. The attainment of oneness is the main objective of the sastras, and the foremost path is pranayama. An aberration of the prana air results in death. While prana possesses radiance, his manifestation occurs through the effulgence of kutastha. He alone is the heat, the water, the sustainer, and the personified female energy worshipped in the Vedas, in whose manifestation the internal and external are revealed. To remember God is also an action of prana. The cessation of prana results in the perception of infinite extensivity, and the authority for visualizing this state is prana itself. Everyone worships prana, some attentively and others inattentively. The soul sun and soul moon can be perceived through this prana. Within the prana and apana airs, the primordial energy exists. That prana appears and disappears, and the name of that prana is Matarisva, the mother goddess. Everything has been and will be accomplished through that prana air. Accepting pranayama, everything is untrue, because by not dwelling in truth, all things become illusory. Thus, Atmakarma is the doctrine of all sastras and should be practiced. As the Chandogya Upanishad states, Sarvam Omkaram Ebeda Om Sarvam Gayatri Katrayate Ka. This body is Omkara. Realizing this is realizing totality. Kriya is Gayatri, the personified female energy, and by practicing Kriya, salvation is attained. The Rigveda denotes that the Kriyaban, one who practices Kriya, who regularly visualizes Kutastha through Yoni Mudra, is aided by Goddess Durga, the empress of the Kutastha-like fort, to traverse the worldly sea. By continuing to cross this worldly sea in the Kriya-like boat, the kinetic mind is stilled. Upon achieving the transcendental state of Kriya, all sins are destroyed. Kriya Karya Kriya Parabastaya Taka. This means remaining in the transcendental state of Kriya by the very practice of Kriya. This sentence explains the totality of the path. The deeds of previous births are known as providence, while present deeds are regarded as human effort. To annihilate the afflictions caused by both providence and human effort, Kriyabans should perpetually concentrate on Kriya in accordance with the advice of their Guru. By practicing 1,728 or 20,736 pranayamas, all desires are fulfilled, and the state of settlement in Kutastha is recognized as the state of Goddess Lakshmi. Peace is derived in this manner. Practicing Kriya positively brings fulfillment. Prana is Visvakarma, who nurtures creation. The dark sphere within Kutastha is Deva. By practicing Omkara Kriya, settlement occurs in the left core of the Anahata chakra, termed Vamadeva. The Kutastha god who exists within the 6 seasons prevalent in the 6 chakras of the body is the supreme gleaner of all that emanates from dynamic prana. This Kutastha is Rama, for he holds the bow of Ida and Pingala. Since he seizes both material attachment and detachment, he is Hari. Furthermore, due to the deer-like transcendental ecstatic vision, Kutastha is synonymous with the internal chanting of the Hansa name which yogis realize. As the captor of all elements, he is named Hari. As he is ever constant, he is eternal. He is the possessor and relinquisher of divine wealth, hunger, thirst, birth, death, happiness and misery. Thus, he is God. On October 28, 1874, Yogiraj penned, Om Jotrupa. This jyoti will pervade the entire body, then all shall be seen, and the inclination to speak will vanish, even if desired. This Omkara-like Atma Jyoti, or soul effulgence, extends throughout the body until the form becomes replete with light. This body comprises the 3 worlds of heaven, earth, and the netherworld. Once filled with this light, everything can be visualized and expressed, even in the absence of desire. Aiming at this, Arjuna said, Dyabapritibhyoridam hi vyaptam tvayaikena disaska sarva dristvadvutam rupamugram tabedam lokatrayam prabhyathitam mahatman. This denotes, O Mahatman, the great prana, the region between heaven and earth, the space between the Muladhara and the Sahasrara, and all directions have become all-pervasive with your fiery resplendence. This signifies that the upper, lower, right and left positions of the body have become replete by your soul's effulgence. Visualizing this wonderfully intense, fiery and terrifying form, the three worlds become extremely petrified. This infers that the three regions of the body, upper, lower and middle, becoming astounded, makes the mind terror-stricken. Yogiraj was averse to the promulgation of his tenets to the insincere. He never wanted anybody to take a photograph of him. Once, his devotees decided to take a snap of him and invited Gangadhar Dey, a skilled photographer and devotee of Yogiraj. After this, they prayed for his consent. Yogiraj remarked, "There is no need to take a photograph. If a photograph is taken, then in the future all will abandon sadhana and start worshipping the photograph." But the devotees were dogged in their determination. Repeatedly entreating Yogiraj, he finally agreed. All the devotees, along with Gangadhar Babu, were elated and made arrangements for the photograph to be taken. Approaching the camera, Yogiraj, in a childish manner, started inquiring about its various mechanisms. Gangadhar Babu, feeling inspired, began explaining the different parts of the camera. Eventually, at the time of taking the photograph, Gangadhar Babu was faced with an acute problem. In the viewfinder, the image of Yogiraj was not being reflected. He thought that there must be some defect in the camera, but upon examination it was found that the images of others were being reflected clearly. It was then that Gangadhar Babu understood the actual matter. He saw that Yogiraj was smiling mildly. Gangadhar Babu prayed with folded hands, "Kindly have mercy, otherwise the photograph cannot be taken and the desire of the devotees cannot be fulfilled." Yogiraj now gently said, "Take the snap." It was then noticed that the image of Yogiraj was reflected in the viewfinder. The photograph which millions of his devotees possess today is the one which Gangadhar Dey snapped on that day. Accepting this, no other snap of Yogiraj had ever been taken. It is a strange fact that his photograph does not exist in any shop. Probably because he was averse to his own propaganda, this secrecy has been maintained. Any person seeing his photograph is magnetized by the perfect yogic alignment of his physical bearing. Focusing on his gaze makes one realize that his look is the intravision, conducting a universal afferent scrutiny. The eyes are settled in the Sambhavi Mudra. It is indeed unfortunate that various other photographs of Yogiraj are now being circulated which have no semblance to the original. Even by mounting the highest pinnacle of sadhana and attaining a state resembling the lives of ancient Indian sages, he constantly maintained a simple existence. His attire was extremely ordinary. The reticent and soft-spoken Shamacharan would never reveal his yogic power unnecessarily. It has been observed that he showered yogic grace either under the guise of divine abstruse causations or for the purpose of intensifying the faith of devotees desirous of salvation. Though he remained established as the origin of spiritual power, Yogiraj regarded himself as insignificant. He would likewise advise his devotees, if one does not consider himself to be small, one cannot enter the realm of the self. Many a time he would tell his devotees, "I am not the guru, I do not maintain a barrier between guru and disciple." At this time, Yogiraj, replete with spiritual power, executed the role of a salvator for the benefit of mankind. Not only this, but just by receiving his darsana, many underwent a spiritual transformation. Quite a number of sadhus and samnyasins would sit at his lotus feet till late in the night, deriving substantial knowledge of abstruse yoga sadhana. They would all leave at dawn. In this manner, he spent innumerable sleepless nights, but was never noticed to be exhausted. With an ever-cheerful countenance, he constantly strove to fulfill the desires of his devotees. Observing him then, he seemed to be a condensed image of compassion, devoid of discrimination between the high and the low. This sublime yogi would himself often arrange for devotees destined to come into his divine presence, showering spontaneous mercy upon them. Jaipal Bhagat, the milkman, had a milk and curd shop a short distance from the residence of Yogaraj. He would sell his wares throughout the day and observe the entry and exit of the assemblage at the place of Maharaji. Many were blessed by obtaining his grace. Jaipal had an intense devotion toward Yogiraj. He pondered whether, as an ordinary man, Yogiraj would be merciful toward him. Due to a lack of courage, Jaipal said nothing. One day, as he was walking along the road, he suddenly noticed Maharaji advancing toward him. He paid obeisance with modest devotion and stood aside. Maharaji returned his obeisance and, smiling mildly, remarked, "Jaipal, come tomorrow. I shall give you initiation." Jaipal paid a reverential obeisance and said, "Glory to Maharaji." Overwhelmed with ecstasy, Jaipal contemplated, "Maharaji has mercifully offered his grace to me, but can I abide by his advice?" The next day, arriving at the appointed time, Jaipal obtained initiation. At a later date, it was seen that from that small milk and curd shop, Jaipal had acquired immense wealth. Though he was steeped in the prosperity and happiness of family life, the devoted Jaipal eventually handed over everything he possessed to his sons and remained perpetually engaged in dhyana in a hut on the banks of the river Janabi. He was able to reach a very high level of sadhana. Hitlal Sarkar was an employee of a brick field in a remote village by the banks of the river Bhagirathi in West Bengal. He supported his family on a paltry income, yet the inclination to assist others was inherent in him. If any needy or distressed person had a requirement, he would immediately grant it according to his ability, without considering the difficulties he and his family might face. Hitlal performed all the activities of a domestic existence, but at times his mind would wander. He would quietly sit on the banks of the Ganges for hours together. Though he accomplished all his tasks, nothing seemed right to him. An indefinable yearning was plaguing Hitlal. It seemed as though his life remained incomplete. Like any other day, Hitlal had gone to his place of work. He was supervising the grounds when suddenly a thought wave struck him. For no reason, his mind became extremely disturbed. He felt there was no benefit in staying there. He had to go somewhere immediately. He executed this thought into action at once. Leaving the factory premises, Hitlal started walking. It seemed as though he was pulled by an unknown power, intensely attracting him. He was unaware of where to go or what to do. Hitlal proceeded as if spellbound. After a little while, he arrived at a railway station and saw a train standing. He boarded the train and reached Howrah station. The unmindful Hitlal went to the ticket counter and said, "Give me a ticket." But the man at the counter asked him, "Where will you go?" Hitlal replied, "This is all the money I have. Give me a ticket with that." The aged man at the counter perceived that the gentleman before him was burdened by some deep mental agony. With a gentle tone he inquired, "Have you ever been to Kashi?" Hitlal replied, "I have never gone to Kashi." Smiling softly, the ticket seller said, "Then go to Kashi, for this money will suffice. You shall find peace there by the grace of Visvanath." Hitlal knew of a Bengali locality in Kashi named Bengali Tola, where many of his countrymen resided. Upon alighting at the Kashi station, he proceeded toward the neighborhood, inquiring of its location along the way. As he walked through a narrow lane, exhausted and famished, Hitlal moved without a destination, wandering simply because he had to proceed. Suddenly, he saw a placid-looking gentleman emerge from a house. The man beckoned him, saying, "Hey there, come here." Astounded, Hitlal approached him and asked, "You do not know me, nor do I know you. Why then did you call me?" The gentleman smiled tenderly and replied, "We shall talk of that later. You are tired and hungry. First, take your bath, then have your lunch and rest." Hitlal marveled at how this stranger could know of his suffering. Arrangements were duly made for his comfort, and after he had rested, Hitlal spoke with others in the house. It was then he learned that the gentleman was the Mahatma, Yogiraj Shyama Charan Lahiri. Though he had heard the name before, he had never met the master. Soon the Yogiraj called Hitlal into his private room and remarked, "The time for your initiation has arrived. Therefore it is I who has brought you here." Hitlal prostrated himself at the lotus feet of the Yogiraj. By obtaining the grace of the great yogi, his life was truly blessed. Among the neighbors of the Yogiraj was a young man named Chandra Mohan Dey, who had recently returned home after passing his medical examinations. One day, Chandra Mohan came to pay his respects and pray for the Yogiraj's blessing. The master blessed him and began to inquire about the many facets of modern medical treatment. As a new doctor, Chandra Mohan's enthusiasm was boundless, and he explained the various developments in medical science. During their talk, the Yogiraj asked for the scientific definition of death. After Chandra Mohan provided the medical explanation, the Yogiraj smiled jocularly and said, "Examine me, Chandra Mohan, and see for yourself, am I alive or dead?" Chandra Mohan performed the examination and was struck with amazement. There was no sign of life in the body. Even the heartbeat was static. He stood speechless. Suddenly the Yogiraj remarked with a playful banter, "Chandra Mohan, perhaps you should give me a death certificate." Nonplussed, the young doctor struggled for a reply. Then a sudden realization flashed across his mind. He said, "I would have given you a death certificate, but you are still talking. A dead person is unable to speak." The Yogiraj laughed and remarked, "You are right. But remember, much remains to be learned beyond your modern medical science. Where science cannot reach, the yogis can easily attain the quest for that knowledge." This incident became a defining memory in Chandra Mohan's life. Though he eventually became an established medical practitioner, he also advanced immensely upon the spiritual path. The Yogiraj desired that everyone should maintain a family existence, earn an honest livelihood, and within the precincts of the home, practice Kriya and achieve self-attainment. He himself embodied this ideal. He maintained an ordinary, Spartan, and unostentatious existence. Employed in a transferable government service, he earned his own living while practicing sadhana until he reached the highest pinnacle of realization, setting an illustrious example for householders. It is rare to find another who has established such a perfect ideal. The Yogiraj would never accept excuses for neglecting one's sadhana. He insisted that even within the domestic ambit, anyone truly desirous of spiritual practice could find the time. He did not support a life of dependency on others. Recognizing that the modern man often suffered from economic inequality, he did not approve of the extreme rigors of ancient yoga. Instead, he advocated for a secret, house-based sadhana. By simplifying the complex techniques introduced by ancient sages, he opened the closed doors of yoga, making the path accessible to the common man. He understood that modern man, often lacking in fortitude, could not easily practice the austere yoga sadhana of old. Therefore, by eliminating ancient complexities, he transformed it into a direct, result-oriented and facile practice. Before this revival, such spiritual heights seemed impossible to the masses. By making this path accessible, the Yogiraj bestowed an eternal welfare upon humanity, a noble benefaction that has uplifted man to a higher level of the quest for the Atman. Today, thanks to him, yoga sadhana is no longer an impossibility for the householder. The ancient sages were also beings who achieved salvation while remaining within the family precincts, maintaining a conjugal existence in accordance with the regulations of the 4 stages of life. This is the true pattern of Indian tradition. The household yogi Shyama Charan would often state that in the present age it is extremely difficult to practice sadhana through emotion-oriented devotion alone. In a society ridden with problems and luxury, true devotion is often scarce. Therefore, he drew seekers toward a simple, scientific and unostentatious sadhana, vowing that this practice was as infallible as the science of mathematics. Irrespective of caste, religion or sect, any person can practice this path. In this way, Shyama Charan, the lover of all, imparted social welfare. In those days, the system of caste discrimination was very acute. Though the Yogi Raj belonged to a high-ranking Brahmin family, he disregarded these social barriers in the sphere of sadhana, a difficult and even dangerous task in a society prone to punitive measures. Ramprasad Jaiswal, a practicing lawyer, belonged to a social echelon that was often treated as inferior. Among the devotees who gathered daily to hear the Yogiraj's advice, most were Brahmins. When Ramprasad sat among them, the Brahmins expressed their dissatisfaction. Jaiswal, however, remained silent and full of devotion. After a few moments, the Yogiraj beckoned Jaiswal and said, "Come and sit where I am sitting." As he spoke, he moved slightly away from his own seat. Jaiswal was overcome with diffidence. How was it possible for him to sit upon the very place of his guru? Amongst the disciples present, Rai Bahadur Girish Prasanna Lahiri, the zamindar of Kashimpur who had previously expressed a great deal of dissent, was now moved to profound shame by this command of Yogiraj. Praying for forgiveness, he welcomed Jaiswal to sit beside him. Without maintaining any racial or social discrimination, Yogiraj imparted equal respect to everyone who practiced sadhana. Kashi, the domain of Siva encircled by the river Ganges in the form of a crescent moon, has drawn seekers towards the spiritual path since the Vedic age. This sacred domain has borne the Indian tradition and maintained its flow uninterruptedly to this day. From kings and feudal princes to sages, monks and the poor, all pay homage to this abode of Siva and offer earnest prayers at the feet of Visvanath. Everyone who visits this holy place stands on equal footing. The king of Kashmir, having arrived in the abode of Siva, had previously heard of the householder yogi. The king sent an officer to Yogiraj to inquire after the time and manner by which he might be granted an audience. When the officer arrived and made a humble representation of the king's wish, Yogiraj replied, "After 9 in the night, when there isn't anybody, the king can then come along. If necessary, he can be accompanied by a trustworthy person. But the king must keep the fact of his coming here a secret." The king arrived in due time. After paying obeisance to Yogiraj, he engaged in discussion and was greatly delighted. When the king asked the reason for such secrecy, Yogiraj stated, "You are a king, and many know you. If you come publicly, there will be an uproar. It is for this reason I instructed that secrecy be maintained." The king was extremely gladdened and later received initiation from Yogiraj. Similarly, the kings of Nepal and Burdwan met Yogiraj in secret and, obtaining his grace, were blessed. In his appointed path of sadhana, Yogiraj indicated specific steps for practice. By practicing these techniques, a sadhaka can achieve the higher to the highest states of realization. He himself placed great respect upon this system throughout his life and instructed that it be followed by all future sadhakas. None can ever find a means to violate this divine system. One day, a devotee with folded hands appealed to Yogiraj, "Kindly make an immaculate arrangement while you are present, so that I may know from whom I should learn the progressive steps of sadhana in your absence." Yogiraj replied, "So many notable ideals have fallen prey to the onslaught of time. When your time arrives, even if you are in the Sahara Desert, you will surely obtain sadhana." Yogiraj never insisted that anyone become an apostate. This was a unique specialty of the sadhana technique he revived. He would say that there is no impediment to the practice of yoga sadhana for men belonging to any religion or for those adhering to any doctrine. All Hindus, whether Sakta, Saiva, Vaishnava, Saurya or Ganapatya, as well as Muslims and Christians, can practice this yoga sadhana free from obstacles. Yogiraj termed it Atma Sadhana, the realization of the soul. As the same soul prevails in all living beings, there is no impediment to practicing Atma Sadhana. The religion in which one has faith, the devotion one holds toward particular deities, and one's tutelary deity remain unchanged. Proceed by depending upon your own respective faiths, he encouraged. Consequently, people of all castes and creeds, Hindus, Muslims and Christians desirous of truth, took refuge at his lotus feet. Abdul Ghaffur Khan, a humble Muslim devotee, attained a very high state in yoga sadhana after receiving initiation from him. By imparting yoga to many devotees, Yogiraj catalyzed their progress on the path of self-advancement. The exact number of those he initiated remains unknown. Amongst them, many became famous yogis, including his two sage-like sons, Tinkari Lahiri and Dukari Lahiri, as well as Panchanan Bhattacharya, Swami Pranabananda Giri, Swami Yukteswar Giri, Bhupendranath Sanyal, Swami Keshabananda, Swami Kevalananda, Bisuddhanananda Sarasvati, Kashinath Sastri, Nagendranath Bhaduri, Prasadas Goswami, Kailash Chandra Bandopadhyay, Ramgopal Mazumdar, Harinarayan Paladi, and Mahendranath Sanyal. It is also said that Bhaskarananda Saraswati and Balananda Brahmachari, while maintaining their own paths, practiced the yoga sadhana of Yogiraj as well. The king of Kashi and his sons, the kings of Nepal, Kashmir and Burdwan, along with Kalikrishna Tagore and Sir Garudas Bandopadhyay, represented the highest echelons of society who sought him. Yet, those from the lower strata of society were equally blessed with the path of salvation. Yogiraj maintained that the greatest asrama is that of the householder, because all other stages of life depend upon it. Among the 4 stages, celibacy, domesticity, recluseness, and asceticism, the first, third, and fourth are nurtured by the second. Domesticity, therefore, is the greatest. In later years, notable figures such as Kaji Nazrul Islam and Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose obtained this noble Kriya Yoga initiation from Barodacharan Mazumdar Mahasaya, a disciple of Panchanan Bhattacharya and the greatest yogi of modern Bengal. Similarly, Sitaramdas Omkarnath acquired initiation from Ramdayal Mazumdar. This yoga made their lives splendid and successful. It was the principal secret key that allowed each of them to open the gates of their innermost temples. They discovered their inherent deities through this yoga karma and were thus capable of dedicating their lives to the welfare of mankind. In the present age, many do not practice this yoga karma. As a result, their sensory faculties remain unrefined, and being attracted by the superficial glamour of religion, there is much injustice. Yogiraj stated that through this sadhana, a man's life becomes beautiful and sublime. One becomes aware of soul excellence, and it is then that he becomes a true gentleman. But how can the main door of the internal temple be opened? Yogiraj expressed it thus: Ulat Pavanaka Thokar Mare Kole Darwaja. This implies that the breath, which has become externally oriented, must be directed inward. Through the technique of Thokar Kriya, one may unfold the main gate of the inherent temple. Again he wrote, Om Jorse Daka Daneze Tab Darwaja Hulega, meaning that if a forceful impact is made on the Anahata chakra through Omkara Kriya, only then does the gate of the heart temple open. He has further written, through the medium of Omkara Kriya, when the Anahata chakra is struck forcefully, a spontaneous deep engrossment occurs, and a state of being stayed is augmented. In his diary, he repeated that by striking the Anahata chakra forcefully with Om, a greater stillness is achieved. This implies that if a Thokar Kriya, such as Omkara Kriya, is practiced with vigor, the obstructions of the Anahata chakra are released. It is only then that the abstruse access opens and ignorance is exterminated. By practicing this Thokar Kriya, a deep engrossment will naturally arise, allowing one to settle into a still state for a prolonged period. Upon achieving this state, the mind becomes deeply moved by the misery of others. Therefore, he chanted, "Have compassion in your heart when you witness the sorrow of others. Only then shall you witness the rise of the moon of consciousness. Exert yourself to the best of your ability, never turning cruel or indifferent. When the Supreme Divinity is satisfied, the mind becomes sweet and serene. Cross over and dwell in the immortal state yourself, following the path and instructions of the Sadguru." This particular verse is rendered here in prose because the latent meanings expounded by Yogiraj cannot be fully captured in a poetic translation without losing their essence. Have compassion for those in misery, that is, for those whose prana is still dynamic. When settlement is attained at Kutastha, one visualizes the effulgence of the soul moon, which is equivalent to the radiance of millions of moons. It is then that one gains true renown. Make ardent efforts with the capacity you possess to settle at Kutastha, and do not deviate from this path. The Supreme Divinity is appeased by this settlement, for then the mind becomes blissful. Strive to settle in the immortal state of Kutastha, abiding meticulously by the Sadguru's instructions. Yogiraj would often remark that all images pertain to the One. A latent oneness prevails across various forms, though the discrimination of this oneness is inconceivable to the ordinary mind. Visualizing images, listening to advice, emotionally contemplating God and following various customs are merely the external features of the spiritual path. Ultimately, the foundation of non-duality must be attained. The zenith of knowledge and complete success depends upon this settlement in non-duality, where no discrimination remains between the devotee and God. There, an inexpressible soul entity prevails in the form of self-manifestation. Primarily, divine visualizations and hearing the divine sound are not exceedingly difficult. However, the actual visualization of God is a most abstruse affair. Only after passing through several tests and practicing austere sadhana, once one is uplifted onto the true foundation of spiritual practice, can the actual visualization of God be attained. A yogi proceeding from the state of a living being to the state of Shiva attains the supreme soul visualization and is gratified. In the present age, however, men have become faithless and disrespectful, making such visualizations difficult to achieve. Modern man is often argumentative and cynical. Simple faith has become extremely rare. Consequently, objects that should be easily acquired have become unattainable. Yet yoga initiation is based exclusively upon scientific educational steps. For instance, just as 2 + 2 = 4, the gradual steps of ecstasy unfold one by one in accordance with the practice of yoga karma and realization. If there is any essence in this world termed Atma Dharma, it is this Yoga Dharma. Its essence is central to yoga philosophy, and since the decadence of the Indus Valley civilization, great deal of gross testimony to this truth has been uncovered. To this day, a direct and indirect relationship with the essence of yoga can be observed among people of all countries and races. God descends in the form of the Guru to control and advise the devotee when necessary. This Guru is the Sadguru, the real Guru. Once the Sadguru is acquired, the anguish caused by the dearth of a teacher is no longer felt. If a seeker of truth is ridden with faithlessness and cynicism, the path for the manifestation of God's merciful power is closed. While it may be easy to obtain God's grace through emotion, it is extremely difficult to retain it through the strength of one's own sadhana and realization, or to reveal one's inner power by observing that grace. By knowledge, we typically mean common information. However, science in this context infers neither bookish knowledge, nor syllogism, nor emotion, nor imagination. That true knowledge is direct visualization and direct realization, a special type of knowledge that is, in fact, science. This is known as soul knowledge. A visible object implies knowledge, thus the true significance of visualization is knowledge itself. To visualize the unchangeable object that is infinitely pervasive in the universe is soul visualization, or Brahma visualization. He is the infinite soul, yet he is realizable. He exists in every living being homogeneously. Therefore, the authors of the Sastras have proclaimed, Atma Habai Guru Reka, the soul alone is the Guru. Impermanent or temporary devotion is not true devotion. Permanent devotion is necessary. When the differences between devotion, the devotee, and God are eliminated, the state of permanent devotion evolves. The state in which the knower, the known, and knowledge all fuse into one is the state of science. This is termed true devotion or knowledge. As long as the mind wanders externally, knowledge and devotion remain concealed. If the mind can be drawn internally, then by God's grace, it may enter the path of Brahma. Then the impediments are dispelled, and by becoming soul-oriented, the essence of Dharma is revealed. Dharmasya tattvam nihitam guhayam, guhayam nihitam brahma sasvatam. The actual essence of religion is latent within the cave. What is latent within that cave is the eternal Brahma. Is this cave a physical mountain cavern? If it were, everyone would travel there to learn the essence of religion. It is not so. This cave is prevalent in the form of kutastha within all human bodies. It is also known as the cavern of the union with the absolute void. If the mind can be placed within the dot-like cave in the middle of kutastha, the conscious Atman becomes evident, and the true esotericism of religion is disclosed. This is possible only through pranakama, and all yogis visualize this kutastha. Regarding this, Yogiraj recorded on March 29th, "The path for entering the innermost region has opened, and I have acquired the state of the internal flow of breath within the Sushumna. By reaching this state, the cogitation, dhyana, and the Omkara sound that is heard are real. This is what yogis term the cavern. I could see a white dot traveling within the triangular place of origin. It is known as the moon when it appears large, and a star when it appears small. That is the perforation. Entry must be made through this perforation. This essence is not a matter of mere faith or philosophical mystery. One who is constantly wrapped in yoga can regularly visualize kutastha through the consistent practice of Kriya Yoga. Therefore, the Upanishads have stipulated, Balagrasahasram ardha tasya bhagasha bhagasa, tasya bhagasha bhagardham tajnayancha niranjanam. The measurement of the dot-like anu within kutastha is equivalent to 1/2 of 1,000th part of the tip of a hair strand, or 1/4,000th part of a single hair. That Brahma anu is so subtle that it cannot be ascertained by ordinary intelligence. It is an inexplicable state. Unless a living being attains the state of Shiva, the self cannot remain conscious of it. Sukshmatvatad vijñayam, as the Gita suggests, it is due to this extreme subtlety and amorphousness that he remains incognizable. Brahma exists within all living beings, below kutastha in the form of the dynamic prana, and above kutastha in the divine region as the still prana. He is both animate and inanimate. Because he exists in the form of the Brahma Anu, he is unknowable to the common mind, yet he can be comprehended through special means. Thus, he is jnanatitam niranjanam, beyond worldly knowledge and immaculate. While the ignorant remain unaware of the omnipresent God essence, the Brahma Anu remains distant from them. Yet for the knowledgeable who are skilled in the soul essence, he remains in constant proximity. He is knowledge itself, and he is that which is worth knowing. Through sadhana, he becomes truly cognizable. Yogiraj wrote, "Subtle objects are perceptible when there is light and not perceptible in darkness. Just as when sunlight enters a room through a small aperture, each speck of dust in the air can be noticed, yet cannot be observed when the aperture is shaded. Brahma is the subtlest of the subtle, therefore he can be perceived in the effulgence. Again, when the path of vision is concealed by self-manifested darkness, a state where there is neither day nor night, then everything can be visualized in that darkness. This is the state of realization. Whatever path one follows to know the true essence of religion, one must eventually come to this eternal path demonstrated by the ancient sages. One who is absorbed in comprehending the subtle mind is a Muni. What is actuated by the mind is merely opinion. By practicing regular pranakama, such a deep engrossment arises that the desire for speech disappears. That is the actual state of spiritual science. If the desire to talk persists, even if speech is withheld, it is not true reticence. When desires are eliminated, the silent state arrives automatically. As long as endeavors are made to visualize the soul with the help of the kinetic mind, the realization of the indivisible truth remains far removed. To realize that soul truth, the cessation of the mind is required. In that state of stillness, the resplendence of the soul's manifestation is reflected. The mind, through its power of imagination, often divides that resplendence into different mental moods. To attain the supreme truth, one must rise above the mind. In this state, questions of opinion vanish, for when the mind is absent, no opinion can remain. If the motion and settlement of the mind and prana can be unified in Atmadhyana, then true devotion and the attainment of God become possible. However, this cannot be achieved without prolonged sadhana. To proceed on the path of God attainment, the primary requisite is to perform actions in accordance with soul orientation. Only then will the achievement of knowledge occur. Once knowledge is derived, devotion dawns automatically. Yogiraj would often say, just as jaggery is refined through a process of clarification, so too is the practitioner purified by the regular practice of pranayama. Educating his devotees, he further explained, if an alphabet is written in reverse and viewed through a mirror, it appears straight. Similarly, if the internal breath is reversed, one's own true form can be viewed. Pure devotion is true devotion, and it cannot be acquired until ignorance is exterminated. Yogiraj remarked, when the force of prana and apana is directed through regular internal pranayama, the vital powers of the lips, throat, and teeth cease, giving rise to an inner knowledge which results in soul realization. This is referred to as true devotion. To those wondering how ignorance could be removed, he would say, if excellent pranakama is practiced, ignorance will automatically be removed. This is the religion of the soul. As the Lord stipulated in the Gita, the soul religion, even if fraught with faults, is greater than a skillfully executed sensory disposition. For the initial practitioner, there will be shortcomings, as success is dependent on practice. To die practicing this Atmadharma is better than living in sensory bondage, which is perpetually terrifying. The vibratory motion of the kinetic prana creates a distance from God, making the cycle of birth and death inevitable. Yogiraj would expound, barring direct visualization, true love and devotion are not born, just as it is not possible for a childless person to feel parental love. Furthermore, love does not reach its fullness the very moment a child is born. The more one sees and rears the child, the more that affection develops, often without the parent even realizing it. How is true love possible for a God you have not seen? Such love might dawn in one in a million as a result of previous births, but if the dexterous yogakarma of pranakama is practiced regularly, the Atmajyoti, the light of the soul, can definitely be visualized. The more you visualize this light, the more you will develop a natural affection toward it. The desire to behold that wonderful, ever-pure Atmajyoti will arise persistently, for it is a beauty that cannot be found in the perceptible world. In this manner, the more the direct visualization is augmented, the more the love and devotion towards it will be enhanced. Subsequently, by becoming steadfastly engrossed in the visualization of Atma Jyoti, a thorough raptness in love and devotion will occur. It is then that ignorance will be severed and true, pure devotion will be born. Thus, barring the visualization of the God entity, actual love and devotion are not possible. It is exclusively dependent upon prana karma. In the Muladhara chakra of every human being, the Kundalini power lies dormant. Until this power is awakened through prana karma, sadhana remains directed toward material objects. The true objective of sadhana is not merely to enjoy divine bliss and wealth after death, for that type of enjoyment can be derived even without such practice. Through sadhana, a living being can abandon the endless snare of delusion to achieve the state of Shiva, reaching a state of perfect stillness or attaining the complete essence. For this reason, a yogi must arouse the power of Kundalini. The soul of a living being is like Shiva, pervaded with benignancy, yet it remains shrouded in illusion and ignorance. This Shiva-like soul exists latently in the essence of space, the Visuddha chakra, in the form of death. This latent state must be awakened. Through pranakarma, the moment the internal air becomes still in the Visuddha chakra, the dormant state disappears. When a yogi's air is stilled in this manner, he becomes nilkantha, attaining the Shiva state. The 5 chakras are the centers for the 5 essences: earth, water, fire, air, and space. Power is of the same essence in all 5 chakras. However, when power is awakened in the Muladhara chakra, that aerial power is driven upward through the path of Sushumna. Gradually, as the power within all the chakras is fully aroused, the 5 chakras are liberated. In that ultimate state, not even a hint of ignorance remains. The soul's ignorant, illusory impediment is removed, and a union between Shiva and Sakti, the female principle partaking in creation, occurs. In the Ajna chakra, this is the sublime union between the primordial male energy and the primordial female energy. It is the eternal union between stillness and dynamism. This is Samadhi. Chapter 7. The Sublime Guru. Every day in the morning, Yogiraj would go for a holy dip in the Ganges at Ranamahal Ghat, accompanied by his faithful devotee, Krishnaram. One morning, as they were returning home through an alley after the dip, Yogiraj suddenly remarked, "Krishnaram, tear off a piece of cloth." Krishnaram could not understand what his Guru Maharaj was asking of him. After walking a few more steps, a brick fell from the terrace of a house and struck the foot of Yogiraj. One of his toes was grazed and blood started to ooze out. Quickly he tore a piece of cloth from his own attire and bandaged the toe, with Krishnaram assisting him. Afterward Krishnaram inquired with folded hands, "Maharaj, if you knew beforehand that the brick would fall, why did you not avoid it? Then you would not have suffered this injury." Yogiraj replied, "That is not possible, Krishnaram. If I had avoided it now, I would have had to suffer the pain with interest at some other time. I must receive what is destined. Therefore, the earlier it is completed, the better it is." Krishnaram had 2 sons and 1 daughter. That evening, while lying down after dinner, his wife told him reproachfully, "The time for our youngest son's holy thread ceremony is almost passing. Have you made any arrangements for this? Please make the necessary preparations as early as possible." Krishnaram was a poor Brahmin, and his family's expenditures were managed only with great difficulty. He had no money to celebrate his son's ceremony. However, as an ardent devotee of Guru Maharaj, he did not dwell on these anxieties. Comforting his wife, he said, "When the Guru Maharaj showers his grace, the arrangements for the ceremony will surely be made. I have no money, so what is the use of baseless worry? Let him worry whose concern it truly is." The next morning, Krishnaram went to the house of Yogiraj to accompany him to the Ganges. Yogiraj was seated upon his asana. The moment Krishnaram paid his obeisance, Yogiraj produced 30 rupees from under his seat. Giving it to Krishnaram, he said, "With this money, perform your son's holy thread ceremony according to the scriptural codes. There is no need for ostentation." Krishnaram replied hesitatingly, "O Guru Maharaj, you are always so gracious to me, yet I am unable to properly serve even you." "Why should you give me money?" Yogiraj remarked. "Look, Krishnaram, there is only one who can give, and he gives through the medium of someone. Now he is giving through my medium. Why will you not accept it?" Krishnaram accepted this providence wholeheartedly. Panchkari Bandyopadhyaya was another favorite devotee of Yogiraj and was quite advanced in his sadhana. Because it is extremely difficult to practice sadhana while dwelling in the distracting environment of domestic life, he had developed an apathy toward worldly affairs. He decided mentally to forsake his domestic existence, but for this, the consent of his Gurudeva was imperative. One day, Bandyopadhyaya Mahasaya came to Yogiraj and prayed for his consent to become a sannyasin. Hearing this, Yogiraj stated in a grave tone, "Which weighs more, your holy thread or matted hair? Do you wish to publicize yourself as an ascetic so that people will respect you and you can earn money? Look, if people could become ascetics simply by donning saffron robes, then even donkeys and horses could be called ascetics. Why should the animals whose coats are naturally saffron not be termed ascetics? Abandon all that madness. Remain with your family, earn your own livelihood, and practice your sadhana. Never maintain your existence on the contributions of others." With a bowed head, Panchkari Bandyopadhyaya departed. Yogiraj would often comment, "There is no dearth of skeleton-like mathas, missions and asramas in the spiritual world of India. The establishment of such institutions does not entail the practice of sadhana. Rather, they act as a deterrent, for the objective then shifts toward further expansion." Therefore, Yogiraj placed great importance on sadhana practiced in seclusion. He stated that by donning saffron robes, a person is easily recognized as an ascetic, and this recognition impedes progress. By wearing ordinary attire, one remains unrecognized, and sadhana can be practiced well. The life of a sannyasin is extremely difficult. Therefore, he never consented to his householder devotees taking those vows. However, he did have devotees who were already sannyasins. He advised householders to remain within the precincts of the home and advised sannyasins to stay in their asramas. His guidance was that Atma sadhana should be practiced by men in their respective habitats. There was no need for outward change, for only then would they truly benefit. He forbade the changing of attire and advised that it is not possible to attain God simply by becoming an ascetic in saffron robes. It is better to maintain the garb and environment one is accustomed to, practicing Atma sadhana within those habits, for only then will life become successful. Once, the wife of Kedarnath Dey, one of his devotees, was stricken with cholera. She was dying. The family included several small children, and it would be a terrible mishap if she left her husband alone in such a state. Kedarnath rushed forward and prayed with folded hands at the lotus feet of his Gurudeva. "O Master, please save my wife, otherwise I shall be in deep trouble with my children." Overcome with emotion, Kedarnath began to weep in dejection. Yogiraj, maintaining his usual respect for social customs, replied, "Call a good doctor." In a lugubrious tone, Kedarnath submitted his prayer once more. "There is no use in calling a doctor. Unless you shower your grace, it will not be possible to save my wife. I have surrendered to you. Do whatever you must do." The sublime yogi was infused with mercy. He asked, "Can you do whatever I tell you?" Hope flashed in Kedarnath's mind. He said, "I shall do whatever you command." Yogiraj said, "Go and bring a bottle of rose water." Kedarnath immediately purchased the rose water. Yogiraj then instructed him, "Go to the toilet, mix a small amount of your own stool into the rose water, and immediately feed this to the patient." Kedarnath obeyed verbatim, and the patient revived. Yogiraj always acted in accordance with social norms and never sought to impede the functioning of the medical profession. Indeed, he advised all to consult doctors when necessary. The medicines he occasionally imparted apparently had no medicinal value in themselves, but his act of tendering them carried implicit spiritual significance. This sublime yogi, who is rarely attainable even to the gods and goddesses, constantly gave of himself for the welfare of his devotees. He would advise them at all moments and impart education so that they could achieve advancement in sadhana. The devotee Kedarnath later became famous as Keshabananda Brahmachari. Yogiraj would state that the 6 chakras are prevalent in all human bodies. The dynamic prana flowing through these 6 chakras confines everyone. If you can become supportless with the help of prana karma or take recourse in the void, the 6 chakras will become non-functional. Then you can realize that the obstructions of the 6 chakras have been released. Void means nothingness, and settling in this nothingness clears all impediments. The company of the internal breath is true company, because as long as this breath is existent, a living being's entity exists. Therefore, the breath is real. If an association is made with this breathing, a settlement in the void occurs. In that state, authority, thoughts, sins, virtues and desires are all exterminated. Soul orientation and soul engrossment are derived. Kundalini is the source of power, yet she is dormant. She exists by taking support in grossness. She must be deviated from this gross support so that she can take recourse in Shiva or the void and become independent. Nirasrayam mam jagadisa raksha. This means, my supportless state is the state of the controller of the universe, and only this state can save me. Initially, a living being considers the gross essence to be their shelter. But the actual shelter for a living being is the void essence, where there is no support. A living being attains eternal safety if he can achieve settlement in the Ajna chakra. Above the Ajna chakra, the state is inexpressible. Beneath it, it is expressible. The technique of Yogiraj in imparting education was distinct. He would perpetually render subtle scientific interpretations to spiritual facts. For this reason, his words deeply impressed the sadhakas. He would express that which stills the breathing motion as dharma and its reverse, kineticism, as adharma. Action itself can never be the cause of bondage. Rather, it is the hoping for the consequences of action that causes bondage. There is no difference between the good and bad of action. If one attaches oneself to material cravings while performing external actions, the result will be evil. The means by which settlement is attained in kutastha is auspicious, and that by which it is not achieved is inauspicious. The ordinary man does not practice atmakarma or soul action, therefore his sensory powers remain unrefined. The human body has not been born only to suffer or enjoy the consequences of evil or good actions. This human body has been born for the practice of pure passive atmakarma, which is beyond sins and virtues. Until atmakarma is complete, the necessity for the human shape will not end. Everyone must practice atmakarma, whether it is practiced in this birth or the next. Atmakarma cannot be practiced without the human body. The body is termed the field. Idam sariram kaunteya kshetramityabhidhiyate. As the Gita states, O Kaunteya, this body is known as the field, because it is the germination ground for knowledge, as religion and action are accomplished through this body. Whatever exists in the material world is prevalent in this body, therefore it is the microcosm. If the body can be cultivated with the help of the mind and prana, a golden result is derived. As the great soul Ramprasad proclaimed, such a body field remains uncultivated. If it were cultivated, a golden harvest would accrue. If fulfillment is derived in this body, a living being becomes Shiva. The action performed to reach this fulfillment is the true action, or karma yoga. If a yogi becomes attached to Atma Karma, his sensory enemies are gradually eliminated through the influence of that action. The motion towards arriving at Brahman never ceases for the one who practices Atma Karma. Through the medium of Atma Karma, once the state of going beyond body consciousness is achieved, supratemporality and the state beyond the cycle of birth and death occur. This body is the bow, and the breath is the arrow. The one who directs this bow and arrow is Atma Rama. That Rama is indestructible. Since he dwells within the body chariot characterized by the 10 senses, he is known as Dasarathi. Thus, Yogiraj has written, "I have placed the tongue in the palatal cavity." In this state, by constantly practicing Atma Karma, the Omkara sound which I can perceive now is the fundamental mantra, the internal chanting of Rama's name. He wrote again, "If Kakari is accomplished, then the access for visualizing Brahman opens." He noted that the palate cavity is like a tender cucumber, empty inside. When the correct path for Kakari is established and accomplished in this manner, a distinct coolness can be felt in the palate cavity. Action is principal to yogis. As the Lord declared in the Gita, Jnana Yogena Samkhyanam Karma Yogena Yoginam. This means the followers of Samkhya philosophy attain fulfillment through Jnana Yoga, while yogis attain fulfillment through Karma Yoga. Hence, action to a yogi is Karma Yoga, which is Prana Karma. The true I can be ascertained through Samkhya. The word I implies neither the ego nor the physical body. The one who is present in this body in the form of the soul is the true self. The existence of this body depends upon the presence of the vital, breath-like action. Through this action, when the state beyond action, the state of pure knowledge, is achieved, the true I can be realized. That is Samkhya. In the state beyond action, the settlement of the vital breath-like numbers takes place. Samkhya, or numbers, have commenced from times immemorial. Time is infinite and countless, but when time becomes existent in the body, it is converted into the vital breath-like number. This number occurs 21,600 times within the body every day and night. The state of this number of vital breathings is the present state of a living being. A living being does not pay attention to the count of his breath, but remains ensnared by his own state, and is thus involved in illusion. If the number of vital breathings can be observed, the state beyond it can be achieved, and the true self can be known. This is the essence of the Samkhya philosophy. By paying attention to these numbers or to the motion of breathing, the prana motion can be observed. When one reaches the state beyond this motion, the state of knowledge dawns, and those who attend to Samkhya attain settlement of the mind. This settlement is derived through Jnana Yoga for the followers of Samkhya philosophy. Yogis, however, attain settlement through Karma Yoga. In this context, karma signifies prana karma, the action of prana. It is the action of the continuous vertical ascent and descent of prana, known as Atma Karma. For yogis, by practicing continual Atma Karma, the union of action is achieved. The motions of Ida and Pingala become one, merging into the path of Sushumna. In this state beyond action, the settlement of the mind occurs. Through this Karma Yoga, yogis attain their stillness. Through Jnana Yoga, the followers of Samkhya, and through Karma Yoga, the yogis attain settlement. If this is noted only superficially, it seems as though God spoke of two distinct types of action by which settlement is achieved. In actuality, it is not so. They are one and the same, for both states lead to the same realization. As God has clearly expressed in the Gita, Na karmana manarambha naishkarmyam purusho asnuti. This signifies that without executing action, man cannot achieve a passive state. Without Atma Karma or Prana Karma, the passive state beyond action cannot be attained. Putnath Sen, an engineer and a disbeliever in idol worship, was employed in Assam when he first heard the name of this household yogi. Bhutnath was immensely eager to learn about the Indian yoga sastras and had studied a number of scriptural texts. Eventually, he understood that by merely reading the sastras, the true essence of religion and yoga knowledge cannot be known. He visited many sannyasins in that region, but failed to find satisfaction. It seemed as though Bhutnath was seeking something more profound. Therefore, one day, he arrived at Kashi and presented himself before Yogaraj. The moment Bhutnath completed his obeisance, Yogaraj inquired, "You have come to Kashi. Have you taken a holy dip in the Ganges and paid a darsana to Lord Visvanath?" Bhutnath, being a non-iconodulist, replied, "I have not come to pay darsana to a Siva idol, but to pay darsana to the living Visvanath." Yogiraj stated, "You do not have the correct knowledge in this regard. You first go for a holy dip in the Ganges and pay darsana to Visvanath, then come here." After the holy dip in the Ganges, Bhutnath went to the Visvanath temple. While he was rendering homage to the idol of Visvanath, he saw the form of Yogiraj in that very place. He realized his mistake. Yogiraj would, in this manner, ask everyone to abide by the prevalent practices of their tradition. He would say, "Until settlement through Atmakarma is achieved, it is better to abide by the prevalent practices." The next day, Bhutnath again appeared before Yogiraj. Yogiraj was smiling. Bhutnath paid his obeisance and sat down. Yogiraj uttered a few essential truths to Bhutnath, imparting advice under the guise of a story. Bhutnath listened quietly until Yogiraj halted, then expressed with folded hands, "Whatever I had required to know, I had jotted down on a piece of paper lest I forget, and kept it in my pocket. It was my wish that I would learn about them one by one, but all this time you were answering these very questions of mine. I no longer need to ask anything. I have received all the answers." Fascinated, Bhutnath obtained yoga initiation from Yogiraj. At the time of imparting initiation, Yogiraj would accept only 5 rupees or 10 rupees from widows as a mark of penance. He maintained this rule throughout his life and commanded his future sadhakas to follow it as well. It was observed that when a poor devotee was desirous of initiation but failed to acquire the 5 rupees, Yogiraj himself would pay the amount in advance. Seeing this, one of the wealthy devotees who lived far from Kashi left 100 rupees with a local disciple so that poor devotees could be assisted when necessary. Yogiraj kept the money derived from initiation separately. His own Gurudeva, Babaji Maharaja, would sometimes send one of his sannyasin devotees to collect that money, which would then be expended on the necessities of Babaji Maharaja's group of renunciates. Though scriptural injunctions suggest that an expiation of sins through a superficial yajna is a must before initiation, a process involving many complicated rituals, Yogiraj decided instead that the initiation offering would be sent to his Gurudeva. This act of service to the Guru and the sannyasins would be of the greatest spiritual benefit to the initiate. Yogiraj once wrote to one of his devotees, "I am not materially attached, and for this reason I am not disappointed. Show this letter to my friend Sri Ramdas Maitra and pay my regards to him. Take initiation from him and pay him 5 rupees as a mark of penance. Later, come and meet me when it is convenient for you. Each stage of my Kriya is Dharma, which can be derived directly from the Guru. If the mind is elsewhere other than in Brahman, it is a sin. Otherwise, there is no sin. Through devotion toward the Gurudeva, a wholeness can be derived, though it is rare. If the mind cannot be stilled and controlled while existing in this difficult world, self-realization is not possible. To visualize and become conscious that the soul is the infinite soul and Narayana, a constant true knowledge of Brahman occurs, and the sins and virtues of the person disappear because he sees Brahman in everything. Settlement in the equal state must be effected in practice. If it is discussed only through talk, it remains merely talk. Everything is Brahman. I am infinitesimal. Babaji Maharaja would often eulogize his favorite disciple, Shama Charan, to his group of sages. Because of this, envy once rose in the mind of one of his sannyasin devotees. He asked Babaji Maharaja, "Shyama Charan is a householder. Why do you extol him so much?" Babaji did not reply, but after a few days he sent that sannyasin to Yogiraj to collect the funds accrued from initiations. The sannyasin came to Shyama Charan, mentally deciding to use the opportunity to test him. Shyama Charan understood this. Sitting in the parlour of Yogiraj, the two discussed many essential truths. Beside them stood a potted valerian tree. Plucking a leaf from this plant and using it as an objective, they discussed the male and female primordial energy, illusion and Brahman. They entered into such deep discussion that they became oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, Yogiraj stated, "It is already dawn. Let us go and have a holy dip in the Ganges." The unfathomable depth of Yogiraj dispelled the sannyasin's mistake. He finally understood why Babaji Maharaja so highly praised this household yogi. A short distance from the residence of Yogiraj lived Jaipal, the milkman. One of his sons had suffered a sudden attack of cholera, and there was little hope of the boy surviving. The poor and ardent devotee, Jaipal, arrived in the presence of his Guru Maharaja. He found his master as he did on all other days, seated upon his own seat with eyes half opened in divine contemplation. Jaipal rendered his obeisance from a short distance and sat down in silence. After a few minutes, the sublime yogi opened his eyes. In a quivering tone, Jaipal prayed for the life of his son. In Kashi at that time there were jalebis, a wheel-shaped sweetmeat made from tikur. Tikur is an aquatic fruit of the water chestnut variety. Yogiraj directed him, "Feed him to the full with tikur jalebis immediately." Jaipal administered this at once, and his son was cured. Yogiraj had arranged the marriages of his younger daughter, Hari Mohini, and his youngest son, Dukari, in Bishnupur within the Bankura district. In this connection, he travelled to Bishnupur twice, during which time many seekers obtained initiation from him. His first visit occurred in May 1886 for his daughter's wedding. In the last week of that month, at 9 o'clock in the evening, he boarded the train at Kashi. He alighted at Panagar station the following day at 5 in the evening and proceeded to Bishnupur by cow-drawn cart. Panchanan Bhattacharya Mahasaya met him at Panagar. Later, in May 1891, he returned to Bishnupur for his youngest son's marriage. On this occasion as well, Panchanan Bhattacharya Mahasaya met him at the Panagar station. Kailash Chandra Bandopadhyay, a poor Brahmin living in Bishnupur, was employed as a private tutor in the household of Sibdas Bhattacharya. Kailash Babu became extremely eager to obtain initiation from Yogiraj, but he lacked the stipulated offering of 5 rupees required for the diksha. Consequently, he approached Sibdas Babu to ask for an advance. Upon hearing the request, Sibdas Babu replied jestingly, "I will give you the money if you tell me in detail about the initiation you receive." Kailash Babu agreed and accepted the 5 rupees. However, when he came before Yogiraj to receive initiation, the master suddenly declared, "You have promised to reveal the details of your initiation. Therefore, I will not give it to you." Kailash Babu vowed he would not tell anyone, but Yogiraj remained firm. Subsequently, Kailash Babu returned to Sibdas Babu and explained, "Yogiraj has known everything. He will not grant me initiation." Sibdas Babu replied jocularly, "You do not have to say anything about the initiation. I spoke only in jest. You may take your initiation now." Following this, Kailash Babu received the sacred Kriya. This same Kailash Babu later became a renowned yogi. In 1892, Dukari Lahiri, the second son of Yogiraj, suffered a mental derangement. Despite being treated by many specialists in Kashi, there was no alleviation of his condition. Many advised that medicine be brought from the temple of goddess Kali at Tirol in the Burdwan district. Although Yogiraj was Brahma conversant and established in the Absolute, he chose to abide by popular customs and practices. Through correspondence with a devotee who served as the station master of Tarakeswar, he learned that Tirol was nearly 18 miles from Tarakeswar station over poor roads, whereas from Burdwan station the distance was similar, but the road was good. Thus, in December 1892, he arrived at Burdwan station from Kashi. Panchanan Bhattacharya Mahasaya, having arrived beforehand, had arranged for a palanquin. Yogiraj travelled to Tirol in that palanquin, acquired the medicine from the Kali temple, and returned to Kashi. Yet Dukari Lahiri was not cured by that medicine either. Observing this, Kashimani Devi remarked, "Since you are present, what is the necessity for other medicines?" Following this, Yogiraj administered a root of Apamarg. Upon taking this, his son was restored to health. In the Kashikanda of the Skanda Purana, there are rules for the Kashi pilgrimage known as the Pankakrosi Yatra or Pankakrosi Parikrama. This journey of 50 to 60 miles must be traversed on foot and normally takes 5 to 6 days. Carrying their own provisions, many pilgrims journey together, chanting Jai Siva Sambho. This pilgrimage takes place every year. Once, Ramprasad Jaiswal, a lawyer and ardent devotee of Yogiraj, decided to undertake the Pankakrosi Parikrama. He was accustomed to visiting his Guru Maharaja regularly to offer darsana and obeisance. He became anxious at the thought that he would be unable to see his Guru for those 5 or 6 days. He came to his master and prayed for his blessing to complete the entire pilgrimage within 24 hours, so that he might return and pay homage once more. Yogiraj then explained to Jaiswal the actual meaning of Pankakrosi Parikrama. The quintuple cells of the soul are the mainstay of the body, which is the true Kashi. Thus, this 5-fold body should be circumambulated through the medium of Omkara Kriya. This is the real Pankakrosi Parikrama. If this internal pilgrimage is performed, the prana air attains settlement in the Sahasrara. That is the essence of the void, the essence of Shiva. It is only then that the presiding deities of Kashi can be truly visualized. The external Pankakrosi Parikrama abounds in superficiality, and the visualization of the soul does not occur through it. However, Yogiraj never forbade anyone from executing superficial religious rites. He would remark that it is better to perform them, as they serve to purify the mind. Therefore, he consented to Jaiswal's journey and blessed him. Taking the blessings of his Guru Maharaja, Jaiswal proceeded at dawn the next day and returned within 24 hours to again receive darsana. In this manner, the power of a true Guru's blessing was manifested in Jaiswal's life. Yogiraj would expound that Atma Karma is the only true karma, all others are non-karmas. Yet, to maintain one's livelihood, certain actions must be performed. Therefore, action cannot be forsaken completely. He never advised the renunciation of one's wife or wealth, and he maintained this balance in his own life. He often said that a householder requires both material wealth and spiritual attainment. Neither should be disregarded. He viewed those who renounced the world out of weakness as feeble-minded. His counsel was to remain amidst the world while performing those actions that dispel material attachment. This attachment is the only true deterrent. The absence of attachment creates no such obstacle. Attachment originates from desire, desire from the kinetic mind, and the kinetic mind from the dynamic prana. However, there are no ripples in a still prana. In that stillness, mind, desire, and attachment are all absent. Though carnality and wealth may remain, the disposition toward them is gone, and they no longer pose an impediment. In a word, one must go beyond desire or become passive. As long as volition persists, attachment and impediments will remain. Therefore, through Atma Karma, one must first annihilate volition and aspiration. When desires are extinguished, a state of non-attachment arrives. Then the material world will not act as a deterrent. Yogiraj laid great stress on this, saying, "Khechari karne se indriya daman hota hai," meaning, by practicing khechari, all the senses are controlled. He would often remark, "A woman can never pose as an impediment to man." If a woman were a deterrent to man, then it must also be that a man would pose as an impediment to woman. Both have been created by God, and to maintain the creation, both are required. Both possess the equal authority to practice Atma Sadhana. Thus, neither acts as a deterrent to the other. Reckon upon the maxim of God, for he has noted, Mam hi partha bhayapasritya japishu papyonaya, strio vaisyastatha sudra stapi yanti paramgatim. Martin Gita 9:32. O Partha, those who are born of sinful progenitors or the downtrodden, such as Vaisyas and Sudras, shall surely attain salvation if they take shelter in me. Money is required for food, clothing, and medicine. One should sustain one's existence through one's own earnings rather than depending on others, yet it is improper to become a slave to wealth in any manner. You may consider the acquisition of immense wealth a mark of manly prowess, but it is not so. True prowess is found in the spirit with which you practice Atma Sadhana. Reorient a portion of the mind, that mind you keep constantly engaged in the pursuit of wealth, towards sadhana. This is an endeavor that should be made by all. You claim that you find no time for sadhana, but this is not correct. Everyone must strive to set aside a certain amount of time from their daily routine for the practice of Atma Sadhana. As the compassionate Sadhaka has expressed, Yab tak jindagi rahegi, pursad na milegi kamse, kuch samay aisa nikalo, lagan lagalo ramase. This implies that as long as life exists, you will find no spare time from your labors. You must, therefore, reserve a portion of time from your work to unite yourself with God. Establish a yogic bond with Atmarama and remain united with him in Kutastha. Attachment cannot be completely relinquished by the present kinetic mind, for as long as prana remains dynamic, the mind remains kinetic. So long as the mind is kinetic, attachments will prevail. Passion, anger, greed, illusion, arrogance, and envy, mind, intelligence, intellect, and pride, hunger, thirst, sleep, and sloth, visualization, audition, and olfaction, thoughts, anxieties, love, and vanity. All physical and mental propensities are derived from the dynamic prana. In a word, all that is observed in the living state originates from the vibratory prana. Immediately after birth, prana becomes active and breathing commences. As long as prana remains dynamic, breathing will continue and the being remains alive. Consequently, as long as prana remains vibratory, these physical and mental dispositions will remain prevalent. The more prana karma is practiced, the more prana progresses towards stillness. As one moves toward this stillness, these worldly propensities decrease. When prana becomes completely still and vibrations cease, these dispositions vanish, for in the state of still prana, neither propensity nor body consciousness can prevail. This is the true purification of the elements. Once vibration is exterminated, the five elemental body is purified. In this state, one loses all sense of differentiation. This is the real upavasa, or fasting. Upa means near. When prana becomes still, one settles near the soul. Abstinence from food is not actual fasting. Furthermore, prana is the purahita, puro meaning the body abode, and hita meaning benefaction. He is the only one who dwells within this body abode, and when he becomes still, the true welfare of the being occurs. Thus, he is regarded as the living being's benefactor. Prana maintains an equilibrium between two sides, one dynamic, the other still. As one side increases, the other must decrease. When a devotee once asked him, "By what means can this restless mind remain quiet?" Yogiraj rejoined, "By the absence of the mind's existence." Love, devotion, and affection all depend upon the dynamic state of prana within the body. The love between mother and child, between husband and wife, or the devotee's love for God, the root of all these is prana. The body cannot love a body. Prana loves prana, because the source of love is prana. In a body devoid of prana, there is no love or affection. The same source by which one embraces a wife is the source used to embrace a daughter. Therefore, you must first love your own prana. Nurse him and observe him through the practice of pranakama. If this is performed, the universal prana can be comprehended. Then you will possess an equality of vision toward all creatures and all elements. Just as knowledge of the sea can be acquired by observing it from the shore without needing to see the entire ocean, if one's own inherent prana is realized, knowledge of the sublime prana is attained. As on other days, Yogiraj went for an evening promenade along the banks of the Ganges at Ranamahal Ghat with Krishnaram. From a distance, the splashing sounds of helmsmen steering their boats could be heard. Nearby, in a temple above the cemented ghat, the chants of devotees invoking Siva drifted through the air. A newcomer arrived and, paying obeisance with folded hands, sought an acquaintance with Yogiraj. The newcomer said, "I have heard your name before, but I did not have the fortune to meet you until this day." Yogiraj smiled and engaged him in pleasant conversation, inquiring about his name and his home. While walking, the newcomer suddenly asked, "If you give me courage, may I ask you a question?" Yogiraj replied, "Surely you may." The newcomer humbly inquired, "I have heard you practice dhyana in your room, but upon which god do you meditate?" Yogiraj smilingly replied, "I do not know about that." The newcomer further inquired, "You must be practicing dhyana of Siva, Krishna, or Kali." Yogiraj answered, "I practice dhyana of that one who is prevalent in Siva, Krishna, and Kali, in you, in me, and in everyone else." The newcomer was amazed and stated, "I could not follow what you said." Yogiraj replied, "Neither can I explain, nor can you understand." Nilasam. Chapter 8. Divine Abstruse Causations and Sententious Sayings. Those who practice the Kriya Yoga sadhana bestowed by Yogiraj are known as Kriyabans or Kriyanvitas. With them he would discuss and explain the various aspects of their lives: food, sleep, and domestic relations. He stipulated that pure food was best, meaning that which enhances virtuous qualities and keeps the body and mind tranquil. To practice yoga action, one must eat moderately and consume easily digestible food. Excessive consumption impedes yoga sadhana. Food that is extremely hot, cold, pungent, spicy, bitter, or stale should be avoided. Kriya sadhana should be practiced 3 hours after a full meal. 5 to 6 hours of regular sleep is essential. Married practitioners were advised to have coitus twice a month. By this the mind remains at rest and sadhana is well practiced. Waywardness in life was never to be indulged. If carnal desire strikes, 3 or 4 forceful pranayamas should be practiced. Regularly, pranakama should be executed while keeping the teeth firm. If pranakama is executed with focus, prana attains stillness soon. Therefore, he would remind everyone repeatedly, "Kaske pranayama karna kahiye." Pranayama should be practiced with fortitude. Prana air is the principal air among the 49 airs. If the vital prana air is stilled through pranakama, the other airs become still. Then nothing remains, be it relinquishment or acceptance. He would say that for the practice of Kriya, there is no rule pertaining to direction, place, or time. Vedanta has noted in this regard, Yatrika grata tatra biseshad, Vedanta 4:111, meaning there is no rule pertaining to direction, place, and time for the practice of Kriya. It is the duty of all to practice Kriya when the body and mind are fit. That Kriya should be practiced at a particular time is not necessary, but for beginners, if a particular time and direction are observed, Sita is propitiated. But once settlement in Kriya is achieved, there is no rule. Texts concerning Kriya should be studied. By keeping the waist, chest and neck in an upright position, Kriya should be practiced with the flow of samana air. By this, knowledge about Brahman can be gained. Yoga practitioners should not bathe at dawn, should not carry heavy weights, should not walk very fast, and should not undertake a rigorous fast. They should not be awake until very late at night. In a word, they should not perform any action which will accelerate or lengthen the breathing motion. When there is thunder, Kriya should not be practiced. Kriya in the morning annihilates the sins of the night, and Kriya in the evening annihilates the sins of the day. Practice of Kriya should be enhanced during winter and spring. If a great deal of Kriya is practiced, a deep engrossment arises, and a sound can be heard within the occiput, which is known as Nada Brahma. Pranayama Manumatva Unmatabad Karanti, Jablok Upanishad. Being wrapped in the engrossment of augmented pranayama, settlement in Brahman can be achieved, and one can detachedly wander in this world. Practicing pranakama renders establishment in godhood. Kriya Yoga has 5 items: Talavya, Pranayama, Nabhikriya, Yonimudra and Mahamudra. These 5 items total the first chapter of Kriya Yoga. When a devotee can complete the first chapter, he is eligible to obtain the second chapter. In total, Kriya Yoga has 6 chapters. Omkara Kriya features from the 2nd through the 6th chapter. The mystery of Kriya Yoga sadhana can be derived exclusively from the Guru. Through Talavya, the obstruction of the tongue is released. Through Pranayama, Prana and Apana airs are stilled. Through Nabhikriya, Samana air achieves a state of evenness. Through Yonimudra, soul realization occurs. And through Mahamudra, Vyana and Udana airs achieve a state of settlement. By conquering the 5 pranas in this manner, settling in the void essence at Kutastha, and by arriving at the state beyond action, the Kriyaban is capable of wandering in the realm of his self. Yogiraj was imparting advice. The devotees were inquiring what they required to learn. One devotee asked, "What is Karma Yoga?" Yogiraj expounded, "The action which causes a union with God is karma, and to remain united with that karma incessantly is Karma Yoga. Others are all inactions. God is not an object who has descended from the sky. This is a state. This is the still state of prana. Still prana in a living being, deriving vibration, has assumed the forms of intelligence, mind, and senses, and remains enchanted by this. This is a living being's deviated state from his original form, or else this is the state of declension from still prana to dynamic prana. Stillness is a living being's original form. Dynamism represents a living being, and stillness represents Shiva. Therefore, the action which terminates that dynamism and reverts a living being again to stillness, or the action that causes a living being's state to be extinct and elevates him to the state of Shiva, is known as Karma Yoga. Nothing occurs without action. Whatever we desire to obtain or give are termed to be actions. Without action, nothing can be acquired. Thus, without action, God also cannot be obtained, implying stillness cannot be achieved. Some actions have to be performed to achieve God. Can God be found through the medium of different types of actions performed materialistically? Certainly not, because a little of these types of actions are performed by all. Then why do they not find God? Japa, vows, fasting, chanting together, virtuous acts, undertaking pilgrimages, helping others, serving guests, and compassion for living beings are all actions which are performed by everyone in small degrees. But then why do they not obtain God? Thus, God cannot be achieved by performing these actions, because these actions are incapable of causing soul visualization. But performing these actions purifies the mind of man. These act as aids in the path of sadhana. Thus these actions are necessary. Action will produce consequences. This is the disposition of action. Evil actions produce bad consequences, and for good actions, good consequences are inevitable. The results produced are in equation to the actions performed. Just as, if hunger is to be appeased, the action of taking food is necessary, any other action will not be feasible. Similarly, to attain soul realization, Atma Karma is necessary. God in the Gita has stated, Gahana Karmano Gati, Gita 4:17, implying that the result of action is incomprehensible. It is extremely difficult for an ordinary man to understand the real action by which union with the soul can occur. Therefore, God has expressed, Kim karmeti kabayo apyatra mohita tadte karma prabhakshyami yajnatva mokshya subhad. Gita 4:16. This signifies that, be it proper action or inaction, even conscientious people are fascinated by this. I shall tell you that action which will free you from evil, the sensory attachment. Because samnya sastu mahabaho dukshamaptum yogata, Gita 5:6. Dear Mahabaho, barring karma yoga, achieving samnyasa is impossible. The state beyond action can be termed to be true renunciation. Then actions are absent. This samnyasa, or state of renunciation, can be attained through action only. Nothing can be achieved without action. Therefore, Yogiraj has written on 19th June 1873, अब बड़ा मजा से बेकम है सोई कम हुआ, यानी कुछ नहीं करना यही कम हुआ, बड़ा अस्करिया की बात ने इसी में हमेशा गराफ रहना चाहिए. This implies that now, with ecstasy, inaction has occurred. This inaction became the real action, or not performing anything has now become my action. It is a peculiar fact that it is imperative to always remain in this inaction. Thus, the worldly actions which ordinary men consider to be action are regarded as inaction by yogis. Common man is unaware of the transcendental state of Kriya, or the state beyond action. Therefore, that still state is inaction to them, but to a yogi, it is the real action. Yogiraj has further recounted on 25th June 1873, Tin kona aur kar lakir. Tin kona यानी तीनों नदीदा, पिंगला, सुषुम्ना, कार लकीर यानी क्षिति, अप, तेजास, मरुता, इहा सबको छोड़ के शून्य में ध्यान लगाना. एही असई कम है अज तो बिल्कुल श्वासा गया, बड़ा भरी निसा हुआ. Tinkona means the three nerves, Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, and Karlakir signifies earth, water, fire, and air. Thus, by overcoming these three nerves and four great elements and engrossing on the fifth great element of the infinite void, or the void within the void, is the true action. By continually practicing pranakarma, the breathing motion today has completely ceased, and by achieving this type of kumbhaka state, a deep engrossment arose. By practicing this type of sadhana, what state did he cause himself to achieve? He remarked on this on 23rd August 1873. Aj ab hai sab karma me, akarma yo soy mera karma hai. This signifies that he is devoid of fear in all actions. He is fearless because what the common man perceives as inaction, that transcendental state of Kriya, or the state beyond action, has now become his only action. This implies his perpetual existence in the transcendental state of Kriya. God has similarly stated in the Gita 4:18, one who sees inaction in action and action in inaction is the most intelligent among society. Although he is the performer of all actions, he is united in Brahman. Thus, the one who considers consequence-oriented worldly action to be inaction, and the passive inaction like pranakarma, which is devoid of consequences and regarded as inaction by ordinary men, to be true action, is the most intelligent among humanity. Although he performs all actions, he remains perpetually united in that passive pranakarma state beyond action, which is still Brahman. He achieves intelligence through that pranakarma, and by remaining constantly united in Brahman, performs all actions with detachment. Consequently, all attachments are eliminated. When prana's inhalation and exhalation within the nasal passage derive a settled state, causing the settlement of prana in the state beyond action, only then is the true state of relinquishment achieved. Therefore, Yogiraj detailed on 19th June 1873, हुआ ऐसा ऊपर चढ़ा कि बड़ा जोर संगे उठाने के लिए अब बड़ा मजा से बेकाम है सोई कम हुआ, यानी कुछ नहीं करना यही कम हुआ। बड़ा अस्करिया की बनते इसी में हमेशा गराफ रहना चाहिए। This infers that the prana air rose upwards in such a manner that it seemed as though the body would be lifted by force. Now, inaction is achieved with ecstasy, implying, I have become devoid of action, and remaining in this passive state is my action. Not performing anything is my action. It is indeed wondrous that one must constantly exist in that inactive state, implying that a constant existence in this transcendental state of Kriya is imperative. Worldly actions cannot be completely forsaken. Therefore, God expounded to Arjuna in the Gita 3:8. This verse signifies, perform all responsibility-oriented actions, for it is better to perform some action than none at all. By relinquishing all actions, bodily existence cannot be maintained. The action which, if not performed, amounts to a fault is the imperative action. This vital breath-like prana-karma is the imperative action because the body is maintained with the help of prana air. Therefore, the vital prana is the lifespan of a living being. Even if all other actions are abandoned, the breathing action will continue. There is no alternative to that action. The body cannot exist if the breathing action is non-existent. It is derived from prana, and without it a living being cannot survive. It is the external manifestation of prana. All types of actions executed by man are driven by desire. Aspirations are inevitably wrapped within them. Only the breathing action is passive, for it is not enveloped by desire or aversion. Whether it is desired or not, the breath will continue. Aspiration-oriented action will subsist as long as the kinetic mind, which originates from the dynamic prana, exists. Action performed with mental attachment is bound to be replete with desire. But the action which occurs without mental attachment is passive action. When a man is steeped in deep slumber and both desire and aversion are absent, the breathing action still continues. I shall sleep is a desire. Similarly, I shall not sleep is also a desire. When both these desires are absent, the action occurring even then is passive. Since all other actions are derived from the mind, they are replete with desires. The mind itself is sensory. Therefore, actions executed through the senses can never be truly passive. God has spoken of this passive prana karma in the Gita. Because the prana air traveling within a living being is its present state, it is the vital breath, hansa. The external motion of pranavayu is action in opposition to hansa, which results in aberration, causing a living being to remain in a state of flux. Because of this externally oriented motion and the subsequent decline of the lifespan, the body decays. However, through the medium of the vital breath's internally oriented motion, if the Hansa Kriya, Prana Kriya, is practiced according to its rules, the opposing external motion can be resisted, soul engrossment, or the normal state is achieved, and all types of aberrations are eliminated. Thus, Yogiraj recounted in his diary on 21st July 1873, Aj aur bada sthir ghar ka hal mila, akhap bund huya jata hai, और ब्रह्मा सफ दर्शना होने लगा। त्रिकूटा यानी जिह्वामूल ऊपर तलु का चेट बुंड करता है और जिह्वा का अग्रभग तलु मध्या में लगता है और जिह्वा का मूल तलु के नाइस लगता है। इसी तरह से बिल्कुल बाहर का श्वासा बुंड होता है, धन्य भग उसका जिसको इहा होए। The significance is that he received the trace of an even more tranquil state. His eyes closed automatically, and Brahman could be envisioned more clearly. Trikuta usually implies a three-peaked mountain or a place of pilgrimage, but Yogi Raj explains that Trikuta implies the root of the tongue. By being raised upwards, the tongue closes the cavity of the palate. The tip of the tongue enters the middle of the palate, while the root remains fixed beneath it. In this manner, in the Kachari state, by continually practicing the pranakarma of Rachaka and Puraka, the external inhalation and exhalation completely cease. Yogiraj thus achieved Kevala Kumbhaka. He states that he is blessed who attains this state. When is this Kevala Kumbhaka achieved? Giving an immaculate calculation, he said, 10,000 pranayama mein Kevala Kumbhaka siddha hota hai. This signifies that Kevala Kumbhaka can be achieved in 1,061,000 pranayamas. When a yogi, by regularly practicing sadhana, completes the stipulated number, Kevala Kumbhaka is automatically achieved. That state then becomes his natural state, whether achieved in the present birth or over the subsequent 2 or 3 births. Who will perform this action? God has stipulated in the Gita 4-21. This verse denotes that the one who practices the action named Kevala through this body becomes passive, is engrossed in the soul, and, by relinquishing all sensory propensities, is devoid of sin. Thus it is clearly understood that God has termed this Kevala Karma to be the true Karma Yoga. Elsewhere, God has called this Sahaja Karma. Therefore, what is Kevala Karma is Sahaja Karma, and this is Karma Yoga. Through Arjuna, God advised mankind to follow this path. But how can this Karma Yoga be performed? What is its inherent feature? In this regard, God has only partially clarified the matter, because this is knowledge derived solely from the Guru and cannot be achieved by reading books. Apane juhavati pranam pranayapanam tathapare, pranapanagati ruddha pranayama parayana, apare niyatahara pranan praneshu juhavati. Gita 4:29. This verse implies that some offer the oblation of prana air into the apana air and apana air into the prana air. By practicing in this manner through the medium of Kevala Kumbhaka, the motion of prana is arrested, denoting that the seeker has become an adept in pranayama. Others, becoming skillful in pranayama, control all the senses and offer the oblation of prana within prana, practicing the Omkara Kriya. This is the actual oblation. By practicing in this manner, one attains the state described hereafter. Sparsan kritva bahirvajam skakshus kaivantare, bruvo pranapanau samau kritva nasavyantiar karinau. Gita 5:27. The significance of this verse is that by keeping the entire gamut of material facts, such as form and taste, external to oneself, and by placing the third eye between the eyebrows in the Sambhavi state, one becomes a traveler of the inner motion. The action of prana, or prana-karma, continues incessantly through the nasal passage in the form of the vital breath. Through this prana-karma, all the airs within the body are stilled. The upward and downward motions are spontaneously arrested, and movement occurs solely within the nasal passage. In June and July of 1871, Yogiraj recounted his sadhana experience. अंक ऊपर स्थिर हो गया ब्रह्मा देखने लगा, श्वासा भीतर भीतर का लेने लगा मना स्थिर भाया, प्राणम करिया बिंदी अंक के ऊपर दो हथ तफद के थाड़ी पीछे के प्राणम के, बखत खाली अंक से देखा सबेरे के बखत अप्राणम करने का इरादा नहीं करता, अब के अप्राणम होता है, भीतर भीतर जीवा गले के भीतर बैठ गया. This denotes that his eyes have now been stilled above, and all vibrations have ceased in the Sambhavi state. In this state, he is visualizing Brahman. The breathing motion is now within the Sushumna. Therefore, the mind, being arrested, has become still. While paying obeisance in the morning, he visualized the dot with naked eyes 3 feet away. But since his kinetic mind has settled into the still mind, the desire to pay obeisance is absent, and now obeisance is being automatically paid toward his own self. In the pit of the throat, the palatal cavity, the tongue has attained a position of settlement. As there are no desires or thoughts in this state, duality is non-existent. When duality is absent, who is there to pay obeisance to whom? Since the universe becomes pervaded by Brahman, an automatic obeisance is paid by the self to the self. If obeisance is consciously paid, duality occurs. Therefore, pranakarma, or soul action, is the true karma yoga. When the external motion of Ida and Pingala, which occurs continually in a living being, is made internally oriented and their union is achieved, that is Karma Yoga, the yoga of action. In this manner, Sarvachinta Parityago Nishinto Yoga Uchyate Janasankalini Tantra, meaning yoga is the abandonment of all thoughts. Elsewhere, sages have noted Yoga Chittabritti Niroj, Patanjala Yoga Sutra, Samadhipad, Sloka 2, inferring that the state of cessation of all propensities of the mind is known as yoga. By practicing regular pranakarma, the internal airs are stilled and the vibratory prana becomes calm. The moment prana attains stillness, the kinetic mind becomes tranquil and settles into the still mind. In this state, as the kinetic mind is absent, that thought-free state is known as yoga. Therefore God, advising Arjuna to be a yogi, stated, Tapasvibhyo adhiko yogi jananibhyo api mato adhika, karmibhyaschadhiko yogi tasmad yogi bhavarjuna. Gita 6-46. This verse signifies that in God's opinion, yogis are greater than hermits, greater than the knowledgeable, and greater than those who perform mere actions. Thus, O Arjuna, become a yogi. Only a yogi, by causing a union between Ida and Pingala, and inducing the still state of equilibrium, the state beyond action, is capable of achieving settlement, a constant union of the infinite soul essence in the state of pure realization. The causing of this union through soul action, or the Kriya practice of attainment, is the essence of yoga. One of the devotees of Yogiraj once inquired, "It has been stipulated in the Sastras that by showing compassion toward living beings, service toward God can be rendered. Kindly explain how it is possible to show this compassion." Yogiraj stated, "It is absolutely true that by showing compassion toward living beings, service to God can be rendered. But what you consider to be compassion is not the true compassion, and by showing compassion in that manner, soul attainment is not possible. Normally, you shower compassion or render service to the poor, the distressed, the helpless, and the afflicted by providing wealth, food, clothes, and medicine. Actual service is not rendered toward living beings in this manner because it is impermanent, and the person who shows this compassion does not gain soul attainment. It is merely a temporary compassion toward the body. The body of a living being is not the real living being. Furthermore, the particular necessity for which kindness was shown can recur in the future. For instance, if a hungry person is provided food, he will feel hungry again. Moreover, hunger is an affliction of the physical body. Thus, this type of service is directed toward the body and not toward God. It is true that he dwells in this body, but serving the vessel cannot render service toward the God within. For instance, if the renovation of a decrepit temple is accomplished, the worship of the deities within has not yet been performed. By this type of compassion alone, a person's earthly afflictions cannot be eliminated. While one should certainly exhibit this compassion in accordance with social norms, the Sastras do not define the ultimate compassion in this way. To comprehend the significance of the scriptures and the meaning of actual compassion, one must first understand what a living being denotes. Prana is basically still. When that still prana derives vibration, only then is it termed a living being. The dynamic state of prana in the body is known as life. As long as this dynamic motion exists, a living being remains alive. Therefore, true compassion implies providing compassion toward that dynamic state of prana, and this is service to God. In other words, through pranakarma, by providing compassion toward the dynamic state until it is again transformed into the still prana, service toward God is rendered, because still prana is God. To serve still prana, the dynamic prana is necessary. Just as dynamic prana can extirpate dynamic prana, so too can a thorn be uprooted by another thorn. Service to prana is possible through prana exclusively. and not through the medium of material objects. Tan manas vakana karma lagawe, isiko ahimsa kahate haye. The state which evolves by unifying or stilling the body, mind, speech and action is known as ahimsa, the malice-free state. Nasika dvarai yasvasa asite chetaha kanthir dvarai lakshya kariya bala. A living being's existence depends upon the breathing motion occurring through the nose. Therefore, everyone speaks by fixing attention on the function of the throat air. Karma means prana-karma. This type of ahimsa can be achieved only through prana-karma, for the absence of malice in body, mind, speech, and all actions is the ultimate ahimsa. The fact that Yogiraj would visualize God in all elements has been noted in his diary. Aisa Chaya Purusha Gatme Gat Deka. Chaya Purusha refers to the Supreme Being. He is Narayana, he is Purana Purusha, the primordial being who is prevalent in all bodies. Yogis can see him with a steadfast gaze. On the 12th of August, 1873, Yogiraj wrote, Ek Adi Purusha Khada Dekha, Adi Purusha Sunyame, signifying that he could envision the primordial being standing in the infinite void. Following this, he wrote, Snadme ohi Purushottamaka Rupa Radbhar Dekha Kabhi Hat Payar Bhi Haye. He saw the form of the Supreme Being throughout the night within the soul moon, which can be visualized in Kutastha, and at times he perceived him as having hands and feet. Nakshatra ek admi ke chati ke bhitar dekha, he noted, signifying that he saw that eternal star within the chest of a person. Oke bhajan kare sadhana kare ke kar kiba kare, oki sada manushti, oki kalo manushti, oje sadar upar kalo saje emon manushti. Describing the primordial being, Yogiraj stated, barring that primordial being, nothing can be performed. Therefore, who can adore him, who can practice his sadhana? Without him, can anyone perform anything? Is he a white being or is he a black being? He is such a being who is white but has assumed blackness. Bhelki lage dekhle tare, tare tare dako tare. Omkarer par yoti akare, seye ache sakar nirakare. This denotes that one is spellbound by observing him. One must invoke him through the strings of Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna. After the Omkara sound ceases to exist, the effulgent form appears. He is pervasive in both form and formlessness. In what manner can one know the being who is above brightness and darkness, and who induces a spellbound state while being seen? Yogiraj stated, Sthir buddhiza malum hota haye, jyoti svarupa bada nesa bada anand, omkara dvara jaha janite icha kare taha tar haye. He explained that through the still intellect, he could understand that, like the effulgence, there is deep engrossment and deep ecstasy. Through the medium of Omkara Kriya, one achieves what he wishes to know. Yogiraj possessed a boundless devotion toward his guru. There is no evidence that he had ever gone to have a darsana of his guru in the physical world. Thus, barring the time of initiation, there is no authenticity to the claim that he achieved a darsana of his guru in the gross form. In his diaries spanning 14 years, nowhere can a mention be found of a meeting with his dear guru, Babaji Maharaja, in a physical body. Since he recounted each and every daily incident in his diary, it is certainly expected that he would have recorded an experience of meeting Babaji in the gross form, whether in his own house or elsewhere. Instead, many incidents of his union with his dear Gurudeva through the medium of sadhana have been noted. Therefore, if Babaji had given darsana to Yogiraj in the gross form even once, Yogiraj would have mentioned it. But this evidence is absent everywhere. On the 17th of May, 1873, in Diary Number 3, he drew a human face and inscribed beneath it, Babaji ke Rupa, Ehi Yama o Dharma. It is the form of Babaji. He is Yama, the regent of death, and Dharma, religion incarnate. A few months prior to this, in the same diary, he noted on the 13th of December, 1872, while staying at Danapur, जब प्राणवायु सिर के ऊपर करा तब बाबाजी से मिला, जब बाबाजी से मिल तब क्या नहीं कर सकता है. This signifies that while practicing sadhana, when the prana, air, arose above the head, he was united with Babaji. In that union, he experienced the confidence to do anything and everything. Tasks that once seemed impossible were now accomplished. Introducing his guru, Babaji Maharaja, in his diary on the 16th of February 1873, he noted, Jo Kisun so Budua Baba, implying that he who is Krishna is the revered old father, Babaji Maharaja. From this, it can be deduced that his Gurudeva was no ordinary sadhaka, but Krishna incarnate. While residing at Kashi, he wrote in his diary during the second half of December 1871, Khud Babaji kal dand liye upar surya kandrama ke bhitar dekhlai diya. In other words, Babaji himself, along with the staff of death, could be visualized within the soul sun and soul moon above, that is, in Kutastha. In April 1872, while staying at Kashi, he met his dear Gurudeva through the medium of sadhana, an experience remarkably expressed in his 9th diary. गुरु का अदारभव सुषुम्ना जगह बिच बिच में औत है, कभी कभी जोत मालूम होत है, खाली अक्से सुषुम्ना देखा जगारित सपन सुषुप्ति guru se बातचीत भया. This implies that the sushumna was awakened by the affection of the guru. Sometimes it appeared, sometimes the effulgence could be experienced. He saw the sushumna with naked eyes, and in the states of awakening, dreaming and deep slumber, he held a conversation with Gurudeva. Professor Taraknath Sanyal, the nephew-in-law of Yogiraj, obtained Kriya Yoga initiation from him and achieved an elevated state in sadhana. One day he prayed to Yogiraj, "Kindly bring your Gurudeva, the noble Yogi Babaji Maharaja, once. We wish to see him." Yogiraj replied, "I shall inform you after asking Babaji." A few days later, he informed Taraknath, "Babaji does not wish to come." From this evidence, it can clearly be inferred that Babaji Maharaja never appeared before Yogiraj in the gross form. Babaji would sometimes send a sannyasin of his following to Yogiraj to collect money accumulated from initiation. It is for this reason that many harbour the wrong notion that Babaji would appear before Yogiraj in the gross form. From the diaries written by Yogiraj, it is instead proven that Babaji Maharaja was a Krishna-like incarnation. A yogi of this stature does not require a manifestation in the gross form. Specifically, he had promised Shamacharan during his initiation that he would appear when necessary and give darsana in a spiritual manner. Thus it is certain that he gave innumerable darsanas to Shyamacharan through the medium of sadhana and blessed him. Shyamacharan acknowledged this fact repeatedly in his diaries written over a period of 14 years. 46 songs, poems and Hindi couplets, all composed by him, have been registered in his diaries. He signed his name either above or below them as Shyamacharan, Shama, or sometimes only Shah. He composed a beautiful hymn to denote what true devotion toward the Guru is and what the glory of the Guru signifies. If the depth of this can be understood, the complete essence of sadhana can be realized. Gurunam sada nieja maja dekhe ya sada dhwani suneja. Kor kuthrir bhitar maja luteja bukar jore, atmarama ke ramanam suneja. Ye jabar se yakbaye tui apan karma kareja. Tor habe bhalo se she tui sthir gare khaleya. Obtain the glory of the Guru with constant happiness. Visualize it and hear the Omkara sound within. Capture the ecstasy of the secret realm with all your strength and make Atmarama listen to the glory of Rama. Do not bother about those who go astray. Practice your own action. This will be good for you, and eventually you will merge into the still state. By inhabiting this worldly wilderness, even noble yogis must sometimes discipline their minds. Yogiraj also disciplined his mind and composed an excellent hymn. Yethe achi bada maja anandri, udaya dhwaja lota tume sarvange maja tahar nayanta. Manas kole ya tui aje bede kole, ya sukh nischay habe abhai pada pabe, dekhe sune pabe bada maja. Sri Shyama Charan Bhane Sada Rekho Savayu Mane Ihatei Ante Habe Maja. Where great joy prevails, raise its symbol. Seize the endless bliss that permeates the entire body. Dear mind, depart. Go forth. Surely you will gain happiness and reach the fearless state, experiencing true joy. Sri Shyama Charan constantly narrates, bring pranavayu into reckoning, for this will eventually impart divine bliss. Common men often consider a yogi to be hard-hearted and harsh, devoid of love or affection. But Shyama Charan was not such a yogi. He was a master who possessed a magnanimous love for all. Describing the nature of that godly love and the manner in which it can be achieved, he composed a pleasant hymn, Premer ghar ko thai baldikin, Prem ki amni mele mehanat kar ki chudin, Hate ichnad pabe milan habe yedin, Din vabe theko sada anande rattin, Anandar naiko sima takao yeman min, Kalachnadar preme pade habe nakokshin, Keno bedao ediko dikore budihin. Tell me, where does the state of love abound? Love cannot be acquired so easily. You must strive for it. One day, you will be united with that state of love and obtain all you desire. Live always in a humble manner and thus exist in perpetual ecstasy. There is no limit to this joy. Once acquired, it leads to a steadfast, unwavering gaze. Even if you are immersed in love for Bhagavan Krishna, this ecstasy will never wane. O ignorant one, why do you wander aimlessly here and there? Regarding the true nature of Kashi, the location of its settlement, and the essence of Visvanath, Yogiraj composed 2 hymns. While reciting them, one can observe their immense beauty and profound spirituality. Sadher Premesvari Dipyamanhari, Asenyan Kusi Jakan Dekan Kamadkari. Hari Vina Naiko Gati Vrajeswari, Jagadmoy Dekiyami Vyapakhari, Hari Janen Kata Ranj Bhavar Kandari, Hari Rupar Harachen Tripurari, Dhanya Tripurari, Kasir Sthiti Trisulopari, Ye Khane Sab Kichu Nai Diva Sarvari. The desirable God of love is the resplendent Hari. He arrives and departs according to his will, granting marvelous visions. There is no refuge other than Hari, the master of Vraja. I see the all-pervasive Hari within all creation. He is aware of the play of the universe and serves as the pilot in the voyage of life. Siva is Tripurari, the destroyer of vibrations in the lower, middle and upper portions of the body and creation, who prevails upon Hari. O glorious Tripurari, you are the settlement of Kashi above the Trident, the Kutastha, the conjoining place of Ida, Pingala and Sushumna, where nothing else exists, neither day nor night. Mero manas anand kanan kasi, yana viraje sada anand sasi, adha urdhva bich sthirgarhaye, yana khare visvanatha vinci. This still mind of mine is the blissful garden and the abode of Kashi, where the moon of joy constantly shines. This state of stillness exists throughout the body, in the upper, lower, and middle regions, where the imperishable Visvanath reigns. Yogiraj would often refer to the couplets of Kabir to explain spiritual essences to his devotees. The sadhana of Kabir and that of Yogiraj are essentially the same. For this reason, there was a popular belief at the time that Kabirdas himself had descended into a high Brahmin family in the form of Shyama Charan Lahiri. Though historical evidence of this is sparse, Yogiraj himself recorded in his diary, Yo Kabira soi Surya soi Brahma soi Hum, implying that he who is Kabir is the sole son, he is Brahma, and he is myself. Again, he noted, Yo Kabira Suryaka Rupa soi Avinasi Brahma soi Hum, signifying that the one who is the sole son Kabir is the imperishable Brahma, and he is myself. In another context, he recorded, Kayake Vira Kabir Yanesvasa. Kaya means body. The principal strength of the body is the breath, and that breath-like strength is Kabir. Elsewhere he recounted, Satya Yugame Kabir Saheb Ka Nam, Satya Sukrit, Tritame, Munindra, Dvaparame, Karunamoy, Kali Yuga Me Kabir. This indicates that in the Satya Yuga, Kabir descended as Satya Sukrit, in the Treta Yuga as Munindra, in the Dvapara Yuga as Karunamoy, and in the Kali Yuga as Kabir. From his own statements it was proven that those popular beliefs were correct. The one who was Kabir is Shyama Charan. In later years many used the term Kabir to represent the soul of the living being. Further proof that Yogiraj possessed knowledge of his previous births can be found in his diaries. For example, he wrote, Amar strir purvajanme bhagini chile tahate apanke bhalabasa, implying, my wife was my sister in a previous birth. I love my own self within her. Like any other day, Yogiraj sat engrossed in dhyana in his room. Normally, he would not meet anyone in the mornings. However, on this day, a devotee arrived out of urgent necessity. Seeing the master in a deep state of absorption through the doorway, the devotee paid his obeisance from a distance and departed for the nearby Dasa Samed market. While shopping, the devotee suddenly spotted his guru, Yogiraj, also shopping a short distance away. Thinking he must be mistaken, he looked again. No, it was no error. It was indeed his adorable guru, Mahatma Shyama Charan. Yet the mind does not accept such wonders easily. To dispel his doubt, he returned to the house of his Gurudeva. Upon reaching the room, he saw the master sitting in dhyana exactly as before. Realizing his mistake, the devotee bowed down and said, O Lord, it is difficult to understand your divine activity. Only you can know it. For a lowly person like me to try and realize it is mere impudence. Thus, the fact that Yogiraj could appear in different places simultaneously was often proven. This is not an impossible task for noble yogis who have gained spiritual attainment, for they are emancipated and remain constantly united with Brahman. Another devotee lived a few miles away from Kashi. One day he set out with his family in a bullock cart to have darshan of his guru. In the middle of the journey, a wheel broke and the cart ground to a halt. The driver made many attempts to repair it, but failed. The devotee grew anxious. He had his wife and children with him, and they were still several miles from Kashi. If they did not reach the city before dusk, they risked encountering dacoits. To save them from danger, he began to pray ardently to his compassionate guru. At due moment, the bullocks suddenly began to pull the cart. To everyone's astonishment, the cart moved normally. Though surprised, they focused on their journey and arrived at the house of Yogiraj by dusk. Entering the house, they paid their obeisance and sat to one side, repeatedly narrating the crisis they had faced on the road. Each time Yogiraj simply answered, Thinking his Gurudeva was not paying attention or had not heard him properly, the devotee began to repeat the story of his struggle even louder. Then Yogiraj replied, Can't you see how much I am sweating? Fan me a little. Who was pulling your cart all along? Thinking about the boundless mercy of the Gurudeva toward a devotee involved in such difficulty, the man's eyes welled with tears, while the other devotees present were stupefied with amazement. In various ways, he would dispel the problems of his devotees who were in distress. It is true that the noble, Brahma-knowledgeable yogis can accomplish any difficult feat, yet they do not always desire to display such miraculous graces. But out of necessity, or to eliminate the miseries and afflictions of the poor and sheltered disciples, such godhood repleteness, aggrieved by their distress, lent his endeavors. Yogiraj has been noted for doing this many a time. In the interpretation of Vyasa in yoga philosophy, the evidence and rationality of this yogic ubiquity have been explained. This is an episode of another day. This Mahapurusha, whom even nature could not affect, remained within the family precincts, yet stayed perpetually detached from the world, domestic affairs, and body consciousness. Like other days, he was returning home in the morning after taking a holy dip in the Ganges. In the middle of the road, a person told him, Your foot is injured and bleeding. Yogiraj, taking a piece of cloth, bandaged the wound and, coming home, entered his room as usual and gradually became engrossed in samadhi. A few hours had elapsed. The housefolk, while moving past the room, noticed that a narrow stream of blood was trickling down the outlet. They saw that the blood was flowing from the room where the sublime yogi sat in samadhi. Being worried, they entered the room and, after innumerable calls, broke his samadhi and inquired whether he had a wound in any part of his body. Yogiraj did not remember anything. Therefore he said, "There is no wound in any part of the body." But the housefolk were still anxious. They asked, "Then from where is this blood coming?" Suddenly the great yogi recalled. He answered, "While returning home after a holy dip in the Ganges, I had injured my foot, but I bandaged it." Later it was observed that instead of bandaging the wounded toe, he had bandaged the toe of the wrong foot, and as usual blood was oozing from the wound. He had attained such a stature of going beyond body consciousness. In this regard, he would remark to his devotees, by practicing regular prana action, when the prana air is permanently centered on the head, yogis lose their body consciousness. It is then that a yogi achieves complete static settlement in kutastha, and attaining a state of being wrapped in yoga is constantly united in Brahman and achieves a detached state from the material world. You can achieve this if you make endeavors. Therefore, he would advise all, perform all actions by remaining in Kriya's transcendental state, or in the state beyond action. Just as Rajasthani belles carrying pitchers on their heads crack jokes on the way, yet their mind is fixed on the pitcher, similarly place the mind on kutastha and perform all actions. But remember that without practice, those women could never carry pitchers on their heads in that manner. Similarly, without sadhana, the mind cannot be placed on kutastha and all actions performed. It is exclusively dependent on pranakarma. One of his favorite disciples resided a short distance from the house of Yogiraj. The disciple's ardent wish was to invite his Gurudeva to his house and treat him to a delectable meal. One day, upon expressing this wish to his guru, the latter agreed. The disciple prepared many dishes, including fish curry, and arranged them in great quantities for Yogiraj to eat. Yogiraj happily ate what he desired and cast away the existing remnants from his plate. The devotee's wish was that the remnants on the plate of Yogiraj would act as prasada for the other family members. For this reason, he had served immense quantities of food on Yogiraj's plate. But seeing Gurudeva cast away the remnants quietened everyone. After ablution, Yogiraj suddenly remarked, "There is no use in eating the prasada on the plate. Look, God has clearly stated in this regard, Prasade sarvaduhkanam hanirasyo pajayate, Gita 265. All miseries are eliminated by this prasada. For do you know what that prasada is? That prasada is Atma prasada. Since prana is dynamic, a living being undergoes a great deal of harm, miseries and afflictions. Through pranakarma, when the vertical motional vibration of prana is ceased, the stillness accruing from the state of cessation of action is achieved, that is, Atma prasada. By achieving this Atma prasada, all types of sorrows and afflictions are annihilated and a complacent state arrives. Try to obtain that prasada. He would never allow anyone to take the remnants of his plate. He has written in his diary, "Gale mein mitha ras upar se, naise girta nakse lahugi gale ke bhitar se khoki ke saath. Isi ka naam amrita, isi ko pine se amar hota hai." Inferring that by raising the tongue upwards, placing it in the palate cavity, and practicing regular pranakarma, one can experience a sweet juice in the throat which flows down, exuding from above or the sahasrara, and enters the middle region of the throat and nose while coughing. This is known as nectar. Drinking this ambrosia causes immortality. The gods drank this ambrosia while churning the sea. Gods, or the Kriyabans, by practicing excellent Kriya, can drink this ambrosia and attain immortality. Another of his devotees, being present there, also wished to treat his Gurudeva to lunch at his house. Gurudeva agreed to this, and the disciple prepared many varieties of fish dishes along with other items, devotedly offered these to his guru, and sitting beside him, started fanning him. Yogiraj contentedly commenced eating. The disciple, in order to please his guru, repeatedly kept imploring, "Father, kindly take the hot hilsa fish curry, the rich rohu fish curry," and so on. After the disciple implored 3 or 4 times, Yogiraj suddenly stopped eating and arose. The disciple thought that perhaps he had committed an offense and inquired, "Father, most of the food remains untouched?" Yogiraj replied, "Do I eat fish? Why did you serve fish to me?" The disciple, with folded hands, fearfully said, "Father, I had seen you consume fish in another disciple's house the other day. Therefore, I derived the courage to offer fish." Yogiraj amazingly stated, "When did I eat fish? I am a vegetarian." Yogiraj would, in this manner, remain aloof from the realm of the mind. The late Gangadhar Sen, a renowned Ayurvedic practitioner of Calcutta, had a student named Pareshnath Rai. Paresh Babu later came to Kashi, commenced his Ayurvedic practice, and was capable of gaining immense fame and wealth. He was famous not only in Ayurvedic practice, but attained a great deal of glory in poetry, grammar, philosophy, and other subjects, becoming quite vain about his achievements. Paresh Babu had quite a lot of intimacy with Rajchandra Sanyal Mahasaya, the brother-in-law of Yogiraj. By this merit, Paresh Babu was introduced to Yogiraj. Paresh Babu had composed an annotation of Karaka. Once this annotation was discussed in the presence of Yogiraj. Quite a few panditas conversant with the sastras were also present. After reading and explaining the annotated part, he desired to know the opinions of everyone present, to which the panditas offered high praise. But noticing Yogiraj to be silent, Paresh Babu asked, "How is the annotation? You did not remark anything." Yogiraj, in a solemn tone, stated, "Everything is faulty." None had the audacity to raise an objection to the renowned and arrogant Paresh Babu in such a manner. Consequently, being nonplussed, those present started exchanging glances. The infuriated Paresh Babu, controlling himself with effort, asked, "What do you know about Karaka?" Yogiraj rejoined, "I know what is correct." Paresh Babu, who had been hit on the nail, spent a few days agonizing over these words. Eventually he returned to Yogiraj and confessed, "My teacher, the late Professor Kaviraj Gangadhar Sen, while teaching Karaka to us, stated that though he taught what he knew, the true significance of Karaka was essentially known to yogis only. He told me that only if I met such a yogi could I comprehend its intrinsic meaning." After this encounter, Paresh Babu was converted into a devoted disciple of Yogiraj. He would often tell others that he had bowed his head to only 3 beings, the Supreme Being whom he did not know, his Ayurvedic guru, the late Gangadhar Sen, and thirdly, Shyama Charan Lahiri. He vowed never to bow before a 4th person. Eventually, Paresh Babu achieved such a height of progress in yoga sadhana that he would often enter into samadhi. To break this deep absorption, Yogiraj himself would go to his house. Fearing that this brought unnecessary labor to his guru, Paresh Babu purchased a house near the abode of Yogiraj and moved there. Before his death, Paresh Babu bequeathed the greater portion of his immovable property to Tinkari Lahiri Mahasaya, the son of his guru. God has declared, observing this state of being, Naiva kinchid karomiti yukto manyat tatvavid. Pasyan srinvan sprisan jigranasnan gachan svapana svasana. Pralapan bisrijan grihannannun mishani mishanapi. Indriyan indriyartheshu bartanta iti darayan. Brahmanyadhaya karmani sangam tyaktva karotiya. Lipyate na sapapena padma patrami vamvasa. Gita 5:8-10. This verse signifies that the person who goes beyond the state of action is united in Brahman. Being conversant with the soul essence, he possesses special knowledge of the truth. Whether he sees, hears, touches, eats, sleeps, breathes, speaks, forsakes, accepts, awakens, or even bats an eyelid, he affirms to himself that while the sensory faculties are engaged in sensory actions, he remains settled in the thought, "I do nothing." Thus, detached from conceit, he spontaneously remains passive. By surrendering to Brahman and remaining constantly in the state beyond action, the person who abandons the craving for consequences is perpetually united with the still prana Brahma. Such a person is not involved in virtue or sinful actions, just as a lotus leaf, though remaining in water, is never drenched by it. One day, a female disciple of Yogiraj asked him for a photograph. As he gave her one, Yogiraj remarked, "If you consider this to be only a photograph, it will be so, but if you regard this to be a girdle of protection, then it shall be that." A few days later, this lady and another female disciple were reading the Gita at a table. The photograph of Yogiraj was fixed on the wall before them. Suddenly, a fierce thunder shower commenced. Awestruck and frightened, the two ladies began praying with folded hands before the photograph, crying, "O Gurudeva, please save us from this danger." At that moment, thunder struck nearby, and the ladies feared they had been singed by the bolt. Later, both stated that it felt as though someone had suddenly encircled them with blocks of ice. In this manner, Yogiraj would perpetually protect his devotees under his aegis. Another favorite disciple of Yogiraj, Panchanan Bhattacharya Mahasaya, came to Kashi and took up residence in the house of Yogiraj. Attaining an advanced state in yoga karma, he gained the capacity to discern the character of men. One day, after taking a holy dip in the Ganges, he was returning to the house of his guru. While walking, he noticed a high-ranking sadhaka a short distance ahead. Developing an interest in speaking with him, Bhattacharya Mahasaya quickened his pace. The moment he began to run to catch him, the sadhaka vanished. Bhattacharya Mahasaya felt intense regret. He worried that despite his guru being present, he had been driven by curiosity toward another Mahatma, and was thus guilty of transgression. Lamenting this, the moment he returned to Yogiraj, the master laughingly inquired, "Could you not catch him?" The repentant Bhattacharya Mahasaya, becoming even more ashamed, fell at his lotus feet and wept. Yogiraj remarked, "Do not cry, he is one of your fellow disciples. If you desire to see him, tell me, and I shall recall him." Bhattacharya Mahasaya, collecting himself, replied, "I do not wish to see him any more." Yogiraj, smiling gently, noted, "He is your Muslim fellow disciple, Abdul Ghaffur Khan. He is also not eager to meet anyone lest the Hindu devotees become dissatisfied." An old Brahmin, having retired from service, was staying at Kashi and spent most of his time in worship and the study of scriptures. One day, after his holy dip in the Ganges, he came to Yogiraj and prayed with folded hands for yogic initiation. Yogiraj replied, "Do what you are doing now. You will receive initiation when the time comes." The old Brahmin went away dejectedly. A few days later, an old lady came and ardently prayed to Yogiraj, desiring to obtain Kriya Yoga initiation. Yogiraj told her, "Come tomorrow morning after your bath." A devotee who had been present on both occasions inquired after the lady left, "I know that old Brahmin to be extremely religious, yet he did not obtain initiation. This lady, however, will receive it. What is the reason for this?" Yogiraj explained in a placid tone. "The religious feeling in that Brahmin has awakened only recently. Therefore, it is advisable for him to continue with external worship and the study of scriptural texts." But this lady had already obtained yogic initiation in her previous birth and neglected it. In this life, she has completed the consequences of her past actions and has returned to me. Therefore, it is necessary to impart the initiation to her now. Harinarayan Mukherjee, a disciple of Yogiraj, was employed in the Post and Telegraphs Department at Kashi. His intimate friend and colleague, Kali Babu, was a man of loose character despite having a beautiful wife. Harinarayan Babu felt pity for him and tried to steer his friend away from this wrong path, but his efforts evoked no results. He believed that if he could bring his friend to his Gurudeva, the man would be reformed. One day he suggested, "Come, let us go and meet Yogiraj." The friend refused and began making adverse comments about Yogiraj. Despite these insults toward his guru, Harinarayan Babu did not lose hope and continued his endeavors to reform his friend. After persistent endeavors, his friend eventually agreed, and one evening they went together to see Yogiraj. At that time, Yogiraj was surrounded by many devotees, imparting spiritual advice. Upon arriving, the two friends paid their obeisance, sat quietly in a corner, and began to listen. Hearing his words, which were replete with profound knowledge, the friend felt a deep sense of satisfaction and eventually departed for the day. The following day, Kali Babu said to his friend, "Come, let us go again today and have the darshana of Yogiraj." Thrilled by the request, Harinarayan Babu escorted his friend to the Yogiraj once more. He continued to accompany him in this manner for several days. Through these visits, Kali Babu transformed his character and began to lead a noble life. Shortly thereafter, he received yogic initiation from Yogiraj and entered the path of sadhana. It was frequently observed that many erring individuals would instantly change the direction of their minds the moment they came into contact with Yogiraj, finding themselves compelled to lead an honest existence. The aforementioned Harinarayan Babu was a renowned Indian classical singer. In 1937, many years after the departure of Yogiraj, a marble statue was installed in the very room he used to inhabit. Arrangements were made to celebrate this occasion, and Satyacharan Lahiri Mahasaya, the grandson of Yogiraj, invited Harinarayan Babu to perform. However, Harinarayan Babu replied with humble shame, "Do not ask me to sing here. One should not make sport in this place." When asked for the reason behind his refusal, Harinarayan Babu explained, "One day, accompanied by my music teacher and disciple of Yogiraj, Ramdas Goswami Mahasaya of Serampore, I came to pay my respects to the master." Yogiraj began to discuss the tune, rhythm and harmony of music with keen interest. During the discussion, he suddenly paused his speech and evoked a resonant bass sound which still rings in my ears today. My own singing is nothing compared to that. On that day, he demonstrated the specific vocal origins of every tune and note. This is why I do not have the courage to sing in his presence. Dabudha, Chapter 9. The Esotery of Yoga Sadhana. The sublime Guru sat surrounded by his devotees, offering guidance. One devotee inquired, "Aside from one's mother, father, and other elders, who else is worthy of respect? To whom should reverence be offered, and who is truly fit to receive it?" Yogiraj explained, "Parents are great gurus and are truly worthy of reverence. Beyond this, the lawgiver Manu has observed. This signifies that several classes of people are worthy of obeisance. The one traveling in a carriage, symbolizing the seeker proceeding through Kutastha, the one who has fixed the prana between the Vishuddha and Ajna chakras, the one whose inner vision has become powerful, the one who experiences a sense of weight on the head through continual prana karma, the one whose prana has attained settlement from the Muladhara chakra to the Sahasrara, resulting in the sensation of a veil being pulled over the head, the one who is perpetually immersed in Kutastha, the one whose tongue has reached the posterior palate, and the one who proceeds by practicing the Omkara Kriya Pranakarma. Such individuals should not be impeded. One should make way for them and remain standing until they are seated. Manu further expounded on this matter. This teaches that among all respected persons, the one whose tongue has reached the posterior palate and the one who remains perpetually engrossed in Kutastha are the greatest. Between these two, the latter is supreme. Therefore, one should never harbor enmity towards such a personage. Even if they are younger in age, they must be treated with due respect. Another devotee asked, "We have no shortage of Mahatmas in our country, yet many merely assume the guise of a great soul. Under these circumstances, how can one easily recognize a true Mahatma? From whom should one seek religious advice?" Yogiraj explained. Note that the persons I have mentioned are all worthy of imparting spiritual advice. You may easily recognize a Mahatma as one whose tongue has reached the posterior palate. This verse implies that the true disposition of the soul is Svadharma. One who advises and teaches regarding Svadharma and Kriya should be regarded as a father, even if he is junior in years. Another devotee inquired, "We often commit sinful acts unknowingly. For instance, while walking, we might trample small creatures without being aware of it. How can we be saved from the consequences of such acts, committed without any ill intent?" Yogiraj replied that in the Shastras, Manu clearly stipulates, "This implies that a devotee who unintentionally commits such sins will be purified if he practices pranayama 6 times according to scriptural injunctions." Internal pranayama is the absolute austerity within the path of the 6 chakras. This verse denotes that the practice of pranayama 3 times, performed according to the codes of Kriya with the internal Omkara sound, is the highest form of penance for a Kriyaban. Just as metal is purified by fire, all the senses are purified by pranayama. The kinetic mind is usually engaged in outward actions. When the prana becomes still through pranayama, the kinetic mind also attains stillness. Once the mind is still, the senses follow. Achieving a cessation of external impulses, they become purified. This is the truly sanctified state of the senses, for if they lack the impulse to wander, they cannot perform evil actions. Thus, Yogiraj would say, "Jihva utnese indriya daman hota hai," meaning when the tongue reaches the palatal cavity, the senses are mastered. This is known as the Khetari state, the process of releasing the obstruction of the tongue. Spiritually, this is referred to as the consumption of beef, and it stands as the principal facet of yoga sadhana. The sastras do not actually stipulate the offering of a calf in oblation or the consumption of veal, though such a literal meaning may seem apparent. In truth, yajna signifies the oblation of prana, the merging of the dynamic prana into the still prana through the practice of pranayama. This pranayajna is the true sacrifice. To perform this, gomamsa must be consumed. Here, go implies the tongue, not the meat of a cow. As the Hatha Pradipika states, "Gomamsam bhojaya nityam pibeda maravarunim, tamayam kulinam manye itare kulagataka. Gosabde nodita jiva tad probeso hi taluni. Gomam sabhakshanam tatu mahapattakanasanam." This teaches us that one who constantly consumes beef by releasing the obstruction of the tongue, and who drinks the ambrosia exuding from the soul moon, is truly pious. By such consumption, even the sins of the greatest sinners are destroyed. Aiming at this same truth, the Vaishnava Sastras note, "Gobhojane mahapunya, jayatakite grihasunya, guru mere svargavas, hari bhojle sarvanas." This implies that by consuming veal in this spiritual manner, great virtue is achieved. All forms of material and carnal attachments are withdrawn. The vibratory prana is the guru. By causing a cessation of this movement and merging into the still prana, one reaches the heavenly abode. One who worships Bhagavan Hari in this manner loses everything, meaning there is a cessation of the sensory functions through which a living being enjoys material pleasures. Bhagavan Hari, manifesting as the still prana, then destroys the sensory-oriented mind of a sadhaka by seizing these worldly distractions. In ancient times, all sages would consume veal in this esoteric fashion. The authors of the Sastras visualized God in all living beings and deemed murder to be extremely sinful. Established in ahimsa, the malice-free state, they could never advise the killing of animals. Instead, they expressed these profound truths through innuendos. Unfortunately, in the present age, these precepts have been reduced to superficial, literal interpretations. Svadharma signifies one's own intrinsic religion. Here, religion does not refer to prevalent systems of faith and worship. Everyone is dependent upon their own soul or prana and has a right to know it. Dharma is the endeavor to know this omnipresent soul that permeates all creation, both animate and inanimate. Dharma is one, prana dharma or soul dharma. While the English word religion is often an outward, efferent concept, dharma is afferent, an inward journey. Therefore, religion is never a perfect synonym for dharma, which cannot be explained by a single composite English word. In the practice of this dharma, the mention of 3 pranayamas signifies the minimum quantity to be practiced for spiritual progress. While teaching the precepts of Yoga Sadhana, Yogiraj would counsel all his devotees. Kriya Yoga is an extremely subtle action. Therefore, it is imperative for everyone to remain in close proximity to the Guru, to demonstrate their practice and to receive repeated guidance. Otherwise, it is difficult to initially comprehend these subtle techniques, and mistakes may easily occur. If anyone believes they have understood everything at the first instance, they are mistaken. It is absolutely necessary for all devotees to surrender totally to their Guru. The more one surrenders, the more one can ascertain the subtlest techniques of yoga. Without surrender, nothing can be derived. One should never approach the Guru or a deity empty-handed. Modesty is imperative. Sitting before he is seated, expressing anger if he is enraged, or acting as a great pandita by arguing over the sastras are all forbidden. Whatever he says regarding soul knowledge should be accepted with a spirit of self-surrender. He would also note, those who practice Kriya regularly are generally free from disease. Sound health is the very basis for religion, wealth, desire, and salvation, whereas disease destroys health and life itself. If Kriyabans practice enough Kriya in accordance with their Guru's advice, they will be free from disease, their spiritual consciousness will be augmented, and they will attain the state of salvation. Therefore, always abide by the command of the Guru to protect the body. The internal air is God, and practicing Kriya retains that God. It is one's duty to preserve the body and soul in this manner. If Kriyabans are faced with adversities, they will be freed from them through their practice. It is advisable to always keep the tongue in an uplifted position. The total Kriya and even coition should be executed with the tongue raised. Women should not practice Kriya during menstruation. After meals, one should lie down on the left side. If this pranayama is practiced perfectly, there will never be any afflictions of the heart. When asked, "What is a Sadguru?" Yogiraj replied, "Gu means darkness and Ru means light. One who annihilates darkness and brings enlightenment is the Guru. Only the internal motion of the breathing air can eliminate this darkness. Therefore, this breath, the producer of light from darkness, is the actual Sadguru. Kutastha is Sri Guru, the unbounded greatness." He taught that practitioners of all sects, whether Sakta, Saiva, Ganapatya, Vaishnava or Saurya, should be devoted to Atmakarma, which produces religious wealth, desire, salvation and spiritual attainment. As the Guru Gita denotes, Japechaktaska Saivaska Ganapatyaska Vaishnava, Sauryaska Siddhidam Devi Dharmatha Kama Mokshadam. Yogiraj would often impart Kriya to married couples together, remarking that if Yoga Sadhana was practiced alongside one's spouse, there would be fewer impediments. He further maintained that Kriya Yoga stands above all types of irrational beliefs. A man named Haran Chandra Roy resided across from the abode of Yogiraj. Every day after dusk, Haran Chandra would urinate from his terrace toward Yogiraj's home, causing great inconvenience to the family. One day, Yogiraj requested that he stop this nuisance. For one whose time has drawn near, it is perhaps natural to refuse the words of a Mahapurusha. Haran Babu replied defiantly, "You do not have to bother with whatever I do in my own house." He followed this by hurling many obscenities at Yogiraj. Yogiraj, hearing these insults, was hurt. Without uttering another word, he simply raised a wall on that side the following day. After a few days, Haran Babu suddenly expired. It was later observed that no one survived in Haran Babu's family. In support of this, Manu has observed, Sukham jabamata sete sukhanka pratibudyate. Sukham karati lokeas minnabamanta vinasyati. This signifies that the person who is above honor, taking recourse in the Supreme Being peacefully and without anxiety, in other words, the one who realizes stillness and wanders blissfully on earth, is insulted. It is the insulter who is destroyed. The insulted person himself does nothing, for he is beyond respect and insult, having become exclusively dependent upon God. Thus for him, it is God who looks after everything. Therefore, if such a person is insulted and attempts are made to harm him, God punishes the wrongdoer. God punishes the wicked and cares for the righteous. Thus, Yogiraj would tell all his devotees, Jo Bhagavan ko hamesa dhyana kare, usko kambo karta hai. This infers that for the one who is perpetually engrossed with God, his work is performed by him. At the moment of samadhi, place, time, name and form are all absent. All these merge harmoniously together. All that exists within the limits of name and form cannot be permanent. Therefore, Yogiraj would say, drown yourself in the quest for soul essence, and through the medium of samadhi, settle in that tranquil state. Then you will note that the name and shape of the world no longer remains. By calming the petty feeling of pride, you can realize the indivisible, still entity as your own form. The knowledge which dwells in duality is insignificant because it is merely sensory knowledge. To say, I am the devotee and you are God, is also trivial knowledge. True knowledge is that which sees the same soul entity within everyone. The soul entity stationed within everyone cannot be known with the help of the kinetic mind and intellect. If the Vedanta ascertainable realization is achieved, Godhood cannot be ascribed merely to a person, place, or idols. Then God can be realized in all living beings and in all elements. In that state, the discrimination between Hindus, Muslims and Christians, or between Brahmins, Sudras and high or low castes, is absent. By visualizing the infinite prana everywhere, the world becomes the Brahma-pervaded universe. Thus, it can be seen that although he was born into a high-ranking Brahmin family, Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Brahmins, Sudras, and the rich and poor were all equal to Yogiraj. He gave shelter to everyone. Men belonging to all sections of society became his disciples. Casting away all types of superstitions and degraded customs, Yogiraj effected a concord in religious dissension, as he had observed the fundamental truth of all religions in oneness. In his observation, everyone is the ambrosial son. None is small or great. A few other great men, such as Chaitanya, Kabir, Nanak and Dayanand, similarly maintained no discrimination and were able to harmonize all religions. The pragmatic experience of Yogiraj in this regard was marvelous. Regarding this state achieved through the medium of sadhana, he recounted in his 5th diary, ज्योत के भीतर नीला, नील के भीतर एक सफेद बिंदी देखा, उसके भीतर आदमी वही बहुत किस्म के हिंदू इंग्रज होता है. This denotes that within the resplendence of Kutastha there is a blue color. Within this blue there is a white dot, and within that dot one sees a man. He is the Supreme Being. He alone has become the various types of Hindus, Christians and others. In another entry, Yogiraj recounted, Dhamma par Dhamma Allah, Dhamma ke pare jo Dhamma haye, so Allah yane sthir gar. This implies that within the inhalation and exhalation, stillness arrives. To explain clearly, when inhalation is complete and exhalation commences, and when exhalation is complete and inhalation commences, at both these moments, stillness arrives. That still state is Allah. Yet none notice that still state. Allah means koda. That which is primary, or the root, is kuda. The word kud means the self, or the root. By practicing excellent prana karma, the still state of prana which occurs is the root, the cardinal self that exists in all living beings. When that root, the coda-like still prana, becomes vibratory, it results in the state of the living being. Everything originates from the still prana. He alone is primordial energy, Brahma. He alone is Kuda. At the end of Puraka and the beginning of Rikaka, and again at the end of Rikaka and the beginning of Puraka, the still state is experienced. Only the yogis who are conversant with this state should increase it through pranakarma to achieve settlement. That is the root, the prime, the transcendental state of Kriya. Koda yanechod, ajab apne se atahaya. Allah, Allah bada yo sabse bada. This implies that by practicing continual pranakarma, when the still state automatically evolves, he is revealed as the prime, or koda, the still, infinite void. Being all-pervasive and all-extensive, he is Allah. Thus Yogiraj noted again, Bedamame yodama haye soi asal dama haye. Bedama means a state of cessation of breath. If breathing is not arrested willfully, but instead, internally oriented pranakarma is practiced continually, the Kevala Kumbhaka state arrives automatically. This state is Bedama, where the externally oriented breathing motion ceases completely. This is wholly dependent on pranakarma. That breathless state is the actual breath, which can be learned exclusively from the Guru. In this internal pranayama, the action of external inhalation and exhalation is not present. At the beginning of this practice, by abandoning the Ida and Pingala, the action involves the prana and apana airs within. The external airs remain external, and the internal airs remain within. The Supreme Being, in the form of a root within Kutastha, exists in the same manner in all human beings. He is not different as a Hindu, Christian, or Muslim. Fundamentally, everyone is the same. Difference occurs only in dualism. By settling in non-dualism or in stillness, no difference remains. Therefore, it is recorded that along with Hindus of different castes, many Muslims, such as Amir Khan, Rahimullah Khan, and Abdul Ghaffar Khan, and many Christians, including the Commissioner of the State of Coorg and the Police Superintendent of Hazaribagh, Mr. Spencer, obtained initiation from Yogiraj. Thus we deduce that he is the saviour for all. Abhinash Babu, a disciple of Yogiraj, was employed in the Bengal Nagpur Railway. Once, desiring to have darsana of his Gurudeva, he applied for a week's leave. His superior authority at the time was Bhagavati Charan Ghosh, the father of Paramahamsa Yogananda. Bhagavati Babu called Abhinash Babu and said, "You cannot progress in your service if you constantly trouble yourself thinking about religion. Concentrate properly on your office work." Abhinash Babu returned home on foot in a disheartened state. On the way, he noticed Bhagavati Babu passing in a palanquin. Coming closer, Bhagavati Babu alighted from the palanquin and began walking with him. As a ruse to offer consolation and to explain the procedure for gaining material benefits, Bhagavati Babu began lecturing him. Abhinash Babu listened in a stoic manner, praying mentally to his compassionate Gurudeva that he might be granted the opportunity to meet him. Both men were walking across the field. The rays of the setting sun, illumining the entire region, created a blazing spell of illusion. Suddenly, a few yards away, they saw the Yogiraj descend, assuming an incorporeal form. He remarked, "Bhagavati Babu, you are extremely merciless towards your subordinates." Having said this, he disappeared. Abhinash Babu immediately began praying with folded hands. Bhagavati Babu was astounded by this unexpected incident. After remaining silent for a few minutes, he said, "Your leave begins tomorrow. Go and have a darsana of your Gurudeva. If you take me along with you, it will be better. I, too, would like to see that sublime yogi." The next day, Bhagavati Babu, accompanied by his wife and Abhinash Babu, boarded the train for Kashi. Arriving at the house of the Yogiraj, they found him seated in Padmasana, and paid their obeisance to him. Opening his transcendental eyes, the Yogiraj smiled and said, "It is improper to prevent anyone from proceeding upon the religious path." Following this, Bhagavati Babu and his wife obtained Kriya Yoga initiation from the Yogiraj and were truly blessed. A few days after the birth of his second son, Mukundlal, Bhagavati Babu arrived in Kashi with his wife and infant at the house of the Yogiraj. The dhyana-wrapped Yogiraj was sitting surrounded by devotees. Holding the child in her arms, Bhagavati Babu's wife paid obeisance. At that moment, the noble yogi took the infant into his arms, placed him on his lap and commented, "Your son will become a yogi and show many the path for the quest of God." With the blessings of the omnipercipient and sublime Guru, this Mukundlal later became famous as Paramahamsa Yogananda. Swami Pranabananda, previously known as Nilmadab Mukhopadhyaya, was another favorite disciple employed by the railways. After achieving an exalted state in sadhana, he remained perpetually wrapped in the ecstasy of Brahma bliss, rendering him unable to perform his official functions properly. He contemplated that if he could obtain retirement from service by any means, he could then concentrate more deeply on his sadhana. Therefore he prayed to his Gurudeva that he be granted exemption from his service. Yogiraj replied, "Take grant for your pension." Pranabananda stated, "My period of service does not entitle me to a pension. What reason can I show for this?" Yogiraj remarked, "Show any reason you like." The next day, Pranabananda submitted an application for his pension, citing physical illness as the cause. Immediately and unexpectedly, both the departmental doctor and the authorities consented. Obtaining his retirement, Pranabananda concentrated on his sadhana with a renewed spirit, later acquiring immense renown as a prominent sadhaka of the Yogiraj. The Yogiraj would always sit on a charpoy in Padmasana within his parlour, with all his disciples seated before him. He maintained a deep reticence. Sometimes, opening his eyes, he would fix his gaze on a devotee seeking an answer mentally and provide a brief response. It was not always necessary to ask him a question. He would answer his devotees by gauging their innate dispositions. If a devotee came to him with a difficulty, the Yogiraj, knowing their predisposition, would provide a facile and simple answer to remove all doubts. No mental wave of any devotee remained unknown to him. He never explained the sastras through the medium of mere theoretical knowledge. Instead, he expressed to his devotees all that he had derived from his own sadhana realizations. The philosophical and scientific essence of complicated scriptures like the Vedas, Vedanta, Upanishads and the Gita were explained with dexterity through the medium of his own experiences. He commented that these ancient sastras were a storehouse of practical knowledge left by the ancient sages. Only those to whom such realizations occur can offer the exact explanations of those sacred texts. When devotees and visitors frequented his home in the evening, he would courteously welcome everyone and extend hospitality toward them. He did not give special treatment to the wealthy or talented, nor did he neglect the poor or illiterate. He looked upon everyone with an egalitarian eye. Arrogance and vanity are absent in those with Brahma knowledge, for they find a wonderful unity amidst all people. The basis of this equality in vision is soul knowledge. All his statements elucidated a penetrating keenness, and the heads of all would automatically bow before the glory of his divinity. When the Yogiraj remained silent or discussed the complexities of religion, it was observed that he infused an inexpressible knowledge into his devotees. If anyone visited him in an anxious frame of mind, their condition would change unconsciously. The moment they had a darsana of him, they experienced mental peace and bliss. He was never seen to be perturbed by misery or ecstatic due to happiness. If anyone recounted past misdeeds to him, he would advise them to forget all past sorrows, afflictions, and pain. He urged them to concentrate on Atma Sadhana and endeavor for spiritual advancement, for if these are accomplished, a general well-being in all spheres is achieved. Therefore, he constantly reminded everyone of the necessity of practicing Kriya Yoga. He never asked anyone to perform his personal tasks and would never accept a gift or assistance if there was a lack of sincerity. He remained financially independent, serving as a government employee, obtaining a pension, and also engaging himself as a tutor. Generally, it is observed that gurus who do not earn their own living are dependent on the wealth of their disciples. But since the Yogiraj maintained his livelihood through his own earnings, he was not dependent on others and did not expect their favors. Amongst his established ideals, this independence is regarded as one of the greatest, and he advised all his devotees to act likewise. The Yogiraj professed that any yoga sadhana through which an inclination toward God does not evolve is not yoga at all. If the correct and excellent yoga sadhana is practiced, then devotion toward God will surely arise. Along with this, covetousness, aspiration, jealousy, malice, greed and envy, all sensory and mental dispositions, will spontaneously be controlled. Therefore, Kriya Yoga sadhana has been termed the greatest. If devotion is derived through Kriya Yoga, then the existence of God can be felt in everything external. One who has not developed an interest